there should be ways to say, you know, show the caption on your screen. My setup is different than yours, but you should be able to access the closed captioning if you need it.
Perfect. And so I'll just kind of get us going with some basics. The restrooms are a little bit of a jaunt this direction across the sort of main area. Men and women are by each other, kind of in the middle, you know, a couple minute walk that way. Obviously, we've got 40, I don't know how many people are on here now, 63 participants online, right? And so we're in a hybrid meeting, much to my dismay. But the weather over the crest here is pretty bad. We've clearly got a loud panel that I wish I could kick, but I can't. I'll see if someone can go scale the building and sort that out on a break or something. We'll do our best to when you're presenting to kind of stay in this sort of realm so the folks online can see you for the presenters. And then at least today we'll have a little bit of a audio interface challenge. We'll have to mic the computer to hear them. Okay. Tomorrow I'll see if I can't get the appropriate cord to make the connection to the computer, but not going to happen today. Other than that, I'll run through the agenda real quick, just so everyone kind of knows what to expect. Then we'll just hop right into the first presentation. And the hope in this first half of the day, which is sort of updates, next steps from the governance structure of both the recovery teams and the coordinating committee, is that we're kind of all on the same page as to what happened last year and what's going on next year on the priority front. Hopefully we can end a bit early so we can break for lunch a bit early, so that we come back from lunch a bit early and spend more time this afternoon talking through some of the genetic challenges we have and known we've had for years with a variety of experts that have joined us both virtually and in person. So that's the plan for today. And then tomorrow, it's mostly the technical teams and science updates from the database, the habitat, core teams. And then in addition to that, we'll be presenting some updated information on climate resilient habitat layer, the RAD framework and its utility in this effort. And Jason Dunham and his colleague will be presenting about stream permanency and things like that. Any questions on agenda, timing, anything like that? Cool. So Cody, I think you're up. And I will get this presentation going. You cannot minimize Zoom when you are recording. Well, that's going to be a challenge. No, I already figured it out.
Okay, good.
It just said you couldn't, and then I did it. So I'm not sure why it said that, but story of my life. So let me. This is going to be annoying. Share screen. Just do the screen, right? Yeah. I'm not sure how to. Just hit share without selecting anything.
Yeah, you just hit share and then it'll come up.
Okay. Well, that's what everyone says. Then it never works. So do you see presentation mode or this big slide? Laura?
I see the big slide with notes and stuff coming. So go up to display settings.
Yeah.
And
slideshow?
I think swap presenter view and slideshow. There you go.
I think it's just duplicate. So you won't have notes.
I don't need.
All right.
We want to do introductions.
Laura, do you think we want to run through and do introductions, at least name and agency?
It's fine with me if you feel like we have time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, let's just do it because we have no idea. Us on Zoom have no idea who's in the room.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge. It's going to be fun. So here's our first challenge. We'll see if we can get all this technology to work. So we'll go through the room first.
Okay.
And I'm going to pass this mic. It's working. All right, cool. I'm Sean Vogt, LCT Recovery Coordinator, Fish and Wildlife Service.
Faith Machuca, LCT Recovery College's Fish and Wildlife Service.
Rachel Van Horn, Forest Fisheries Biologist, Humboldt Coyote National Forest. Rachel Williams, Assistant Fish Supervisor, Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, wait, pause. When you speak into the mic, to go a little slower and try to be a little louder because it's still a little difficult to hear you guys. Thank you.
And Walter, Trout Unlimited Science.
Walter Fierstein, fisheries biologist, Nevada Department of Wildlife out of Winnemucca.
Andrew Whiteley from the University of Montana.
Dave Banks, district fish biologist, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Dan Johnson, Trout Unlimited Truckee Office.
Chris Crookshanks, Endow, Chief of Fisheries.
Travis Hawks, and now Western Region Fisheries Supervisor.
Morgan Ray, Executive Director of Finger Lake Fisheries.
Jack Yellow Hair, Resource Technician, Finger Lake Fisheries.
Michael Cameron, Trout Unlimited.
Sam Cedillo, Endow Fisheries Biologist for Washoe and Story Counties.
Mike Starr, Fisheries Biologist for Endow, out of Elko.
Jacob Stoller, Endow Fisheries, Elko.
Jackson Davis, Department Biologist, Fish and Wildlife Service, out of Elko. James Simmons, Natural Resources Director, Summit Lake Paiute Tribe.
Audrey Dufresne, Fish and Wildlife Biologist, Summit Lake Paiute Tribe.
Bailey Classic, fish biologist, USGS out of Oakland.
Jason Freeman, Assistant Field Manager, BLM Walsh Field Office. Okay.
Chad Mellison, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Robert Al Chokichi, USGS Research Biologist.
Nick Bowers, Grand Ranch Solutions, Ecological Research at Utah State University, fish ecologist. Roy Yulberry, Lahont National Fish Hatchery Complex and fishery biologist.
Nick Philbeck, BLM Fish Biologist, Elko.
Angus Carrasco, Fish Force Service, National Coast.
Cheryl Mandich, Partners Biologist, Fish and Wildlife Service.
Brian Wilk, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of Bend, Oregon.
Daniel Cos, fish biologist, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Ken McGuire, Assistant GIS Desert Research Institute, Nevada.
Sherman Swanson, Coordinator of the Nevada Creeks and Communities Team here in Reno.
Chris Urquhart, fish biologist for Endow and Found.
Christy Klinger, Native Aquatic Species Coordinator with Endow.
Kendall Young, Natural Resource and Finance Staff Officer on the Humboldt Cloud.
Wyatt Mesna, the Gibbs Ranch in Wells, Nevada.
Jessica Science, fish and wildlife biologist, Fish and Wildlife Service Reno.
Matt Campbell, UC Davis, University of Alaska, Eugenics and Bioinformatics.
John Toll, Nevada Science Coordinator, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Jason Barnes, LCT Biologist, Trout Unlimited.
Holly Paulson, the forest ecologist with Humboldt Toyabe, Eastern Sparks.
Helen Neville, Trout Unlimited Science.
Jessica Abbott, Conservation Science Director, Walker Basin Conservancy.
Elsie Marshall, fish biologist, Humboldt Toyabe.
Catlin Mendy with Resource Concepts, and I'm here to help wrangle cats or fish as the case may be.
All right, beyond Cody and I, Cody will present himself here in a second, so I'll just pass him on to the teams, or not teams, the Zoom folks, and we're gonna try to see if this microphone will make it loud enough for everyone in the room to hear you. So let me see. Laura, what do you think the best way to handle the teams is?
I'm ready. I'll go through. Okay, so first of all, I'm Laura Van Riper with the BLM. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. My flight got canceled yesterday, unfortunately. Robin, I'm just going to track down this list.
Robin Waples, University of Washington.
Mandy.
Mandy Finger, UC Davis.
Pam,
Hey, this is Pam Harrington in Northeast Nevada with Trout Unlimited. Thanks.
Robin,
Good morning, Robin Gersten Slager, Public Affairs with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Reno.
Alana,
Alana Luzio, UC Davis.
Amanda,
Amanda George, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, fish biologist.
Amber,
Amber Mauser, California Fish and Wildlife, Plymouth and Sierra Counties, District Fisheries.
Andy,
Andy Borcher, acting field manager for Black Park Field Office, BLM.
Annie,
Annie Dixon, range program lead for the Humboldt-Tioga.
Ben,
Ben Ewing, California Fish and Wildlife.
Bob,
Bob Clark, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Sacramento.
Boyd,
Boyd Hatch, District Ranger, Santa Rosa Ranger District, Forest Service.
Bryston,
Good morning, Bryson Schilling, Nevada Department of Transportation.
Carrie,
Carrie Johnson, Forest Service Truckee, fish biologist.
Christina,
Good morning, Christina Liang, Tahoe National Forest.
Cody,
Buddy McLean, Wildlife Bio, Battle Mountain Fuels.
Dawn,
Dawn Davis with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Eric, Erin,
Morning, Erin Miller, aquatic biologist with the Forest Service in the Lake Tahoe Basin.
Farhat,
Morning, everyone. Farhat Bajalia, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, statewide inland trout coordinator.
Gabe,
Morning, Gabe Singer, with CDFW. I'm the statewide coordinator for native and threatened trout.
Gerald,
Jerry Miller, Conservation Districts Program, Elko, Nevada.
Greg,
Greg Lynch, fisheries biologist for the BLM in Winnemucca.
Holly,
Yeah, hi there, Holly Edinger, regional fisheries biologist for Region 5 of the Forest Service.
Jason,
Jason Spence, assistant field manager for the Tuscarora Field Office in Elko.
Jonathan,
Jonathan Gordon, wildlife biologist with the BLM out of Carson City.
Catherine, Kayla.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
That's okay. Catherine Dyer, Nevada BLM range lead and national outcome-based grazing lead.
Kayla,
Kayla Smith, fisheries biologist with the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest.
Kelly,
Kelly Michelson, acting aquatic specialist for the Wells Field Office, BLM, Elko.
Leslie,
Leslie Albert, a Sierra Fishery Supervisor for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Lisa, Lizzie,
BLM, Wildlife Bio, and Ely.
Mandy, Megan McGuire,
Good morning, Megan McGuire, wildlife biologist out of Vail, Oregon.
Megan Brown,
Good morning, everyone. Megan Brown, Nevada Department of Agriculture, and appreciate the intros and trying to make this meeting work. Thanks so much.
Megan. Oh, I'm sorry, Melanie, lost track.
Good morning, Melanie Ayton, Conservation District Program Manager.
Michael,
Michael Momola, California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Michelle,
Good morning, Michelle Ward for Fish and Wildlife Service, Lahontan National Fish Hatchery Complex.
Mitch.
Morning, Mitch Lockhart, District Fisheries Biologist, California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
This next person, I don't know who you are. M. Zumstein.
Yeah, I'm the Carson District Ranger for the Humboldt-Toyabe.
And what's your first name?
Matt.
Matt. Okay, thank you. Nick.
Nick Buckmaster, Fishery Supervisor, CDFW, Bishop Office.
Nova.
Nova Simpson, NDOT, Environmental Services.
Patty.
Patty Novak-Etchnik, Range Specialist, BLM Nevada State Office.
Paul.
Paul Fuseli, Assistant Field Manager, Sierra Friend Field Office, BLM.
Rachel McConnell.
Rachel, Environmental Scientist with CDFW Bishop Office.
Rachel Peppers.
Rochelle Peppers,
Oh,
Wildlife
sorry.
Biologist at Battle Mountain, Mount Lewis Field Office.
Randy.
Good morning, Chairman Lone Eagle from the Summit Lake Paiute Tribe.
Thank you. Roger.
Good morning, Roger Pica, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Fish Biologist.
Russell.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Russell Black, Program Manager with California Fish and Wildlife Deserts Region.
Sarah Levain.
Hi, Sarah Levain, Wildlife Bio for Battle Mountain District Office, BLM.
Sarah Muskoff.
Sarah
Good morning.
Nutt. Sorry.
There are a lot of Sarahs in the room
Yeah.
or on the call. Sarah Muskoff, I'm the Forest Aquatic Biologist at the Forest Service in Lake Tahoe Basin.
And then Sarah Nutskoff, I think.
Sorry, I thought you just pronounced my last name wrong. Sarah Nodskov, Wildlife Biologist, BLM.
Selena.
Selena Worden, Natural Resource Specialist with the Bureau of Reclamation in Carson City.
Thomas.
Tom Bland, Fish Biologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Tina.
Tina Hopkins, Intermountain Regional Fisheries Program Manager, U.S. Forest Service. Morning.
Morning. Tony.
Tony Bush, Assistant Forest Wildlife Biologist on the Humboldt-Toyabe.
Angie.
Angie Arbonis, Range Specialist, Humboldt-Toyabe, Santa Rosa District.
Wendy. Did I already get you?
I think my internet's really bad. I think you called on me. Wendy Markham, U.S. Forest Service Acting Deputy District Ranger for the Mount City Ruby Mountain Jarvidge Ranger District.
Thank you. Rob. Oh, it doesn't look
Robert
like he
Burdick, Natural Resource Specialist, BLM Battle Mountain District.
Okay, what about Rob Titus?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rob Titus. I'm the Heritage and Wild Trout Specialist with Cal Fish and Wildlife in our North Central region.
And Josephine. Oh, she might not have a mic connected. Okay, I think that's it on our end. Sean, did I miss anyone that's on the Zoom that I didn't call on? All right, thank you.
Cool. All right, so last person is Cody Byrne. He's Eastern Fisheries Supervisor for NDOW and on the coordinating committee. And he's going to talk about what we've been up, at least what the coordinating committee has been up to the last year. Take it away. I got to share a screen. I got to do some.
And I'm going to shut our videos off so that all we see is the speaker view of the person, presenting.
Okay. I think you're good to go, Cody.
Yeah, I think the reason why we don't work is because the speakers are low. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Done.
Cool. Thanks. So yeah, we're gonna give a brief recap on updates with the MOG and CC, and then roll into some of the next steps that we have planned for both groups. Maybe.
Is it not forwarding, Cody?
No, it's froze up.
Don't freak.
I love hybrid meetings. Okay.
Okay, here we go. So to start things off here, in the October and January CC meetings, we had several discussions on trying to come up with a new strategy to get the most effectiveness out of representation at the CC and GMU and RITS and stuff on it. And at the January CC meeting, where we ended up was shifting from the model on the left side of the screen to the model in the middle there. And what that did is it allowed us to have consistency across the range there. And that change was, we used to have 3 GMUs that some were broken to RITS, some weren't broken to RITS on it. And instead we just shifted everything from the MOG to the CC to the RITS on it. And now we have 10 RITS that span the entire range of LCT habitat, and they're led by different groups there. Some of them are led by the tribal representation, like with Summit Lake there, and then other ones are state led, and then we have some that are led by NGOs with Drought Unlimited on it. So a lot of you guys have seen these updates on it, and we're already participating at some level here between either the GMU or the RIT structure here on it. Within the CC group here, we also have shifted, a lot of the previous meetings were focused more on planning and larger picture stuff of what needed to be accomplished for LCT management on it. And now we've realized, it's time to get into the implementation, to really start looking at the 2019 updated goals and objectives for conservation of Lahontan cutthroat trout and get into implementing and working towards recovery on some and meeting some of those objectives there. With that, we've reduced the number of CC meetings on it. The group now meets quarterly, but for an extended period of time on it. We have 1 day a quarter slotted for those meetings there on it. And moving forward in 23, the group will be focused on a couple of things. That'll be developing an annual work plan on it. And a lot of that's going to capture the work that the RITS develop through their short-term action plans on it. And then also holding the group accountable to the CC charter on it. And that's going to be in the form of the annual progress reports on it. And then the upcoming work plans for the following year.
Hey, Cody, can you spell out RITS?
Yes.
And let's be mindful of acronyms, all of us. I'm just as bad as everyone else.
Sorry, yes, thank you. So RITS, Recovery Implementation Teams. A lot of folks that are represented, these are all the charter members on the Management Oversight Group, the MOG, and the Coordinating Committee, the CC on it. So through the October and January meetings on it, all these groups were asked to revise and look at their representation on these groups here. And this was an effort that was largely spurred by both CDFW and NDOW on it, as we were trying to be more strategic and get the appropriate representation on those groups. And then some of the other agencies and charter members have chosen to follow suit on there. So I strongly encourage, if there's any groups that are listed on this slide here and you haven't reached out to Rachel with Fish and Wildlife Service, to get your updated membership for the MOG and CC members on there, so we can have the appropriate contact list for the upcoming April meeting. And then within the RITS, we also establish minimum structures for those groups on it. So all RITS will meet at least twice annually on it. And one of the main tasks that have been assigned to each of the RITs to develop over 2023 is by the roughly January interagency meeting, is to have short-term action plans on it. And we recognize that the RITs are in various levels of being able to accomplish these short-term action plans on it. Sorry about that. A group like the Humboldt, there was already a large list of projects that group has already been working on, and some of those recovery priorities are, nearing completion in the next year or two on it. For example, another group like the Reese, it's going to be that short-term action plan is going to be looking at, establishing lines of communication and just figuring out a plan to identify recovery actions in that RIT unit there. So the short-term action plans, it'll be a standard format for all the RITs there, but the content in there and what's needed for each of those are going to vary. And tomorrow afternoon, there's going to be a workshop that'll be focused on that. And then through a lot of help from Rachel, we were able to establish SharePoint with the opinion box on it. So now we have an effective line of communication between the RITs and the CCs on file sharing and being able to disseminate that information on it. Also established some minimum timelines there on like CC meetings and being able to share those meeting summaries and meeting notes, within just a couple of weeks on it. Whereas in the past, it was kind of always a mystery what was being discussed at those meetings. And same with the RITs, a lot of the work that was being done on the ground for implementation of recovery actions wasn't being shared with the CC members on it. Folks in their own agency might know, but that was about as far as things were going on it. So hopefully some of these steps here really improve lines of communication and also hold all of our groups a bit more accountable with firm timelines and ask of the different groups. And now I'll give it over to Sean to give an update of where the communications team's been.
Take a quick pause here, just in case there's any questions about kind of the restructuring, we'll call it restructuring.
Yeah.
Kind of shift for Cody or the coordinating committee. There's several other members in here. Anything online?
No, not that I see.
Nada. All right, cool. Thank you, Cody. Robin, I see you're up. Do you want to present this update for the comms team? Since you're right there, I can mic you.
Can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So again, I'm Robin Gerstenslinger. I'm Public Affairs with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service office in Reno. Just wanted to jump on and provide a few updates for you all on what the communications committee has been up to. Last year, we completed, what was that?
Nothing, all you.
Okay. We finished the communication strategy. So that outlines our communication goals and how we will get there with those goals. We also completed a branding guide. I do want to flag for everyone, the branding guide includes a really cool logo. And we've got some cool templates that are available for everyone to use. So that includes a PowerPoint template, letterhead, agenda template, etc. They are all saved in Pinion, but we'll follow up with an email to this group so you all know exactly where to find them and when and how to use them. Last year, we also got really close to finishing a very comprehensive LCT talking points document. Shout out to Jason Barnes and everyone else who helped us out getting that nearly 20-page document finished. It's got talking points about LCT, their life history, threats, recovery efforts, and even more. So when that is finalized and we are this close with it, that talking points document will be used to help create consistency in messaging across the partnership. And it will also be used pretty heavily by the communications committee to develop products, stories, website, etc. All right, looking ahead for 2023, which we're already 3 months into it. We did meet in person earlier this month to take a look at the things that we still need to finish and then set our priorities for the year. So our first priority and probably our biggest level effort will be to develop an LCT website that is hosted external from any agency websites. So we are in the very early stages of developing that now. Second, we are going to start up, and maybe this is a restart up, I think there was one previously, a quarterly newsletter with information for this group and for stakeholders about what this group and other recovery partners are up to in terms of recovery efforts, success stories, etc. We also need to, like I mentioned, finalize that talking point document. We need to get a frequently asked questions document done, and some additional templates using that branding guide for you all to use. And then lastly, we're going to define any funding needs that we may have, this year or into the future, like hiring somebody to create an LCT documentary style film, maybe funding or bringing somebody on to help coordinate the communications committee and execute the strategy we developed. So that's all I've got, unless there are any questions.
I don't have anything in the room.
There's one on the chat about, is it possible to share the membership of each of the committees, the MOG, the CC, and the RITS?
Yes. We will.
And it'll all be on Pinion, correct? At some point that.
Yeah, the roster's already there, but what we can do is we can just attach it to a follow-up email. So I'll do that.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom.
Oh, hi, this is Sarah Muskoff. I'm sorry. I'm not used to Zoom, so I haven't quite figured out the hand part yet. But I did have one question.
Sure.
Regarding the communication, I thought I remember in the past we talked that there would be maybe different talking points from Eastern to Western. This was a few years ago when we had an interagency meeting in person. But I'm wondering if that's still the direction that we went, or we kind of just, the talking points are kind of LCT holistic, Eastern and Western.
So I don't think we've divided anything out in terms of Eastern or Western. It is pretty much, LCT across the range. I think we might dive into a little bit about how there's differences, in the need to approach recovery based on, local habitat and social conditions, but there's not, we don't have a Western talking points document and an Eastern talking points document. Does that answer your question?
It did. Yeah, I know we had talked in the past, like the threats or the issues are kind of different based on, but it sounds like you guys combined them. So thanks so much for that.
Yep.
Megan, your hand was up and then it went down. Do you still have a question or comment?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Anyone else?
Owen?
Yeah, this is so great to see. Great progress.
Yeah.
This is really excellent to see. I'm just curious, so what is the sort of next phase plan of, you've got newsletters and things to go out to the obviously identified stakeholders. What is the plan for building an audience we may not have right now, or sort of getting these things more actively in front of some of the folks that, we really need to engage more than we have in the past?
I would say thank you. That's a great question. I think we do plan to engage, with this group a little bit more and hear from you in terms of like, where are those information gaps? Because you all are the ones on the ground and you're seeing those information gaps firsthand. So we'll look to lean on you all a little bit more this year to help figure that out and how we can engage those audiences best.
The other thing I would add is with the restructuring and the recovery implementation teams, there's a fair amount of outreach going on at that level to folks who may not have been engaged in the past, because some of those RIT teams are just being stood up now. So hopefully that will help as well.
Thank you.
All right.
I think we're good on this end.
I think we're good on this end too. So I'm gonna shift there's kind of three components of this update presentation from the coordinating committee. The next one is the 5-year review, which I'm going to present. I have given various versions of what a 5-year status review is. And so we'll be real quick here and then try to spend some time more on Gabe's presentation here at the end, which is about what we're going to do with it. So the Fish and Wildlife Service is required to do what we called historically 5-year reviews. We're supposed to do them every 5 years. We almost never do that. For example, LCT has been listed for 55 years almost, and we've done 2 of them. The second one literally got signed yesterday. So although it was a 2022 5-year review, it got signed in March of 2023 as things happen. The idea of status reviews is to kind of systematically check on the status of species and determine whether the way that they were classified or listed is still the best place for them to be listed. Have they become more threatened to a point of endangerment? And so should we uplist? Are they at a point where we can delist? Are they extinct, right? Those are the sorts of things that 5-year reviews are supposed to examine. And then the outcomes of 5-year reviews are pretty basic. We either suggest, right, an uplisting, no change, or a downlisting, right? So relatively simple outcomes, relatively simple purpose. But because we do them so infrequently, this one in particular was a bit of a bear and only got done because Mary and Helen and Faith and all of the demographic data providers were willing to work together over about 6 months to get us everything, and help write this document. There would have been no way to pull, 15 years worth of information together by myself. So first, just thanks to everyone that helped. The analysis framework was already created in the updated goals and objectives and from 2019. And so I'm not going to get into that, but basically we examined things at the range-wide level. That's the representation piece. The management unit level. So there's 10 management units, now 10 RITs. So hopefully the dots are connecting there. And so the redundancy piece, which is, spreading risk at the unit level, was at that management unit level or the RIT level. And then the last piece is resiliency, which is at the population level. Almost all of our data for LCT is at the population level. And so this is where we did our analysis. In the updated goals and objectives, you can see here the desired elements of a recovery population are genetically pure, multiple age classes from regular reproductive events, and enough individuals to maintain, health metrics through time. Right. And so that was the idea. Obviously, this was written before we put all the data together. And so as we started to pull all the data we did have together, we noticed a couple of things that across most populations, we had this set of information, and that last column is genetic purity or percent LCT. And so we compiled all the information we did have for abundance, the number of age classes, effective population size. Genetic diversity through multiple measurements, and purity or hybridization status, and ranked or binned those to simplify the analysis, because we have 71 populations we analyzed, and basically gave them a GPA score of 0 to 4. And you can think of it as 4 is good and 0 is extirpated, right? We're no longer in existence. And so obviously we want populations to be in, between 3 and 4. That's what we kind of called resilient. And then, because these categories were quite crude, right? You're either a 4, a 3, a 2, or a 1. We then pulled all the data providers together to have what we can call an argument session, but a discussion as to, what do you do with populations that are 2.9 or 2.8 when you average these things out, and kind of work through those through time. And so, go through this analysis. And really the reason we chose those variables is because they're the ones that are affected by the threats, right? So non-native species can affect the percent LCT through hybridization. It can also affect genetic health metrics, demographic health metrics by reducing the population size, right? And then habitat quantity quality.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you minimize the Zoom windows?
I wish I could. I was trying to. There you go. I don't know if I'll break something, but yeah. And so we really just focused on those metrics, because if we added the habitat information in and the non-native information in at this juncture, we didn't have an easy way to bring that in across all the populations in a consistent way. And number two, unless they're acting on those populations in 2022, the effects of poor habitat conditions or threats from habitat or non-native species should be reflected in the demographic and genetic data, and we'd be almost double counting it if we brought them both in. So we've just focused on those 5 for this review. We can do a more comprehensive analysis in a couple of years when we have the database up and running, and we can pull all the different data, disparate data sources together and tell a better story. And like I said, we had experts kind of come through and look at the numbers and how we ranked things. Overall, about half of the populations ranked as resilient or potentially resilient, and the other half as not likely resilient or at risk of extirpation. Surprisingly, the expert opinion, which all the experts were given the same categories and the populations they know about, it was identical. There was very little disparity between what experts thought before they saw all the data. Some of that informed by data, so it's a little bit of a fake. There's a little bit of connection there or interrelatedness there. But in general, experts ranked the populations without seeing the data the same way the data ranked the populations. Where we did have disparity was usually because of population, like I said, ranked at 2.9, and the expert had put it into the resilient category at 3.2 or something, right? And so in general, the way people or the data providers and collectors felt about the populations were how the data categorized them. And so nothing really surprising here as we've worked through these populations over the last couple of years. The one thing that to me was, I guess, not necessarily eye-opening, but like relieving is that at least a dozen or so of those potentially resilient populations could be resilient in the near future, like in the next 5 to 10 years, through some pretty simple and straightforward management actions. And so we really could improve the status of LCT quite rapidly if we can prioritize those actions and kind of put our money where our mouths are. So that was nice. And then, not surprising, we do have a handful of populations that we're going to have to figure out how to or what to do with, because there isn't a lot of management options to improve their resiliency, and they're in habitat that is just likely to succumb to climate shifts, right? And in general, the low to moderately low genetic health metrics are concerning, but we don't know exactly what they mean yet. And so we need to take a deeper dive, hence the genetic workshop this afternoon, and hence the need to really kind of hunker down over the next couple of years and develop better genetic tools, but also improve genetic management strategies. And so the 5-year review had, I think it's 8 or 9 next steps, but I've kind of compartmentalized them here that we need to kind of focus on in the next 5 to 10 years. And so, and a lot of these are going to get covered by Gabe, who's going to talk about the CC annual or the coordinating committee annual work plan here in a second. So I'm not going to go over these. And Cody's already kind of alluded to them. Do we have any questions about the 5-year data analysis outcomes? Oh, yep, microphone.
For those on what's called data banks, so the FW. So is this going to lead to us in the bull trout world in Oregon? We're using a species status assessment framework, and is that where we're going with some of this genetic stuff eventually?
That's a good question. I have not really thought about where we're going yet. Trying not to get too far ahead of that. In 2018, we really wanted to incorporate a genetics management plan into those updated recovery objectives. But what happened was we got kind of hung up on that and we kind of pushed it aside. I think the plan is to start the conversation today. What happened? Oh, you didn't hear the question. I'll try to paraphrase. Is the Dave Banks asked, is the point of starting this genetics management plan to start thinking about how to manage the species genetically in different areas is kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, in the bull trap world, we use the species status assessment as a way to focus on the science of what the science is to help the service make decisions about with that process.
Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah.
I mean, essentially that's what these meetings are, but we just use that process in the bull trap world, so.
Yeah, so they did an SSA, which is a species status assessment, to then better prioritize work where they're working across the range. And so Dave asked, was that the purpose of the status review? And I would say, no, it's supposed to be a 5-year status review. It turned into more of a bear just because we didn't have a platform to operate from. We will do a species status assessment at some point in the coming years. We just didn't have the resources to get it done by 2022 when we were supposed to get this done. And I would hope that what we'll focus on, some of these things over the next 2-3 years, would inform that, which then would inform where we prioritize work. Yeah. So not for this one, but hopefully for the actual SSA. Yeah.
The 71 populations in that pie chart, those are just existing populations. That doesn't take into account the things in the updated goals and objectives that don't exist currently.
Correct. Yeah. So we only analyzed existing populations that were inside the historical range within the Lahontan Basin. I did not analyze outside.
So like this step up is way bigger.
Yeah.
Than that alludes to.
Yeah. I'm trying to read this question, Robin. Oh, no, that's not a question for me. Any other 5-year review, status review specific questions? All right, cool.
I don't see any over here, but the other question was from Megan was about expanding the communications committee to broaden the group. And Robin wrote back that they discussed that during the February meeting, and they're starting the process of reaching out to Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources and Department of Ag to get their involvement in the committee to help with some broader perspectives. Okay, that's all I see over here on the virtual end, Sean.
Perfect. Awesome. So now, oh, wait, Helen has a question. I should probably, I don't think it's on. Oh, is it? Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
I'll just make one more comment that this whole effort, I think, led to a more active identification of more data needs and a much more active field plan. You know, like the hybridization issue is something that is still fairly unknown, I think, in terms of breadth. And so there's been a lot of activity to collect more data and get the more recent demographic data developed and available for future updates, which was, you know, will feed Dave into what you're asking about in the future.
Did everyone hear that?
I heard it on Zoom fine.
All right, cool. So actually, I'm gonna pull up at least one. Gabe, are you there? I guess I could advance slides for you.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
All right, perfect. One
so-
sec. Let me get you mic'd here. All right, I think we're good.
All right. Beginning this year and continuing into subsequent years, the coordinating committee is going to draft an annual work plan with the goal of delivering it to the management oversight group for approval sometime in the first quarter of the year. And so I'm just going to go over a few of the highlights from the 2023 plan. This is not an exhaustive list. So go ahead and click to the next one.
Yep.
So Cody touched on this already, but one of the goals for this upcoming year is for each RIT to develop their short-term action plan. and then have those uploaded to our shared document space by January 2024. We're going to start with the workshop at the end of this meeting to work on the template for the short-term action plans, and then the Humboldt RIT is going to put together an example plan to be shared with CC members in April at that meeting. And then again, we'll have everything uploaded by January 2024. Go ahead and click to the next one. In the upcoming year, we're going to initiate the development of the Lahontan Cutthroat Trout Genetics Management Plan. That includes coordinating with partner organizations to complete hybridization and genetic health panels, to work through any backlog tissue samples that we need to process, complete field sampling of remaining occupied habitat. And then the Quinn RIT, along with TU, is going to draft a genetic management and population monitoring guidance document. And then finally, the information collected and analyzed will be summarized and shared at like a state of LCT genetics presented to this group at the 2024 IA meeting. Go ahead and click to the next one. We're going to develop an LCT management and monitoring needs proposal within each RIT. So CC representatives and RIT leads will work together to assess their monitoring needs over the next 5 years and work with recovery partners to strategize pathways to fund the work. And then to support this process, the RIT leads will work with their constituents to draft the document, and the goal is to do this by the end of March, but we may need a little more time to do that. Next one. So we're going to continue to develop and fund the LCT habitat monitoring program. We're going to work on refining our approach to habitat monitoring across the range. And in particular, we're going to focus on incorporating lacustrine habitats and improving the feasibility and efficiency of implementing the habitat monitoring protocol. We'll also be looking for ways to support the final push to complete baseline status sampling in Northwest Nevada in 2023. Next one. I'll be there already. We're going to work towards fully funding and making significant progress on phase 2 of the conservation efforts database for Lahontan Cutthroat Trout. So we want to complete inputs and outputs of the database and reports for all 4 data categories. So demographic data, genetic data, conservation efforts, and habitat. We're going to be relying on recovery partner organizations to help with beta testing the various parts of the database. And then this is going to be an ongoing task. It'll probably continue through mid-2024. Next one. So we're going to work towards updating the MPVA tool for Lahontan Cutthroat Trout and then link that to the conservation efforts database. That's a later phase of the conservation efforts database, is to link it to other existing tools and databases. We'll work with the CC will work with the Summit Lake Paiute Tribe to integrate lacustrine populations in the tool. And then as part of this process, we're also going to be looking for pathways to fund the rest of that work. Next one. And then finally, we're going to review the UGOs, the updated goals and objectives that was written in 2019, and start to develop a species status assessment. So we want to define any terms that were maybe ambiguous in the UGOs. We want to specify any vague recommendations that were in that document. And then with support from the MOG, the Management Oversight Group, we plan to revisit the pros and cons of updating the UGOs versus formally updating the 95 recovery plan. Thanks.
Oh, I'm just going to go here. So I can't see. Let me get to a place. Wrong place. All right, let me pull this up. I'm going to stop sharing. What do you think? All right. Do we have any?
I don't see any hands or questions in the chat right at the moment, just so you know.
We have any questions in the room for kind of sort of the range-wide priorities for the year? Shouldn't be confusing. Same set of things we've been doing for a while. All good? Sweet. So we're gonna move on then to our first RIT presentation and just start trucking through those. I believe up first is Jason. And Jason Barnes with Trout Unlimited is RIT lead for both the Independence and the Carson management units. And so because of that, he's going to give, why does it keep telling me I can't minimize? He's going to give 2 presentations in a row. And we're just going to have Carson followed by Independence to simplify the process. So here's Carson. Should I pull both of them up, you think? Stop for questions. Yeah. I'll just pull them both up and then you can try to navigate this without. Let's see, so share screen, share. Here's Carson. Laura, do you see that?
Yep, and then go up to display settings. Yep, and swap.
All right, so then if I go like this, this
Go.
should out of the way and you're good to go. Yeah, it's just, space bar, whatever, normal stuff. Did I?
Just make your way through. You want to get this stuff? All right, so I drew the short straw. I'm going up first and discussing the Carson RIT. Like Sean said, I'm Jason Barnes. I'm just the RIT lead for the Carson, just kind of the person who puts things together and gets lucky enough to present. We're going to talk about the Carson RIT today. We're just going to run through the current status, what we did in 22, what we're going to do in 23, and then go over some challenges for the RIT. If you're not familiar with the Carson, it's a pretty big basin that stretches from the Carson Iceberg Wilderness in the Sierra down to the Carson Basin, well into, or the Carson Sink well into central Nevada. And you can see here, I had to circle it. The only place we have LCT in the Carson is right there in the red circle up in the headwaters. And I'll zoom in on those populations when we discuss their current status. So down here, you can see the 4 creeks that we've got in the Carson, Golden Canyon, Murray, the Upper East Fork and Golden, and then Poison Flat Creek, which is the much smaller population there that's just barely visible and disconnected from the rest of the system. You can see here that from this, in the overall category here on the right, with the asterisks there, those are all predicted to be unlikely to be resilient into the future. Most of these are pretty isolated. They're small. There's just, the good thing they have going for them is they've got a lot of reproduction and different age classes, and they're pure fish. So that's what the Carson has going for it. In 2022, NIFWIF through Trout Unlimited funded 65% design of 3 fish barriers on the East Fork of the Carson. In the RIT meeting, I don't even remember when it was, but I think it was late last year, November, December, we discussed the pros and cons of each of those 3 sites. When we went through and basically looked at the entire system and asked the engineers where you could put a barrier in the system. This wasn't biologists deciding where barriers were going to go, where we were going to do recovery. Everything we're trying to do at a higher level is to use science to drive recovery in the East Fork of the Carson. And because fish biologists are not expert engineers, we let the engineers do that work. They picked those 3 sites. They were in communication with the RIT at the time. And then at those 3 locations, they developed those 65% designs for those 3 barriers. So that was one of the things that was completed in 22. We also had some discussions with some of the local stakeholders, pretty mixed reviews right there. And I'll discuss this later. That's probably one of the biggest challenges for this RIT is there's a lot of people in these communities, especially in Markleyville and the surrounding area, that thought we were getting way out ahead of them. And so we realized we kind of stepped in it with the communications piece. That's one of the things that, like I said, we'll go back and talk to more at the end. And then also CDFW funded a 3-year flow monitoring study in the East Fork of the Carson to complement some of this work that we're doing. And so that if we advance to the point where we do end up building a barrier, will inform that effort. So it's collecting more data. It's not necessarily moving forward against the will of anybody else. It was an opportunity to get some more data, and we took it. But by no means does it mean we're pushing forward. And I'll kind of highlight that here with our next steps. There's a clear need for community outreach and education. There's already environmental groups in the Carson that are publishing that they're going to oppose this project when and if it ever comes out. They seem to think that it's already being pushed down their throats. So that's going to be interesting. We have engaged to some extent the commissioners and the fish commissioners in Alpine County, the economic development director too, but we need to further that. The interest groups like Alpine Watershed Group, a number of other groups, anglers, rafting groups, all of those, the tribes we need to engage. We've identified, who to talk to there. Water managers and users, that's been a big misstep in the past is, when with LCT recovery, we haven't engaged those downstream water users who are 100 miles away from where we're going to be doing recovery. But as long as there's that perception that what we're doing is going to affect them, we need to have them in these conversations in the very early stages. And then also the local community, because one of the things that I'll talk about later too is, Markleyville is a town that has really been driven by outdoor recreation. And so it's important that we have their input when we're developing these to make sure that we're all on the same page, step for step, and making progress. And, we had talked in previous RIT meetings about getting cost estimates for how much the permitting is going to cost, how much the licenses are going to cost for that. But I think that we've come to terms with the fact that there's no sense going out and doing all that work until we've actually engaged people in this community. And then, like I said, in 2023, right now, really the only work that's planned for the RIT is to begin that 3-year stream flow monitoring. And yeah, that's where we're at there. So the challenges, there's a lot of challenges in this RIT. And so when I say I drew the short straw for being the Carson RIT lead angle, and first I wasn't lying. Community support, I kind of hammer this in. This is the biggest thing we need. One of the problems that we have is the 3 people who are kind of driving this effort in the Carson also happen to be responsible for LCT across an entire state or multiple states, or their entire range. And so, this is such a small piece, but it's such a heavy lift. And we really need, kind of embedded support for recovery, somebody who's in the community, somebody who knows them, somebody who works with them, and somebody who can dedicate the amount of time that's needed to do the outreach that's going to allow us to even step our foot into the Carson and talk about recovery. Another thing, there was a catastrophic fire there, and I talked about, being an outdoor recreation economy. It's one of those things where we've got, multiple things that people are concerned about, and I think that we just need to be sensitive of that. And then, one of our other big challenges, and this will come up across the RITs that are in California, is the appetite or the ability to use retinone in California. It's a big barrier to recovery. I mean, we're talking a system that we've got 120 plus miles to recover that's full of non-native fish. And there is no feasible way or reasonable way to get rid of non-natives in that system without chemical treatments. And so that's something that not only do we have to talk to, within interagency discussions, but also with the community, because that's where we get some of our biggest opposition, is people think that, we're out there killing all the wildlife just to save fish. It's just not the case. So pause for questions there. If anybody's got questions about the Carson RIT? Laura, you can let me know.
What is the other pushback, like aside from the pesticide, you mentioned rafting and recreation, like what, is that a big part of it?
Yeah, so Helen asked if, what the other pushbacks on the Carson were. If it's rafting, basically any of those other interest groups, and I would say it's all of them. There's anglers in Gardnerville who don't want to see non-natives, stop being stocked in a river. There's rafting groups, or at least a perception, we haven't actually engaged them yet, that putting a barrier on a river that's been designated a wild and scenic river is going to impede those recreation opportunities. And actually, we've already identified that, the wild and scenic designation for the East Fork of the Carson doesn't start until Hangman's Bridge, which is substantially downstream of where we're talking about.
This is the same user groups, same project, everything from the Paiute project.
Yeah.
Okay, same exact community.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and Rachel just highlighted that it's the same opposition that we've gotten from the Paiute recovery effort up higher in the East Fork of the Carson. And so, yeah, there is a history of recovery attempts in Alpine County that haven't gone well over the last decade. And so we have that legacy too that we're dealing with. Dan?
Is the flow study intended to inform barrier design, or is it to appease downstream water use?
So Dan asked if the flow study was to inform barrier design or to appease downstream water users. My hope is that it would do both. If we're collecting data, I think that that's the best chance we have at answering those questions for downstream water users. I don't know that they're going to have questions, maybe just complaints, but nonetheless, we'll be able to address it with numbers.
The closest staging station is a mile below Hangman's Bridge, so there's too many tributaries up high.
Jason, what did, I think that might have been Rachel.
Yep.
What'd she say?
She said the closest gauge to the project area is a mile downstream of Hangman's, and there's too many tributaries above that to address, some of these study questions without doing a specific flow study.
Okay, we've got a question here on Zoom. Someone who's calling in from their iPhone, I believe. I don't know your name.
Great.
Okay, go ahead, whoever has their hand up on Zoom. iPhone. You're unmuted, so you should be able to speak.
Is it Rob?
I don't know, it just says iPhone. So they're calling in from an iPhone, but they don't have a name attached to it, so I can't tell who it is.
Tell them to type it in.
Yeah, maybe they can type it into the chat.
Yeah.
There is a chat.
Okay, iPhone person, if you can hear us, please type your question into the chat because you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Okay, that's all I have over here, Jason.
Okay, yeah, and just to say out loud, one of the comments on Zoom there, Nick mentioned that most rafting doesn't start until Hangman's, and that's something that we've identified in the writ too. So it's one of those things where that goes into education.
So Jason, this is Helen again, I try to remember that, I'll shut up. But one other comment I would make is that these, from the information that Sean presented on the 5-year review, these populations fall out as low on some of the biological attributes, but from the habitat perspective, that was not considered. This is some of the best of the best across the range, which I think, for this group and everybody else needs to be emphasized as to why these projects are so essential in that area.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm rather ignorant of Lahan professor of trout biology in terms of in these headwater streams. So I was wondering if you understood the movement at all, if any at all, and how those barriers might affect that and your ability to utilize full habitat and the full portfolio of life history variation.
Yeah, so when I talked about the pros and cons of each of those barrier locations, that's exactly what we discussed is how many miles are they going to have? Is there going to be metapopulation potential with intermixing, capabilities in the future? And that's basically what we came down to is that the lowest down barrier does allow a lot of intermixing. It allows the greatest amount of habitat. It's two very different, kind of segregated systems that don't necessarily rely on the exact same situation within those watersheds. And so that's definitely something we've talked about. The fish that are in the Carson now don't move.
Yeah.
The whole point is to try and
Yeah.
protect it, but enable a bigger system.
Yep, exactly. And that's really what we need, is to get rid of non-natives, provide a barrier so that there's not recolonization of non-natives, and then allow those fish to sprout. Because what we've seen in the past is that they will. So, because the habit, like Helen said, the habitat up there is phenomenal. And when you think dollar for dollar, like how you're going to recover LCT, like it's really expensive to bring habitat up to a great condition, but we've already got that here. And so really it's getting rid of the non-natives, putting in a barrier, but then also working with that community to make sure that they understand that, you know, maybe we're going to provide an opportunity for fishing over here. Because when you're focused on outdoor recreation, if you tell people you're getting rid of fish, they think you're trying to kind of squash them out. So that's definitely not the case.
For his benefit or everybody's benefit, were you above mileage above and below Wolf Creek? I mean, it's substantial. It's like 80 and 120, right?
Yeah, I think it's 70 something and 120 between the first and the second barrier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a way larger scale. That's why this is special.
We don't have other systems like this, like across the range. Like that's
No, and that's the other thing is, like, when we're talking about LCT recovery as a whole, the Sierra and the Rubies have the most climate resilient habitat going into 2080. And so when we talk about recovery as a species as a whole, we're not doing it by, you know, by writ, it's as a whole. And so if we don't have recovery in the Sierra and we don't have recovery in the Rubies, then recovery elsewhere is probably not likely. So that's the reason, you know, we go after projects like this, is because for the species as a whole, not only is it one of the few opportunities we have that could be most effective, but it's important for delisting as a whole. All right.
Use yourself to switch.
Yeah. All right.
You should be able to just.
You have to change the display because they're seeing the notes screen.
If you go to display settings and just duplicate.
On the top. Looks good. No, you had it.
You had it, yeah.
Yeah, Sean told me it wasn't good enough, so.
No.
Now it's good enough, right?
Looks good to me.
All right, so this one I know a lot more about. So if anybody has any more in-depth questions, I'm happy to talk about this one. This one is not the short straw for me. This is a place that I've been passionate about for a long time. Happy that people gave me the opportunity to be the RIT lead for the Independence RIT, and we're going to kind of go through the same thing here. Same kind of, you know, situation here. We're going to go through the status, what we did in 22, what we're going to do in 23, and then some of the challenges, which, you know, despite this place being way up in the mountains and being one of, or actually California's only remnant population of lacustrine LCT or adfluvial LCT, this place still has its challenges. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the Independence RIT, it basically goes down to where the Little Truckee meets the Truckee downstream of Boca Reservoir. It includes all the tributaries to Boca, Stampede. You can see Independence Lake there in the blue. And then up at the top there is Weber Lake, which is above Weber Falls. And it's, you know, Independence Lake is the only place in this entire RIT that is occupied, and we'll talk about that when we talk about the challenges. Current status, there's only, like I said, one population. Hybridization is the primary threat in Independence. This population came out as marginally resilient. From 2021, you can see here, this is an LCT we pulled out of the creek that it was about 25% rainbow, 75% LCT. This was one of the largest stream residents that I'd been tracking for 3 or 4 years. He's been in the same pool under the same rock every year we go back there.
I thought for sure he was a pure fish, and it was pretty disappointing to get those results back and find out he was a hybrid. Because, you know, one of if I was given this talk 3 years ago, I would have said that brook trout were the biggest threat to independence. But as soon as we got the brook trout situation pretty much handled in the creek, Helen gave us the bad news that we had hybrids. So thanks in a sarcastic way and in a good way. So just when we thought we had it licked, you know, we found another problem, and this one turns out to be probably equally as difficult to manage, but I think we're getting there. So there's a lot on here. The take-home message here is that most of the fish are pure. You can see in that first pie chart from all the fish that we've captured at the weir, 96% of them come back as 99% or greater LCT. That 1% is either error in, you know, the methods for categorizing those genetics, or, you know, introgression. But yeah, for the most part, we consider those 100% pure. In Upper Independence Creek, you can see the numbers are a little bit different. Still 83% of those fish are 99% or greater pure. There is about 4% that fall in that, you know, 90 to 99%. And then you can see that there's a larger chunk there that fall between 76 and 90%. And what we think happened here is in 2012, when there was some dam maintenance, they basically lowered the water enough and then opened up the channels so that fish in Upper Independence Creek could just swim right into the lake. And so there was an influx because we had samples from 2012 and didn't find any evidence of hybridization. But in 2019, when we looked at them, we did find hybrids. And so, you know, that's kind of our best guess. But basically, in talking to other people, when those rainbows invade a system, they head straight for the top. And so what we had in Upper Independence Creek was basically a bunch of rainbows that swam right to the top. There's only 1.3 miles of spawning habitat in Independence Lake, but those rainbows probably ran up there. We still find fish, you know, that are in the 50-50 range. Most of them are backcross, so we see 75-25, and then a lot of them are down in those teens where they've backcrossed with a pure LCT again. In 2021, we actually went through and removed every single fish from the stream because we realized that most of the hybrids were in the creek. And so we removed something like, I don't remember if it was 57 or 7,500, too many numbers floating around in my head. But we got rid of most of the fish in the creek. I think my estimate was about 98% of the fish in the creek we got rid of in the fall of 2021. And then you could see the angling results. Angling obviously biases towards larger fish, which is more similar to what we catch at the weir, spawning age fish, than it is in the creek, which is basically a census because we drain the stream down to nothing and take every fish that we can. It's more or less a census of the population when we do Upper Independence Creek, but angling is more similar to those adults that we catch at the weir. And you can see there again, 94% of those fish that we catch are 99% or better pure. And over our efforts, you know, 65% of the hybrids have been removed, but it's important to realize that most of those have been in the creek, and those are only the fish that we've looked at. And because we removed every fish in that system, we obviously identified a lot of hybrids and then also removed them at the same time. In the spawning population, I guess kind of as a recap for those who don't know, every year we put up a weir in the creek, no matter how much that creek is flowing, and we stop those fish and we trap them. If those fish don't have a tag in them, we take a fin clip for a genetic sample, we put a pit tag in them, and we identify those fish. And then subsequently, when they return to the weir, if they've got a pit tag, they're either been identified as pure or hybridized. And so only when those fish have been tagged and returned to the weir do we have an opportunity to remove those spawners, which in an alpine lake, you know, alternate year spawning is more similar than repeat year. So we don't get to see them all the time. If we tag those fish late, we don't get to see them again. Late in their life, we don't see them again. And so even though that number 65% is pretty high, we've probably removed close to about a quarter of the hybrids that we see at the weir. So in 2022, kind of what CDFW and Tumwa had a very hard discussion about a temporary weir. Like I said, there was dam maintenance and no agreement as to who would contact who when dam maintenance was supposed to occur. So CDFW and the Truckee Meadows Water Authority came together and had a discussion about how can we prevent this from happening again. Leslie Albert's been great in getting that forward, because basically what's going to happen is that means that hopefully this never happens again. And I think that's, you know, in the best way. What we can do is just not make the same mistakes over and over again. We did eDNA in 2022. Like I said, brook trout used to be a problem. Unfortunately, the results came back for rainbows. Fortunately, it was negative, but they were supposed to analyze them for brook trout. So we have to rerun those samples, and I'm glad they didn't find any rainbows, but yeah, if there's brook trout in there, then we're going to go back to what we've been doing in the past with pumping the stream dry and getting rid of the non-natives. We're going to try to put in a weir whenever we can get in there. As most of you guys know, there's a ton of snow out there. We've had to physically shovel this road in the past. I would imagine this is a year where the first thing the crew is going to do is wear t-shirts at 7,000 feet in the mountains and shovel a couple miles of road by hand so that we can get in there. You know, in 2022, we passed, 15, there was 15 or more. We're still working on the data, but 11 of those were females. We tagged 60 new LCT and we removed 4 hybrids. And that's where we jumped from that 20 to probably close to 25% of the hybrids removed. And then CDFW, or California Department of Fish and Wildlife, goes through in the fall and takes 2 boats up to the lake. TU removes fish from the upper creek, and CDFW removes non-natives from the lake. In the past few years, we haven't found a lot of non-natives, but last year they did find a big brown trout and removed it from the lake. So
Hey, Jason,
yeah, go ahead, Laura.
there's a question in the chat. How do you identify, the hybrids in the field and make the decision to remove them?
Well, okay, I'll go back. So if you look at this fish, there is no way to identify hybrids in the field. The only way that we can identify hybrids is if we have a pit tag number associated with the genetic result that says it's a hybrid. Yeah, it's not in real time.
Fish in the stream regardless of status.
Yeah.
All right, that seems good, Jason. I haven't seen anything come back. Thank you.
So I'm going to go on real quick in 2023, kind of what we have planned. Most of what we have planned for the year, I'm hoping to get done at this meeting. I'm hoping that we presented a little bit of information or we have enough at hand that we can have a discussion about what we need to do with this population to manage it. Like I said about shoveling the snow, we're going to be in there as soon as we can to put the weir in. But usually if we can get in there by mid-May, or, in years like this, the 3rd week of May, we can usually beat the fish, even if it's by a day, and block that spawn if we need to. And that's one of the discussions I'd really like to have, is in a population where 96% of the spawners are pure, are we doing, and the population is shrinking because we've been blocking the spawn, are we doing more harm than good by blocking the spawn? And so I think that's a discussion that would be really good to have in that genetics workshop later, essential to have probably for this population. And we'll have I'll have 4 seasonals, and we'll have 24/7 coverage of the weir from mid-May until probably this year. The run will probably go until the 1st or 2nd week of July. We're going to rerun those samples for brook trout. And then if those samples from 21 came back negative for brook trout, and we'll continue doing eDNA, because that's one of the things we're trying to do is figure out how we can manage this population with fewer resources. And eDNA and, manning the weir are fairly easy. So some of the challenges, we talked about non-natives and hybridization. What we have is with a warming stream in lower Independence Creek, I missaid upper Independence Creek, but in lower Independence Creek below the lake, There's basically two outlets to the lake. One has a dam on it that's been there since the 1930s or earlier, and the other one has a more recent, $1 million+ fish barrier. So there is no downstream spawning. So all they have is 1.3 miles of spawning habitat upstream. But what happens is, as the lower Independence Creek warms, rainbows come higher and higher, and they're constantly impinging on those two lower barriers. And so we've got non-natives knocking at the door, where historically that was cold enough that wasn't the case. So it'd be good to remove some of those threats, especially in the lake is a big one. Getting rid of hybridization is our primary priority right now. Genetics management, I just mentioned that I'm hoping that we can figure out how we need to manage this population. If we can do more by doing less, that would be great. And I'm hoping that we have the information to have that discussion. One of the big challenges that I think we have with Independence is redundancy. Like I said, we've got 1.3 miles of stream, and that's it for this population. They have survived here, and we've had discussions with the Forest Service, and we've walked back along this stream, and it's incredibly overgrown. And all it would take is one fire, and that entire spawning habitat would be toast for who knows how long. And so, I'm worried about blocking them for a summer with a weir. And I guess really what we should be worried about is how many decades they're going to be blocked if that watershed goes up in flames. And because there's no houses out there, it's incredibly remote. It doesn't seem to be a priority for the Forest Service. And so we need to find a way to manage that watershed for those fish in perpetuity. And hopefully, it's the habitat has come back a lot, but there's clearly some management that needs to be done to protect it a little more. And if that did happen, we don't have a redundant population. There is a population in a hatchery. But as most people know, a population in a hatchery is not the same as a redundant one on the landscape. And so, we've got this massive unit. We've got this fall here that you can see. It's kind of small in pictures, but I don't know how tall Weaver Falls is, but it's 60 or 80 feet tall. No fish are going up above that. And then we've got a lake up above that. So it seems like there's a good opportunity to have a redundant population. There's already Pilot Peak LCT for recreation in Weaver Lake up at the top there. And just as a reminder, that's Weaver Lake on the far left side. And so it does have some spatial segregation. Sorry for that. But it does present a good opportunity. But again, there's non-natives up there that we would have to deal with. And we've talked about the appetite for using rotenone. Maybe there is potential for manual removal up there, but honestly, like in a lake, it's probably not tenable. So it's just a discussion we need to have within the RIT, just to let you guys know that it's an issue. And then we also need funding to continue management. Those are kind of our biggest challenge to maintain independence into the future. That's it.
Any questions from folks online? Okay, there's a comment from Todd. The Truckee Ranger District has a signed decision to start work vegetation treatments around Pole Creek. We will keep identifying critical watersheds on the Sierraville Ranger District. More to come. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, thank you, Todd, for that. And that's why we bring those things up at these meetings. So everybody gets a chance to hear the same information. So yeah, and it looks like Jeff had his hand raised too.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Sean, for all the great discussion there on Independence Lake. You talked quite a bit about the genetics, and just filling in a couple other very minor points here for the rest of the audience too. Is our laboratory alongside Mary P. Duck's laboratory in Nevada Reno has been doing the genetic hybrid testing of the fish in Independence Lake and Independence Creek now for several years. And it's interesting. It seems like originally that the hybridization that Sean was referring to is probably a one-time event that we've seen over time, sort of kind of the gradual decay of the amount of hybridization that's gone in there. It gets cut in half, every 2 to 3 years as a result of spawns and generations turning over and stuff. So it just kind of goes to show that if we have a hybrid situation and you keep your foot on the gas, year over year, that you actually can make headway, some of these systems to just kind of restore some of the genetic purity of a hybridized population. So anyway, thanks, Sean.
Hey, Jason. TNC, up there.
Yeah, the Nature Conservancy owns the Independence Lake property, and they have been going gangbusters on fuels management on their property. Unfortunately, their property ends probably 30 feet upstream of the lake, and so it doesn't cover the spawning habitat for LCT and Independence.
And then Jason Russell Black said someone might have a side-by-side or ATV with a small plow. They use those at hatcheries to reduce hand shoveling.
Okay, I'll be reaching out. Actually, I probably need to shovel.
Hey, Jason, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, it's Russell. Hey, so no, I'm serious. We just bought like 3 small plows for our side-by-sides and gators up at Hot Creek. It'd be a trek for us to get them to you, but someone who's closer to Independence might have one, and it's a heck of a lot better than hand shoveling like feet of snow. That was
Yeah,
all.
some of those snow ruts, yeah, were 12 feet deep. So I'll reach out and look around.
Wait, so one other piece of context on here that Jason, that you mentioned is, what we're trying to grapple with now is the impact on the population of intensively managing hybridization. All this work is following a decade and a half now of brook trout removal, like you mentioned, which was previously done by the USGS and then us, that has really bottlenecked that population for a long time. And as they started controlling the brook trout, started to observe the reemergence of that stream resident population, right? So it's something that's somewhat dynamic that we're, hitting pretty hard with this genetic management. And it's an issue to consider, but it has reemerged in the recent future, in the recent past.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. All right, we're going to shift and do the Humboldt and Reese real quick and then take a quick break. So next up is Mr. Byrne. Trying to figure out why I keep getting. All right. All right, Laura, are we good on your end?
Yep, looks good.
I'll run through this quick since I know everybody wants to go on a break here. Couple little updates. What we're going to go over here is a little bit of the structure for the Humboldt RIT. This was one of the ones that probably went through the biggest change with the reorganization that I spoke about with the CC and the RITs on it. And then just a couple of very brief highlights of all the work that folks were doing in the field there, and then where we're at with the short-term action plan. So the Humboldt RIT's the largest geographic management unit, and there's 8 different subbasins that are identified within there. And it was creating a lot of challenges with trying to work together with partners and manage groups that, we'd end up with a lot of folks that may participate in a meeting on it, but the focus of that meeting was, in say Mary's River on it, and we had stakeholders from over in the Little Humboldt and stuff on there. So we tried to get more strategic of how we structured all of that. And then there's a couple of units that are identified in here that don't have any LCT populations currently, and really the opportunity for recovery is very minimal to non-existent. That's the Middle Humboldt and Lower Humboldt, so we won't be discussing any of that stuff there. So within the Humboldt RIT, we broke it up and identified 6 different subbasins. on it, and those are listed below here on it. And then with the associated staff, that's the lead there for it. And see my name up there a couple times. That's just temporary right now. We have a vacant biologist position right now, and they'll get assigned to management of those areas there on it. And then the Little Humboldt, that one is shared between Coulter and Winnemucca, and then our new biologists that hopefully this summer will be filling on it. And that encompasses that east side of the Santa Rosas and then the Snowstorm Mountains in there. So within these groups, you're going to start to, if you're a stakeholder or work in management in these areas in here, you're going to start to see some invites for sub-basin team meetings between now and the end of June. So just going to highlight a few of the many different projects and field work that the staff was working on this year. And I'm just presenting on this. This is all work that Jacob and Mike and Coulter and some of the partners with BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service and Forest Service were working on here. So one of the huge undertakings was the rock sub-basin survey on here. And the entire rock sub-basin had never been surveyed all at once. We had just went in there, and done a little bit of work over in Fraser Creek, or maybe a bit of work over in Willow Creek on it. And so it allowed us to capture an assessment of habitat conditions, fish distribution on it, collect fin clips from almost all the LCT that were handled in here, and really get an understanding of what the status was like in this area here on it. And it would not have been possible without some great partners at Nevada Gold and the 25 Ranch on it. So during the course of the surveys in 2022, and then a little bit of field work that we snuck in right before winter came in 21, we were able to get hands on 638 LCT in this area here, and all those fish have been fin clipped. So we're going to get a lot better understanding on the potential hybridization issues that are in here. Over the last few months, digging around in the office, we have found old stocking records that have occurred in both the Willow Creek and Rock Creek drainages in here. And then we had a event where non-natives were mistakenly stocked in 2019. So there's definitely some reason to be concerned about hybridization issues in here. The blue lines that are represented on the map here are the entire subbasin that was surveyed here. And then the green is just those areas under the 2022 conditions where LCT were found on it. Like most people are aware, 2022 was a pretty rough year in Northern Nevada. Drought was significant. We were in, several years into that drought. So it really confined populations to where there was good perennial water and colder outflows from springs. North Fork. So in some of the past meetings, we've spent quite a bit of time talking about the North Fork project on here, multi-year non-native removal project on here. We're in the last phases of finishing up the post-treatment monitoring in there. And I don't want to jinx everything, but so far all the electrofishing has been completed in there. That was all negative for non-natives, and about half the eDNA sampling has been completed, and that's all been negative for non-natives. We have about 100 eDNA samples remaining, and most of that's along that main stem of the North Fork, and then a couple of the trips there on it. One of the other updates that folks may see when they start looking at the 5-year review for in here is the 5-year review talks about California and Winters Creek on it. And since that document was put together to now that we've got back eDNA and electrofishing results in there, we've likely lost the California and Winters Creek LCT populations. Marys River, this one is going to be one of the main efforts that Jacob and others are working on this year on it. We know we have non-natives and hybrids throughout, not throughout, but in some areas of the Marys River watershed. It is a huge system in there with the main stem Marys River on it, and then the tributaries in there. So we're going to be kicking off a large multi-year effort in here to both address the hybridization, figure out the distribution of hybrids in this system here, and then start to develop a management plan for addressing that. And then, we're fortunate to have a lot of great partners with the various landowners in this watershed here on it, and start looking at opportunities, to complete habitat restoration and any land management improvements that is going to benefit both the landowners, the land management agencies, wildlife habitat, everything in there. So just a brief map here showing the size of Marys River on it, and don't know. Yeah, you can see, I think, a little bit in the green in there. Those were some of the areas that have been surveyed and some of the baseline surveys there on it. And then a couple of the yellow dots there are representing where hybrids have been found. So you can see it's just kind of a spattering throughout the system. It's over 150. No, so yeah, the colors, yeah, not popping out so good there on it. We have some non-natives that were found in the bottom there, and then yeah, some of the hybrids are captured in that upper portion there on it. So we got to get a better understanding of what's going on out there. It's a difficult system to survey because it goes intermittent with, even on good water years, this main stem will go intermittent. The Long Canyon project is one of our better opportunities to reestablish an LCT population and climate resilient habitat in the South Rubies on here. Last couple of years, Mike's been spending a lot of time focusing on baseline surveys to start informing our next steps in here. One of the big undertakings for us this year is going to be pulling together folks for the South Fork Subbasin team and that Long Canyon working group on here. For the upcoming field season, a lot of efforts are going to be focused on documenting the distribution of fish. We know there's natural barriers all throughout the system here on it, and then collecting fin clips from some of the fish in Mahogany, Segunda, and North Furlong to assess purity on those and begin plans on where we can start to establish refuges for source stock, down the road when we start looking at a treatment in that Long Canyon complex and then reintroducing fish in here. So huge multi-year project. We're looking at, if everything goes perfectly on schedule here, it's a 10 to 12 year undertaking on it. And just a couple other brief updates from some of the work in the South Fork Humboldt in the Rubies there on it. Were some encouraging news there with Pearl Creek, and that's been an ongoing project for mechanically removing brook trout in there, and the eDNA results confirmed the last electrofishing results of being negative for brook trout in there. And then some more positive news with the eDNA results on Brown Creek being negative. Unfortunately, like I mentioned with California and Winters Creek up in the north part of the range, we also had some unfortunate news with eDNA samples coming back negative in Carville and Green Mountain Creek on there. And these were ones where we saw, large reduction in available habitat and habitat quality over the last few years in there. So kind of a mix of good news and bad news throughout the Humboldt on here. Had some other unique opportunities this year. We were able to work with our air operations staff and stock LCT for angling purposes into some of the lakes in the Rubies on here, and it's not something that we get to do very often on it, and hopefully folks will appreciate that variety of angling opportunities up there in a handful of those lakes. So the next steps, 2023 upcoming here, we have a April RIT meeting scheduled on here, and one of the focuses of that meeting is going to be going over that short-term action plan that we're drafting for the Humboldt as kind of the trial run for all the other RITs here on it. There's 7 projects that are identified within there, and they're fairly evenly spread out through each of the subbasins there on it. So it allows us, to pursue some of those recovery objectives for each one of the subbasins on it. I mentioned those 6 subbasin teams. Those team leads have all been assigned to establish their first meetings between now and June 30th on it. And then new projects that are really going to be kicking off. Some of the other ones, you know, in those 7 that we're going to be continuing, or it's going to be the Willow Creek hybridization management, the YY project, which we've talked about several times at some of the past interagency meetings on here. But the 2 big new prioritization projects that are kicking off this year is the Long Canyon Complex. Now that we've got most of the baseline work completed in there, and then working with a bunch of partners on trying to figure out what we have going on with the hybridization issues in Marys River. Reese, super quick. No field work was completed down here on here. Since the last interagency meeting, we did receive ED&A results back for Tierney Creek. This was work that was done in 2021, but we didn't get the results back until later in 2022 on it. And those results were positive for LCT and Tierney Creek. So that was encouraging. And we're going to try to this fall get in there electrofishing and confirm those ED&A results on it. And then depending on staff and when we're able to find a good new biologist for managing this area on here, looking at removing brook trout through mechanical eradication in Marysville Creek. We had a treatment a handful of years back in there. And the main focus on here is really going to be on reestablishing relationships and communications with the different stakeholders in the Reese River Valley area on it. And then this year we'll be holding our first Reese meeting under the new RIT structure in quite a while. The Reese for quite a while was kind of lumped in with the Humboldt and stuff. So this was another one of those that we, you know, formally established a new RIT for just managing the Reese. Challenges that we face in both the RITs here on it, not too different than a lot of the stuff we are facing throughout the entire range-wide stuff on it. Hybridization and non-natives, you know, it's an imminent threat to a lot of the LCT populations here on it. We've learned a lot over the last couple of years on historic non-native stalking throughout the Humboldt RIT. And also as we've been able to sample more and more populations and look at that hybridization, you know, it's something that we're finding is a little more widespread than was originally thought on here. And then both for the state and working with our federal partners on here, both funding and staff capacity for on the ground recovery work and the NEPA hurdles is huge on it. And then we've been focusing for many years in this area and really all across Northern Nevada on repairing habitat management and improvement efforts. And that's something that we're definitely going to be continuing and, you know, capitalizing on those relationships we have with a lot of the landowners throughout the Humboldt RIT and working with BLM and Forest Service on lands that they administer. So any questions? Like I said, just kind of a highlight of a handful of different efforts that folks are working on. There's a whole bunch more work that the field staff and partners with the other agencies are working on out in the Humboldt RIT. It's exciting now with the new structure here and having that RIT structure formalized and the local sub-basin teams. You know, we now have a very effective focus structure to engage local stakeholders and partners on it. And I think our communication, you know, between those efforts is going to be a lot more efficient than it's been in the past too.
Any questions in the room?
Yes.
Timberlake Fisheries, this is question more along those lines of water supply. And I recognize that especially out there in the Humboldt tributaries that the over appropriation of the groundwater basins by the state engineer has, you know, caused some serious impacts to water flow. So when it comes to what's happening, and this goes for the Walker also, you know, even the Carson, but has there been any interactive engagement with the state with regard to how groundwater use is affecting habitat recovery?
I would say,
Cody, will you repeat that or summarize the question, please?
yes. So the question was, to what level has there been interaction with the state, and that'd be DWR on appropriation of groundwater rights throughout the Humboldt Basin on it. I'd say right now, those interactions have been fairly minimal on it. A lot of those focuses by DWR and on the Humboldt River and the Little Humboldt especially are focuses, in that corridor buffer along the river and for the new established, or I think it's what, a prohibition on new wells along that corridor on it. A lot of the LCT recovery efforts in the Humboldt are focused more on the handful of isolated mountain ranges. They're on it, higher elevation stuff. They're on it. Probably as we start getting down into some of the lower elevation stuff, like you can think of Little Humboldt and Paradise Valley area on it, we could be having impacts on connectivity in those systems there on it. But yeah, I don't think it's a major concern for a lot of the areas where our LCT recovery efforts are currently focused, just because they're relatively isolated to the higher elevation areas on it, where we don't have a lot of irrigation diversions and groundwater pumping occurring in there. A lot of times when we reach those lower elevations and stuff, where we might start seeing some of those impacts, we're hitting other thresholds like temperature thresholds and stuff on it, where even if we had adequate flow, likelihood of offering quality LCT habitats is, we're going to have to be factoring other considerations too.
Cody, in the chat here from the other Cody, any timeline on bringing on the new biologist?
We had tried to do that just recently and hit a couple hurdles on it. So we'll be looking sometime this summer again on trying to fill that new position. So if anybody has any interest in a fisheries biologist job with the department working in Central Nevada, let me know.
Perfect. Any other questions from the folks on Zoom? I'm not seeing anything.
All right, perfect. I got 10:22. Let's take a break till 10:40. So everyone back here at 10:40.
Sounds good.
Sounds pretty good. Everything's the same.
All right, we're gonna get started in about a minute. All right, Sean, are we ready?
We're getting there.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get this shared, and then I'm gonna get the group back in their seats. All right, everyone. Let's get seated and get right back into it.
Cause? Yeah, KAUS.
All right, everyone, we can get settled. We got a presentation behind, so we're going to try to catch up with everyone's help. Sitting down and sobbing and chatting in the back corner. Darkness, back corner. 5, 4. Hey, John, you can just walk me all like that. I know, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little passive aggressive attitude. All right, we're gonna get the people in the hallway into the room. I know, that's what I feel like. I'm channeling my inner border collie. All right, Daniel. You ready to go? Perfect. All yours.
All right, thanks for the introduction. My name is Daniel Cause. I'm a fish biologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the Lahontan National Fish Hatchery Complex in Reno. Today, I'm going to be providing the Pyramid Truckee Management Unit.
It's not showing on Zoom. Sean, have you shared the screen?
I didn't share. Stupid. Share screen, share.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so today I'm going to be giving the updates and next steps for the Pyramid Truckee Management Unit. A quick outline of the presentation before I jump into things. First, I'll provide the overview and a short background on the Pyramid Truckee Management Unit. I'll provide a status update for what was accomplished towards recovery activities in 2022. Then I'll talk about next steps for this year, 2023. And I'll provide a quick overview of some of the challenges that we're facing with LCT recovery in the Pyramid Truckee unit. So pictured here is a map of the Pyramid Truckee unit. Units outlined in black and shaded in a light gray. As you can see, purple indicates the occupied LCT habitat, and that orangish yellow color indicates LCT suitable habitat that is not occupied. The focus of the Pyramid Truckee unit is a lacustrine population of LCT that resides in Pyramid Lake and then spawns and rears in the Truckee River. I'm sure most people in this room are familiar with the conservation story of the Pilot Peak LCT. LCT were extirpated in this unit. However, an out of basin population had been identified in genetic work. Genetic work based on museum specimens, and this population identified this as an original endemic strain from the Pyramid Truckee unit. So current status, I'd like to frame kind of our status and updates in terms of the guiding document, updated goals and objectives. The first one is to manage and minimize threats and hybridization risk from non-native trout. The big one here is hybridization risk. So we've used a couple of approaches in order to assess hybridization. The first is a series of a couple of movement studies using acoustic telemetry on rainbow trout and LCT. The purpose of this project is to assess temporal and spatial overlap of the two populations during the spawning season. The second approach to assessing hybridization risk is genetic monitoring. So we've been collecting samples of juvenile LCT. Genetics will be run on these, and that will help inform us whether hybridization is occurring and what the extent of any potential hybridization might be. The second UGO objective for the pyramid truckee is to manage watershed connectivity and do this by addressing fish passage barriers and improving flow in the Truckee River. So Derby Dam is a historic fish barrier. There was construction of a bypass channel and downstream fish screen completed in 2020. 2021 was the first work done to allow fish passage at Derby Dam. However, it was a very limited time frame, and 2022 was the first year that we operated fish passage at Derby for an extended time frame. Another big thing happening for fish passage in the Truckee River is the start of construction on a fish passage structure at Numana Dam. We're really excited to get this project going and hoping to get started here on construction in 2023. And then in addition to some of the already existing fish passage facilities and construction of fish passage structures, we are looking to continue to secure funding sources for additional fish passage projects. The third UGO is to establish a self-sustaining recovery population. We've seen some promising milestones in recent years on this goal with natural reproduction of the Pilot Peak strain documented in the Truckee River since 2014. However, it's important to note that the emphasis for this objective is a self-sustaining population. So there's still a lot of work to be done to achieve this goal. The focus to work towards objective number 3 is actually to focus on objectives 1 and objectives 2. So managing hybridization as well as reestablishing watershed connectivity. A quick update for some of the management and recovery activities that occurred for 2022. We stocked over 175,000 Pilot Peak LCT in the Pyramid Truckee unit during 2022. Stocking locations include Pyramid Lake, Truckee River, and Bird Eye Ponds. In addition to stocking, we also operated fish passage of Pilot Peak LCT at Marble Bluff Fish Facility. A total of 807 adult migrating LCT were passed above Marble Bluff Dam in 2022. As I mentioned earlier, we did operation of a fish passage at Derby Dam. Currently, we are operating a trap at the top end, upstream end of a bypass channel. So this lets us document and monitor all migrating LCT that navigate upstream of Derby Dam. Similar to the passage at Derby Dam, I've already touched on the acoustic telemetry project between LCT and rainbow trout. This looked at movement data of the two populations, and initial results show that there is potential for hybridization based in temporal overlap of the end of the rainbow trout spawning period and the start of the LCT spawning period. Again, the second prong of genetic monitoring is to capture samples, collect samples from juvenile wild LCT, run those samples and be able to determine whether hybridization is occurring. There's also a long-standing ongoing project with Utah State to do population assessment of LCT in Pyramid Lake. This project provides relative abundance data, some size structure data, and other population metrics. In 2022, we conducted cryopreservation trials using gametes that were collected from LCT, both at the Lahontan National Fish Hatchery and collected from fish in the Truckee River at Marble Bluff Fish Facility. This is just a kind of a primary or preliminary year for cryopreservation. We did see promising results in cryopreservation of milk from both males at the hatchery and males captured at Marble Bluff. And then lastly, we conducted red surveys in order to document reproduction of LCT in the Truckee River. Over the course of the year, we counted a total of 167 reds from Marble Bluff Dam upstream to Derby Dam. A quick update from NDOW on the work completed in the Truckee River. In 2022, they did their annual Truckee River surveys on 5 transects at Lockwood, Rock Park, and Riverbend. The survey showed healthy populations of mountain whitefish, rainbow trout, and brown trout. However, no LCT were sampled in the surveyed transects. Shown here is a pie chart with percentages for fish composition of the catch from this project. As you can see, 74% were whitefish, 17% were rainbow trout, and 9% were brown trout. I briefly talked with Sam about this. He mentioned a caveat on the whitefish statistics is because there were only 5 transects, it was reduced from the full sampling suite that's conducted. And a very large proportion of those whitefish came from a single transect that had pool habitat and had high numbers of whitefish. But other than that, they said the flow was a little bit higher than would be ideal for sampling these transects. But other than that, it was a pretty typical year. And that's kind of the catch that was expected. So next steps for 2023, we plan to continue fish passage at Marble Bluff. This passage facility is a lock style fish ladder, so it needs to be manually operated. We began staffing it in late January, and I think we'll be going into May or June this year. It'll be a really interesting year for the Truckee with how much water we're going to have. And then we'd like to continue assessing the risk of hybridization using that kind of 2-pronged approach of movement studies combined with genetic analysis of samples collected from wild fish. Instead of using acoustic receivers and acoustic telemetry, we're planning to use pit tags this year. So all LCT captured at Marble Bluff will be pit tagged. And then we have some permanent antennas at Derby Dam, and we'll be having some antennas at Numana Dam, as well as a roving raft antenna to try to get fish detections. And then the other thing is the Numana Dam Fish Passage Project, which is set to start in 2023. This is going to be a rock ramp style structure. There's a current fish ladder at Numana, although previous year's data indicates that has really poor fish passage, especially at high flows. And so the goal with this new structure is to improve fish passage for both LCT and Quiwi. And then lastly, we're going to plan a trip meeting in March just to get partners together to kind of talk about what some of the changes are and what's expected for the workload for the coming year. So with that, I'll provide a little overview of some of the challenges.
Can I interrupt you just for 1 second? There's a question in the chat. Have any of the genetics labs detected hybridization in the pilot peak strain, particularly in the fish from the hatchery program?
Yes, the hatchery program, we have a long-standing genetics. We use genetic sequencing on all broodstock in order to provide pairs and matches that will have offspring with the greatest level of genetic diversity. And we've been able to run samples every year on those fish and have not detected any hybridization in the broodstock there. the genetics on the wild fish or some of the spawners that are migrating up the Truckee River, that's going to be included in a publication that's forthcoming. And we're just getting going on running those samples. So we don't have any results from that at this point.
That's it. We're good.
Okay.
We just said thanks.
So the hybridization, I would say, is the biggest challenge for us. It's the elephant in the room at this point. We need to really figure out if there's hybridization occurring and then what management actions might be done to mitigate that risk. This actually ties into fish passage barriers and managing our fish passage facilities. It could be a blessing in disguise having migration checkpoints or barriers at certain places in the river, especially if we can actively operate fish passage facilities at those barriers, potentially seasonally to reduce the risk of hybridization. And then, of course, funding needs for additional research and monitoring. As we make progress towards recovery, we need to be doing work to make sure that we're checking the boxes and getting the traction and doing the work accomplishing the work that needs to be done. So we always need funding in order to accomplish that research and monitoring.
Lisa put a note in the chat that they're running SNPs with Montana Lab this year and are working on updating our information on wild samples.
Yes, that's correct. So it's a new technology for hybridization, single nucleotide pairs. So with that switch from the old technology, we're just getting things going. But with that, I'd like to take the time to thank all of the partners that have been involved in LCT recovery in the Pyramid Truckee unit. And if we have some time, take some questions from the audience.
Yes, we have time for a couple questions if we haven't. Sounds like we already answered one.
I don't see anything coming up online. What about in the room?
Yeah, this is Irvin Wright with the Pyramid Fishers. I certainly appreciate the presentation, Daniel. We recognize that in this presentation, it does not include the LCT that are currently in Pyramid Lake, other than the pilots. And in the meeting in November we had with you guys, the question was asked about mixing and what's going on below Marble Bluff Dam and what's happening at the Spawn Channel and other tributaries at Pyramid Lake. And it was reported that there was an estimated 3% of mixing. Now, we wonder where that number comes from. We don't know, what data supports that 3% number. But the question was asked, well, what is the goal when it comes to mixing? And Tim Lux responded 0%. 0% mixing is the goal. And that the service is looking at wanting exclusive pilots in Pyramid Lake. And so we recognize what's happening at Marble Bluff. The reports that are provided to us each Monday morning showing 58 what you're calling pyramid strain and 8 pilots. And all those pyramid strains are put in a pipe that go back down below Marble Bluff. And only the pilots are allowed into the Truckee. And so when you talk about a recovery population, what are you talking about? Are you talking exclusive pilots, or is this LCT in general? Because we recognize what the service is doing with the pilots, and we're looking at pilots spawning too at Pyramid Lake Fisheries. And we're just as interested in recovery as the service is, but we just don't know exactly what the service is doing with recovery and what it means when they talk about a recovery population. And what does that involve? What does it include? Thank you.
Just to provide some context, There are multiple strains of LCT in Pyramid Lake. So that's what it's referring to, not mixing with rainbow trout.
Yeah, just to summarize real quickly, Mervyn Wright asked about the multiple strains of LCT in Pyramid Lake, the contemporary strain and the Pilot Peak strain, and was asking about passage at Marble Bluff and why the decision has been made to just pass Pilot Peak strain fish. Is that a good quick summary, Mervyn? And so to answer that question, in putting together the presentation, I really dug into the updated goals and objectives, which is the most recent guiding document for recovery. And part of that document is having the 3 R's of, I don't remember to representation, redundancy, and resiliency. And one of the priorities outlined there is to use genetically pure LCT. And the current genetic analysis demonstrates that the Pilot Peak strain is endemic to the Pyramid Truckee Basin, while the contemporary strain is a mixture of other source populations. And so the decision's been made to pass Pilot Peak at Marble Bluff in order to meet that objective that's been outlined in the UGO. I hope that answers your question, Mervyn.
Tim?
Actually, Daniel hit it right on the head. That's why that decision was made. And we went to the tribe to get approval to do that as well, to help, with our partnership to manage that population. And I think, and yet to answer Mervyn's question about the integration between the 2 strains, the monitoring that the data that we got was from our rotary screw trap operations, which is directly related to what's happening in the river as far as the fish that are spawning, and then the juveniles that are out migrating. So we're catching a section of that population, and we're analyzing their genetics using that rotary screw trap data to see how much, not just are these Pilot Peak or are they pyramid or, what they are, but also how much integration there might be amongst the 2 strains. So we get that data from our rotary screw trap operations, which comes from juvenile LCT that were reared in the river.
Todd, did you have a question? I see you popped on the screen. Or comment?
Give a bit of real time.
Okay, I guess not.
Just work that was just mentioned. So I'm Andrew Wendy from University of Montana. So we have analyzed at this point Pilot Peak brood from last.
We can't hear whatever's being said in the room on Zoom, so just remember to repeat it.
Is this on? Can you hear me now?
Andrew, are you able to speak into both mics at the same time? I think that might help out.
So just a quick kind of real-time update on, so the analysis that was just mentioned in the river, the lab work is happening as we speak. So we hope to have those results soon, but the Pilot Peak brood results are in, and with about 1,000 diagnostic markers for rainbow trout and 261 diagnostic markers for Yellowstone. They came back squeaky clean. So that's, for the brood itself, that's great. And we'll have more information hopefully soon on the. Mary's got a question, hopefully not for me.
No, I don't have a question. I just want to say that Andrew, we transitioned over to Andrew's and Ryan Kovacs lab from UNR. I know I look beautiful because I'm old as dirt. But so there in the lower river, there has been intermixing between the contemporary. Okay, there has been mixing between the contemporary and Pilot Peak in the lower river in the spawning, and Andrew's group is going to hone in with more markers and more resolution on exactly what that looks like. But there has been fish moving, contemporary moving into the lower river and pilots in the lower river. So that that is an ongoing research question on, you know, what does that exactly look like?
Yeah, and I think we can also kind of push, not to cut this off, but I'm going to. We can push some of this to the genetics discussion this afternoon, because it's really relevant. And we'll have more of a forum there, have these sorts of discussions. And we still got 5 written there, so. What's up? Was there another question?
How many LCT were passed at Derby?
At Derby, last year was 16. And there was, yes, there was additional 19 that were part of the acoustic telemetry project that were tagged and transported and released at USA Parkway.
We're gonna move on to Quinn Coulter. Thank you, Daniel. Sorry to cut that. We just gotta move. Let me, we can restore this down. Or let's see what's going on. I was like, where's the? So share. It only took like 6 tries, you know. All right. Everyone good on Zoom? You can see that?
Yes, we're good.
All right, so again, my name is Coulter Fierstein. I'm a fisheries biologist for the Nevada Department of Wildlife out of Winnemucca. And I primarily work with Lahontan cutthroat trout in both the Quinn and Little Humboldt river basins or management units. However, today I'm just going to be speaking on behalf of Lahontan cutthroat trout in the Quinn management unit. So to start off here in 2019, members of the LCT Coordination Committee and other involved stakeholders developed a set of updated goals and objectives to recover Lahontan cutthroat trout in the Quinn management unit, which is displayed in the orange here to the map to the, or in the map to the right. And within identifying objectives, they identified 5 recovery objectives for the Quinn. The first being to remove threats such as competition, predation, and hybridization associated with non-native salmonid species, to ensure that all habitats function ecologically, to establish metapopulation dynamics in at least 1 recovery population, establish at least 2 additional recovery populations that are spatially separated from each other, and lastly, to maintain existing isolated populations that cannot meet the recovery population benchmarks. And so currently within the Quinn, we're left with 10 small isolated populations, 4 being within the Santa Rosa Mountains, 2 within the Montana Mountains, 1 in the Trout Creek Mountains, which is actually composed of 3 seasonally connected systems, 1 in the Jackson Mountains, and 2 in the Black Rock Mountains. And so of these populations, I thought it'd be relevant to give a brief status of where they're at. And so in the late 1990s, early 2000s, 3 of the current populations were actually founded by Washburn Creek fish. And so technically 4 of the 10 remaining populations are of Washburn Creek genetics. And then of these 10 populations, 4 are the remnant or endemic populations left on the landscape. And then 5 of these 10 have either had previously detected or currently known Yellowstone cutthroat trout or rainbow trout hybridization. And so in 2022, we set out to collect comprehensive demographic and genetic data to better describe population dynamics and the resiliency of these small isolated populations. Specifically, we wanted to better describe census population size, distribution, genetic diversity, and rainbow trout and Yellowstone cutthroat trout hybridization issues. And to do so, we completed 100-meter 3-pass depletions in the systems that we sampled to evaluate population size, performed spot electrofishing to describe highest and lowest extent or the distribution of fish within these systems, and then collected 20 to 40 fin clips throughout occupied habitat to better describe genetic diversity and any rainbow trout or Yellowstone cutthroat trout hybridization issues. And so in total, we ended up monitoring 7 of the 10 remaining LCT streams in the Quinn, and found that the occupied habitat or distribution of LCT within the Quinn ranged between 0.15 and 8.6 kilometers. And then we also saw that population sizes range between 38 and 1,187 fish, further confirming the small isolated nature of these remaining populations. And as I mentioned earlier, we did collect genetic samples throughout all these systems. However, these have not yet been evaluated yet. So transitioning now to what the Forest Service accomplished this year within the Quinn unit. They completed multiple indicator monitoring or MIM monitoring in all LCT occupied streams in the Santa Rosa Mountains to measure habitat metrics such as riparian herbaceous utilization, stream bank alteration, and woody riparian utilization. And in doing so, they ended up finding that all of the currently occupied LCT streams met these utilization and alteration metrics. And then the Forest Service also collected data from and replaced stream thermographs within these systems, and also finalized the biological opinion for the Santa Rosa Range Management Plan, NEPA. So in 2022, BLM also completed MIM monitoring in LCT occupied streams in the Montana, Black Rock, and Jackson Mountains to measure similar utilization and alteration metrics. And out of the Black Rock Field Office, which includes LCT populations in the Black Rock and Jackson Mountains, they found that 92% of sites sampled met these utilization and alteration metrics. And then out of the Humboldt River Field Office, which includes LCT populations in the Montana Mountains, they found that 75% of these sites met short-term objectives. And then they also completed another year of noxious weed spraying in the Kings River allotment. So as for the next steps for 2023 and beyond, to meet recovery objectives 1, 3, and 4, we plan to continue working with collaborators to identify and work towards or pursuing the removal of non-natives from suitable LCT recovery habitats that indicate long-term population persistence and resiliency. And then to meet recovery objectives 2 and 5, we have several different action plans in place. The first being to complete habitat restoration activities in Crowley Creek using or installing structures such as BDAs, PALs, rock dams, etc. We plan to continue working to implement the Habitat Core Team to collect baseline habitat data to develop a long-term monitoring strategy. Continue working on the Santa Rosa Range Management Project EA, which is the NEPA for grazing that standardizes riparian utilization parameters at 45% for all riparian areas. To continue noxious weed spraying in the Kings River Valley, repeat short-term MIM monitoring on all LCT occupied streams with the BLM and Forest Service, and then also continue comprehensively, demographically, and genetically monitoring the currently LCT occupied streams, as well as work with Trout Unlimited to develop a demographic and genetic monitoring and management guideline for these populations, and then begin having discussions and potentially implementing a genetic rescue or augmentation project to increase resiliency and genetic diversity within these systems.
Can you tell me what PALS stands for? I know Beaver Dam Analogs, but I don't know the other acronym.
Post-assisted log structures.
Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Anything from folks online?
Anything online?
Not so far.
It's not. Oh, I see that.
You just crushed it. And everyone understands everything about the Quinn now. I don't see anything online. All right. No questions in the room? All right. Up next is Summit, I believe, Audrey. All right, I keep wanting to close out, which is not what I need to be doing. I'm going to help you get set up. All right. Summit. All right, so then I gotta go here and sorry, I'm navigating the one screen problem. That's what happens when you get used to one screen or two screens. You feel lost. Do you need the notes?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Thank you. It just makes it easier. I'm just gonna duplicate these and then you are set up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Audrey Dufresne. I'm a fish and wildlife biologist for the Summit Management Unit, Summit Lake Pipe Tribe, and I'm going to be presenting on the Summit Management Unit. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank our funding sponsors, collaborators, and friends. Our work would be impossible without them. Just to outline my presentation real quick, I'll be showing you a map of the reservation, highlighting the status of our management unit, updating you on our 2022 efforts, and talking about some next steps we're planning on taking in 2023. So to get everyone acquainted with the location of Summit Lake, the reservation itself is 173 miles northeast from Reno, almost all the way to the Oregon border. And as you can see where the red star is located, it sits at the northern extent of the Black Rock Mountain Range. So the reservation itself occupies around 14,000 acres and is primarily surrounded by protected BLM and U.S. Fish and Wildlife lands, such as the Black Rock Desert, High Rock Canyon and Immigrant National Trails Conservation Area, and the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge. And this lake is fed by two tributaries. It's fed by the perennial Mahogany Creek, which is the northeast drainage, and the southeast drainage, which is the intermittent Snow Creek. And this watershed supports two forms of LCT populations. It supports stream as well as lake residents. So moving on to some data, LCT spawners have been enumerated at a fish trap since the 1960s. And here we have data presented from 1978 till 2022. As you can see on the x-axis, y-axis here is number of LCT spawners caught at the up trap. And here blank years are years when the trap was not in operation. We calculated an average over all years of LCT spawners caught at the trap, and we calculated that to be 1,149 LCT over the years presented. And in 2022, we fell below that average at 714 LCT caught in the trap. So in 2015, a systematic effort to implant LCT with pit tags at a large scale took place, and 2016 was the first year that we had a substantial proportion of tagged fish caught in the trap. And from there, we could use the proportion of tagged to untagged fish caught in the trap, and also use our network of pit tag arrays on Mahogany Creek, so we could estimate the entire spawning population. So here, x-axis is years, y-axis is number of LCT. Blue bars here represent the actual count of LCT caught in the trap, like discussed in the previous slide. And orange bars are the calculated estimate of the entire spawning population using pit tag data. We calculated the 7-year average of the estimated spawning population, so the orange bars. We estimated it to be 1,185 LCT. And in 2022, our estimate fell below that average at 997 LCT as the average estimated spawning population. Just to touch on lake level a little bit. So here x-axis is seasonal sampling events and y-axis represents the difference in feet from peak level in 2008. So here positive values are when the lake level was above that peak in 2008, negative values are when it fell below that peak. So as you can see, since 2012, Summit Lake has experienced significant water loss and has lost around 14 feet in 11 years. So moving on to some 2022 updates, we did a lot of work with population demographics. And that includes the work with the spawn run and with the use of the fish trap, as well as pit tag arrays on the watershed. We also did a lot of mark recapture studies that included estimating the lake population through seasonal mark recapture sampling events. And that consists of setting fike nets at different locations around the lake. We also studied juvenile outmigration, and that consisted of another mark recapture study using 2 sets of juvenile fike nets along Mahogany Creek. We also worked with studying the stream population, and that consisted of electrofishing efforts through mark recapture and pit tags. And for population genetics, we continued the collection of fin clips for adult and juvenile LCT and plan on getting those sequenced and analyzed in the future. We also did a lot of work with the climate modeling and paleoclimatology projects with UNR this past year. And we also conducted stream restoration efforts to improve fish passageway, which this consisted of removing and replacing a culvert in Snow Creek, as well as finalizing plans to remove an irrigation diversion in Mahogany Creek next year. For watershed quantity, we measured lake level twice this year. And for quality, we conducted seasonal water quality sampling events in the lake, streams, wells, and springs. We also were able to deploy our pontoon lake profiler this year, which consists of a water quality sonde that records daily water quality data at specified depths within the water column. And we also collected and maintained our stream gauge network to better understand watershed hydrology. And also our continued effort to apply for funding to aid in these conservation efforts took place. Moving on to 2023, going forward, Summit Lake Paiute Tribe is focused on increasing ecological, social, and cultural resilience in the watershed. So for this resilience efforts, our first project we're implementing is with the aid of the BIA Climate Resilience Planning Act, or grant, my bad. And this will be helping in developing a plan to become more resilient in the future, both ecologically and socially. We also were awarded the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation America the Beautiful Challenge Grant. And with this grant, we first plan on developing a plan to for the continued connectivity of Mahogany Creek and the lake. And we also want to develop a plan to maintain connectivity between lakes, the riparian habitat, and the floodplain. And this will most likely involve creating management plans to manage reed canary grass infestation. We also are planning on implementing a bald eagle monitoring project to observe the effects bald eagles pose on our LCT population, with hopes of getting necessary permits in the future to decrease this predation pressure. Moving on to our population viability analysis, we are working on improving this model in the future and hopefully using work from the paleoclimatology project, as well as climate modeling, and implementing that into the PVA. For water quality, Summit Lake Paiute Tribe was awarded EPA treatment of state in February 2023. So now we can begin defining our own water quality standards, which will be very beneficial for our work. And for water quantity, we are installing a new lake bubbler, which will be an improved method at measuring lake level. And lastly, just continuing work with our existing projects will be taking place this next year. With that, I can answer any questions. If we have any. Yes.
I was just wondering on the status of the habitat connectivity between Snow Creek and the lake now, when you guys did that culvert replacement, does that mean that fish can access connectivity both ways now, or?
So for Snow Creek, that is a very intermittent stream. So this LCT population there isn't, I don't know, it's not totally, it's just not, they're not there that much. I think it's mostly stream residents that are in that because it does dry up a lot. So the culvert itself did improve fish passageway. It's just like a bigger updated culvert that just needed to be replaced. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments online?
Yeah, I've got a question. This is Colter Fierstein and Al. I was just curious as to, in that same vein, do you guys know to what extent mixture occurs between fluvial and adfluvial fish in that system in Mahogany and Snow?
I actually don't know much about that. I don't know if my director might have some more information on that. I'm not sure.
Is that a no, or they're coming up? Okay.
Yeah, it's coming up. I'm just going to say
Oh,
that's a
you're
great question, and we don't have an answer to that, but I think that's one of the things we want to answer going forward with the genetics work that we're going to hopefully be doing here in the future. So yeah, that's a great open question that we intend to answer soon. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah.
Megan Brown.
I mean, it doesn't need to be answered now, but a point of contact to talk about your America the Beautiful application and sort of what that funding and stuff looks like would be helpful. So if somebody could put that in a follow-up email or put it in the chat later, that'd be great. Thanks.
I'll put it in the chat.
Not to put you on the spot here, but the whole bald eagle thing kind of caught me off guard. Is the bald eagle problem so big that you really got to think about getting rid of bald eagles? Is predation really that much of a problem? And the only reason I ask is Independence used to have a problem with predation with bald eagles. They would just improve the riparian habitat and then that pretty much went away. And I just think about messaging from across the range. Like, hey, we're recovering LCT, but also we're killing bald eagles to do it.
Yeah. So we have seen an increase of the bald eagles during the spawning run, you know, sitting by the fences and just kind of preying on our fish. And we don't really have any data on these bald eagles. We don't know if there's any nesting pairs in the area, or we just have nothing, no information on them. So we are planning on monitoring their population, so then we can see if they're actually like relying on this. So, and if they are to a certain extent, like, hey, we won't be conducting those hazing efforts. I don't know if you have anything else you want to say on that.
Yeah.
Hazing was a good word to throw in.
Sorry,
Well, I was going to say,
should have
first
said
of all,
that. We're not killing them.
First of all, I want to clarify that we're not killing bald eagles. So that was that's the first point. So our intent is not to kill, go on an extermination project to kill bald eagles.
That should be the top line.
Yeah. No, but essentially we're looking at ways of how we can potentially, if we need to, reduce predation pressure of the eagles on the spawning population. So we know for a fact that occurs. We've got old game camera footage of, eagles predating on the fish. They hang out on the fence post right next to the mouth. So we know it's occurring, but we haven't quantified it yet. So we met earlier with Fish and Wildlife folks to talk about, permitting to haze potentially. And so right now we're in the phase of quantifying what the effect that they're having on the spawners is. And then once we've quantified that effect, we're going to go back to Fish and Wildlife and say, this is what we found, to answer their questions, and then discuss options about how we can decrease that pressure going forward. But we don't intend on killing bald eagles.
I sympathize with you to some extent, because at Independence, we've got a small population, very similar situation, you know. But we've got bears, we've got, now the population's up to 5 otters, and we've also got bald eagles like crazy. Not to mention every fall, the remainders come up and clean out the wildlife. But, you know, it's like, on one hand, you have all this predation, but on the other hand, you have a population that supports all these other species, so it's kind of like, it's a like tangential benefit too. It's hard to swallow sometimes, but it's good incentive for bringing those numbers up so we can support all that.
Right. And then the other thing, it's a natural process, right? Birds feeding on fish is a natural process. So, but I guess what we're trying to answer is it significant enough to an out of the ordinary pressure that we need to look at going forward?
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's great. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Sean, I don't see anything else over here.
Yeah, we got one more in the room.
Okay.
Seems to me the culprit may be the fence. Is it needed for grazing management? And if so, could it simply be moved further away from this location?
The fence around, can we move the fence?
Yeah, so great question. We're talking, I mentioned earlier that the bald eagles kind of sit on the fence and wait for the fish. Yeah, that's one of the things that we can look at. I think that a fence was originally put there to reduce horse and cattle pressure from getting into the riparian zone and creating havoc there. So we could look at that, but I guess the answer is we don't know yet, but that could be an option that we could look at, because I still don't want cattle and horses to get into the riparian and do damage there too. The easier thing might be to haze the eagles, but we don't know yet until we go through this study.
Perfect, thank you.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, so next we got the Tahoe Rit, and Roy is going to present. So let me switch here. I always try to do it that way. Rit, Tahoe. Sure. You have notes in here?
No, I'm good.
You just won't have access to them if we do it this way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roy Uleberry. I'm the senior fishery biologist overseeing the Tahoe Basin for the LaHontan National Fish Hatchery Complex. And I'll be giving the TBRIT update today. This presentation was put together with a few other members, including Leslie Albert, the senior environmental scientist at CDFW, Sam Cedillo, supervising fisheries biologist with NDOW, and Aaron Miller, fish biologist with LTMBU. Just as a brief outline of kind of where we'll be going today, I'll be showing you a map of Tahoe and the populations that we're managing, the recovery objectives for the Tahoe Basin, the Lake Tahoe reintroduction program, our Fallen Leaf Lake reintroduction program, a brief incline tributary update, an Upper Truckee River update, followed by some new dewatering methodology that we're very excited about. And we'll end it off with some of our TBRIT challenges. So the map you'll see here is of the Tahoe Basin. The areas in pink and purple, depending on how you see that, are where we are currently managing populations. We have 3 recovery and recreational populations within the basin, 2 that are lacustrine lake form, that being Lake Tahoe and Fallen Leaf Lake, and 1, fluvial form in the Upper Truckee Mice Meadows that's at the bottom of your screen here. I do also have Marlette Lake listed. This is an old map, but that is expected to be drained in the next couple of years, I believe, due to some public safety. So we won't be discussing Marlette Lake.
The Tahoe unit recovery objectives are to manage and minimize the threats of hybridization from non-native trout, establish multiple lacustrine populations, including Lake Tahoe, and to manage the metapopulation in the Upper Truckee Mice Meadows area. For the Lake Tahoe LCT reintroduction program, this one touches on the first two recovery goals of managing and minimizing hybridization and reestablishing that lacustrine population within Tahoe. In 2019, we began stocking LCT for outreach and recreational purposes with an initial 5,000 fish. In the subsequent years of 2020 and 2021, we continued that effort with catchable size LCT, but with stocking of 50,000 fish in each of those areas. In 2022, this last year, we were able to stock 100,000 catchable size LCT in the Lake Tahoe. What I mean by catchable size is 9 inches or larger. There was some previous work done on Fallen Leaf Lake that showed if we stocked them in at that size, it greatly reduced the chance of predation on those fish. Of those 100,000 LCT, 13% or 13,000 fish were T-bar anchor tagged or Floyd tagged. And this is to allow us to watch the distribution and growth of these fish if we get angler call-ins. We have also done consistent public outreach, both in person and via social media. Some of the next steps for the Lake Tahoe reintroduction program include finalizing the 2023 stocking plan, which we're currently working with our TBRIT partners. We hope to see a continuation of that 100,000 fish. We are in the process of developing and carrying out protocols to assess priority tributaries. In the very near future, we're going to have to manage spawning runs in the Lake Tahoe Basin. And so right now we're gathering data, looking at spawning habitats, fish passage barriers to see which areas we might be able to prioritize our management. This is going to lead into a much larger document that will be a tributary management plan, and that'll be brought together by the TBRIT and decided on with partners. We're also developing LCT research within Lake Tahoe, including some acoustic telemetry work so that we can track our fish to see what habitat they're utilizing and potentially predation rates, along with some genetics work to see what the risk of hybridization is in the basin. We are working with the Washoe Tribe and TRPA on AIS related projects in Lake Tahoe through the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we hope to continue those efforts moving forward. We also hope to expand our outreach efforts. For our Fallen Leaf Lake LCT reintroduction program, this one is much older. It began in the early 2000s. We began stocking LCT in 2002. In 2008, we began removing non-native lake trout from the lake, and we are still continuing to do that. We also began removing non-native trout from Glen Alpine Creek, where we manage a LCT spawning run. From the program, we have seen some success, including the persistence of LCT. So we do see overwintering LCT, and we get that from callers or anglers that catch the fish and call them in. And also we catch them in our gill nets occasionally when we're doing lake trout surveys. We did have an exciting first multi-year tag caught this last year. So the fish that was tagged and stocked in 2018 was caught in 2022, which is very exciting for us. We have been documenting LCT migration since 2012, and we have seen reduction in the size classes of lake trout since the start of that. So we are catching much smaller lake trout in our nets these days. Some of the project needs are a continued removal of non-native fish from Fallen Leaf Lake and Glen Alpine Creek, and eventually removal of rainbow trout in the upper watershed, just to reduce that hybridization risk coming from above as well. An incline tributary update from NDOW. So there's an ongoing effort from the Nevada Department of Wildlife to manage a spawning population of rainbow trout, and in the future, Lahontan cutthroat trout that will run up Third and Incline Creek. Third Creek offers the best available spawning habitat on the Nevada side of Lake Tahoe. And so NDOW puts in a fisheries management structure along with the fish trap seen here at the bottom of your screen. They put that in every March, I believe. However, it sounds like it might be April this year with the snowpack and the flows. And they leave that in for roughly a month and a half or until flows make it unmanageable. Every fish that comes into that management structure is given a pit tag, a Floyd tag, and then released along with some additional wild broodstock from NDOW. These fish are tracked through spawning season with submersible passive pit tag readers. In 2022, NDOW reported that they saw the largest amount of fish come into Third and Incline Creek since the start of the study. And they have recently received funding through the Habitat Conservation Fee to begin working with a firm to design plans for a permanent fish management structure on Third Creek, which is very exciting. This slide here has the tracking distribution of tagged rainbow trout that they have received from angler catch reporting. In 2022, NDOW reported that there were 4 call-ins from anglers, primarily in the Crystal Bay area. So if you see that tight grouping at the top north end of Tahoe, that's where they're largely getting their call-ins. That is also sort of near Third and Incline Creeks. Additionally, during the spawning effort, I believe NDOW recaptured 11 rainbow trout. 9 of those 11 were a second time recapture and 2 of them were a third time recapture. So they are seeing these fish come back to Third and Incline even within the same season. The Upper Truckee River Expansion Project, this is an ongoing continuation of a long-term effort to restore LCT habitat and manage a native fishery in the Upper Truckee River. It hits on all the recovery, the updated goals and objectives for LCT recovery, including management of hybridization, establishment of multiple lacustrine populations, and the management of Upper Truckee mice meadows population. In 2022, the Forest Service field crews were able to go out and use a modified dewatering method on the Showers Lake outlet. There's a photo here of them working on that. Essentially what they did was pump large pools in the outlets and then electrofish those areas. And what they saw was an increased capture efficiency of young and beaver trout compared to just electrofishing those pools without lowering the water. They were able to treat half a mile of the Showers Lake outlet and also Elbert Lake, which they hope to continue in 2023. In 2023, they'll be rolling out their new dewatering methodology in tandem with electrofishing and gill netting. So this method does reduce the need for some of that electrofishing because it's drying out the creek, and it also is increasing capture efficiency. It has been shown to be successful in both Independence Creek, which was presented on earlier, and Silver Creek. So we have high hopes that we'll be able to dry some of those areas out. As seen in the photos here, essentially what they do is dam up the tributary. They run water around the treatment area through pipes and let that area dry out and use subsequent electrofishing to kind of clean up any pools that are still holding water. There's an additional 8 years of dewatering and monitoring post 2023 that they will be carrying out in an expanded area. This expanded area will be kind of an adaptive management approach based off 2023 lessons learned. And once completed, it will be the largest interconnected piece of habitat for LCT in the Tahoe Basin. And that would be 17 miles of stream and 100 lake acres. So there are many challenges in the Tahoe Basin for the T-Brits. However, these 4 are kind of the big ones that we're focusing in on right now. Hybridization, which is across the basin, especially with rainbow trout being so apparent in these systems. Managing of spawning runs, which will be coming very soon for us, and how to minimize hybridization risks. Understanding the Lake Tahoe population dynamics. So now that we have fish in there and we can study them, we're looking at their interactions with the many non-native trout. We might be able to extrapolate some additional stocking numbers from some of this work. And of course, public outreach and awareness. It's always tough to get the message out there. And so we're continually working on that. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Roy. Do we have any questions in the room?
Yes.
Megan Brown has her hand up.
Did you, sorry, Sean, did you say you had one in the room first?
This is Travis with NDOW. Roy, just what in Fallen Leaf Lake, you mentioned the spawning run annually. What is that numbers wise? You know, have you guys seen that increasing over the years? Is it pretty stagnant?
I don't have those numbers on me. Since 2012, we have had an increase in those numbers, but it has varied year to year. Some of these years we've just been blocking the spawning run completely as we've been fine tuning our weir and our management system through multiple iterations. And because of the flashy nature of the system, it has been blown out to where we'll just try and block it. And then we will remove, juvenile trout with a fyke net to try and clean up some of that potential hybridization. But yeah, I don't have those numbers on me. I apologize.
Thank you.
Anything else in the room? Anything online?
Megan.
Thanks, and I may have missed this in the presentation. So you're dewatering to get rid of non-native fish, and then those areas will be naturally rewatered and they will have LCT. I just didn't understand what that was. If you could explain that, thanks.
Yep, you nailed it. Essentially, what's happening is for large sections of the river, or the tributaries, they will be dammed up and dried out. And we've seen success in Independence and Silver Creeks where we can dry it out completely and basically all those fish will perish, largely non-native trout species in these systems. There will be some additional electrofishing in pools that still hold water. And then once the season is done, those bags will be removed and it'll be allowed to refill.
Great, thank you.
Just one point of clarification, the stream doesn't dry out.
Right, which is the use for the electrofishing, correct?
No, yeah. Just to answer that question, the riffles stay moist, like I don't even think the invertebrates die. You can see water in the interstitial spaces between the rocks. It's just the pools that get drawn down and then they're not feeding the riffles, so you still have that kind of hyperrheic flow that's still feeding those, and they fill up within minutes.
Okay.
So yeah, you're not totally dewatering and drying, just lowering the water level to reduce the complexity so you can eat fish.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, this is the Forest Services slide. I am new to this project, but excited to see it. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jason. That's helpful. I was having a little concern, so thanks.
Can you talk more about dewatering Marlet Lake?
I actually can't. Travis or Sam might be able to speak more to that.
And can you repeat the question when you answer?
So it was asked if we could speak more to the draining of Marlet Lake.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is Travis with that. No, it's, it was designated as a high-risk dam by FEMA. And so the plan is to dewater, resurface the entire dam, redo the outlet structure. And then, so we're working with the design firm they're gonna put in a coffer dam. So we actually won't lose that fishery entirely. It was supposed to happen this year, but judging by the amount of snow on the mountain, they're not gonna get in there and it has to be done in one season. So I think it's gonna get pushed into 24. But we're working on the plans on how we're gonna salvage that fishery through the project.
And then because you have the microphone, the question that came up is, can you explain the objectives of the wild rainbow trout program discussion in the incline area? Or possibly, yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, that's, I mean, everyone knows rainbow trout and LCT have very similar life histories. And in the absence of LCT in Lake Tahoe that have any type of viable spawning run, we've been using rainbow trout for the past 7-8 years to kind of identify what a potential LCT spawning run in the Lake Tahoe tributaries would look like. And now with LCT being present in the system, we're hoping to start seeing LCT show up in our management weir, which we would then pass and continue the project using LCT instead of rainbow trout going forward.
Oh, sorry. Could you not hear that? I'm sorry.
No, that was okay. I think I heard it okay. Nick also had his hands up.
Yeah, this is probably a little late, but I was just going to jump onto the question regarding invertebrate impacts from dewatering. I agree with what Jason said. We actually did a pretty nice study on Silver Creek looking at invertebrate densities pre and post project and comparing it to seasonal shifts as well as grazing use, and didn't see any impact, or at least nothing that was greater than the overarching seasonal shifts. So, possible to say no impact, but certainly less than background.
Thanks, Nick.
Hey, thanks. Anything else?
All right, thanks,
I
Roy.
don't see anything, Sean. What do you want to do timing wise, scheduling wise? We have about 10 minutes. Do you want to just wrap up these two and then break for lunch a little later? Okay.
Correct. I want to push and then we'll try to get through lunch and back. Nick, you are up next. And so he should be able to just share his screen, and I'm going to modify this microphone somehow.
All right, Nick, you just go to the share screen on the bottom, the green arrow, and open your PowerPoint, and it should work.
Got it.
Everyone here? Well, and I'm going to chat box.
Sean, can you guys see the screen okay?
Not yet. It says you've started screen sharing, but it hasn't popped up over here on Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Okay, looks good.
Let me,
Yep.
All right. So I guess I'll go ahead and just get rolling because we're a little behind. My name's Nick. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Bishop Field Office. I'm the fisheries supervisor down there. And I'm presenting on this until we backfill my old position. Then that person will be taking over the role in the Walker Writ. Kind of just a quick overview. We're going to talk about the status of existing populations in California and Nevada, then talk about progress towards RIT priorities, the UGOs, and then what we're planning to do in 2023. The 2019 UGOs, the existing ones for the Walker LMU are pretty similar to a lot of the other RITs: minimize threats, establish a meta population, ensure that we're keeping our existing populations, try to establish a lacustrine population at some point, maintain existing recreational populations based on genetic management guidance, and improve habitat conditions throughout the Walker River Basin. Just to kind of give a quick overview of our populations, we've got 7 in the Walker River, 6 are in California, 1 is in Nevada. Cottonwood Creek at the top is the Nevada population, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about that as a part of this. Although that is not my slide, so if there's any questions, please shoot that towards Endow. Most of these populations are not resilient. These are small populations. Some are borderline resilient, might be at some point like Wolf Creek or Mill Creek, but realistically, these are small streams, headwater populations, all from a single source population in Bide Creek. Our priorities right now as a RIT are to kind of secure and expand Slinkard Creek, secure and expand Silver Creek, work on Cottonwood Creek, try to make sure that population does well, continue to collaborate with the Walker Basin Conservancy, and assess the status of our existing populations. We're going to start with California. We'll run through the ones we visited this year. We didn't make it out to Murphy Creek, which is a tiny population that's extremely remote, difficult to access. We did make it there last year and the fish were fine. So we're not going to be visiting that every year. Bide Creek is our sole relictual population, but it is definitely not resilient, probably due to a combination of climate change as well as land management practices have led to this stream becoming increasingly intermittent. We installed some BDAs in 2017 following a large drought rescue that occurred, and Bide Creek almost went dry. We haven't seen that happen in the last drought. It actually persisted pretty well through the 2022 drought. But we've been working on how to kind of improve stream flow, and to that end, we're working with our lands program to implement about an $800,000 forest management plan that we consulted with some professional foresters on. We're trying to thin conifer density around the riparian. I'm not going to get into it too much, but essentially try to increase water yield by removing some of the excess trees in the system and kind of make it a little more resilient against fire too. We're planning to monitor the effects of that forest restoration using a combination of pressure transducers as well as visual flow monitoring. As you can see, CDFW really only owns a small chunk of the Bide area. The rest is owned by HTNF, and I'm pleased to kind of share that HTNF is going to be, or sounds like they're going to be, doing their own fuels project upstream. This is some of the dog hair fur stands that we have upstream of the Bide Creek Ecological Reserve where we're doing our project. Hopefully we can at least get this to the point where it's no longer at risk of immediate extirpation every time we have a below average snowfall. So moving on to Slinkard Creek. Slinkard Creek is tiny at the moment. It's only about a mile of occupied LCT habitat, even though the stream is almost 8 miles long. This is one of our better LCT habitats. Unfortunately, just due to kind of the way the stream is, there's not a good barrier to keep non-native fish from moving up out of the Walker into, or the West Walker to colonize Slinkard Creek. We've been working with TU, BLM, and CDFW to replace a diversion structure at the bottom end of Slinkard Creek and turn that into a permanent fish barrier. And we're partnering with CDFW or with CalTrout to go ahead and remove non-native fish once that barrier is complete. That barrier is going to go to construction in 2023. If all goes well. This snowpack might complicate things, which would mean fish removal occurs in 2024, 2025. If that happens, this might become a resilient population. We're pretty excited about that. Silver Creek is potentially our best habitat in the Walker Basin for cutthroat trout. It's unfortunately not resilient just due to the presence of brook trout throughout the system. And because of this is such a great habitat, we've been working to remove non-native fish from the system since 1994. This has been in the works since I was in kindergarten. Just to put a quick perspective on things, you know, we rediscovered brook trout following a rotenone treatment in 2004. It's possible the rotenone treatment failed. It's possible those brook trout were introduced by disgruntled anglers. We're not sure. But since 2004, we've been trying to remove them using electrofishing. Beginning in 2020, we started using some stream diversion techniques we developed in desert fish management to decrease stream flows in the system, push the water around over a couple of miles, and then come back in with electrofishing and shock the remaining pools. And this dramatically increased our capture probability. In some places, we tripled our chances of catching fish. The 2020 project was a headwater project right up in the red there. 2021, we attempted to do the whole system, making it down to a barrier waterfall located in just about a mile above the Marine base, 1.5 miles above the Marine base there off Highway 108. That 2021 project stalled out due to a really early snowfall. Wasn't necessarily a bad year for it. It just came in early October and that shut us down. In 2022, we actually made it all the way to that lower barrier to water the whole system and removed a lot of fish. Our progress this year in Silver Creek, which was kind of our primary LCT restoration project in our region, we, you know, over the course of 40 days, marched down the stream, did 10 miles of wetted habitat, removed almost all the brook trout that we could. We're actually waiting on some eDNA results to see how that's looking. Back calculated our removal efforts across both headwater and lower elevation reaches. Per pass, we're removing 80% or more of the fish on average using this method, which is double or triple what you see with single pass electrofishing. When you combine that we did at least 2, sometimes 3 passes, we're feeling like we got most of the fish, and that's evidence in our changes from 2021. So in 2021, we shocked and diverted about half of the creek. In 2022, we came back and retreated or redid those reaches and saw a 99% reduction in adult brook trout, kind of with the exception of one reach where we, as a part of our 2020 pilot project, kind of inadvertently created a swarm of young a year that tripled the density of fish in that system. That led to a little bit of a ton of small fish to remove. We didn't get them all in 2021, but we felt pretty good this year. Moving on to our other populations in California, 4 of them are open angling, 3 of them are advertised. We went into the popular angling streams. This is an attempt to get Californians engaged with their natural heritage. These are heritage trout or wild trout waters. We revisited a subset of TU sites from 2018, which were a comprehensive population estimate, and compared those sites to what we saw this year. Wolf Creek, we didn't see a big decline. We actually saw a slight increase, but we only made it to 3 sites. High flows. Mill Creek, we saw a slight decrease in population densities. We might come back to Mill Creek and look a little more closely at this population because this is a potentially worrisome trend, especially given it was just open to angling. Slinkard Creek, virtually no change in the population, pretty stable. These are all 3-pass population estimates. So to summarize, California's populations, their Bide Creek is stable. We're working on securing that population. It's never going to be resilient, but we'd like it to stick around. Slinkard, we're in the process of trying to increase that population to occupy the whole stretch, and hopefully within 2 years we'll be done and that population will be resilient. Silver Creek, the LCT population is increasing as a response to decreases in brook trout. Hopefully we can walk away from that project in the next year or two with a resilient LCT population. Wolf Creek population stable, might be increasing. Mill Creek, the population didn't crash, but it might be in decline. We're going to look a little more closely at that. And like I said, we didn't get an RV. Out in Nevada, Cottonwood Creek, which is above Hawthorne Army Depot. This is not my stream, so I don't have any real answers to questions here, but LCT have expanded to occupy 2 miles of the system since they were introduced 6 years ago. 21 LCT were captured in 2022. And the stream seems to be highly susceptible to climatic variation there. It's one mountain range in the middle of nowhere. It's a small watershed. That's kind of what you would expect. But flows are varying by 400%. And the highest flow was observed, that they saw was 3.5 CFS in June 2019. So it's a small stream. Walker Basin Conservancy, which is working to restore flows to Walker Lake. Look, this is their slide. Again, I can't answer too many questions here, but they've got over half the water rights needed. Over 26% of them have been allocated to in-stream, which is great. So far, they've delivered 14,348 acre feet to Walker Lake since 2019. And they would refer you to the Walker Basin Hydromapper for more information. This is really cool. This will be how we get our lacustrine component done, if possible. Goals and next steps. We are planning to reconstruct the Slinker Creek diversion structure in partnership with BLM and TU this year. That'll create a formal fish barrier at the lower end of Slinker Creek. We're going to be hopefully getting in to do year 3 brook trout removal in Silver Creek. We're doing ED&A monitoring in Silver Creek as well. Also this year, we're planning to sit down and identify where we want to establish our meta population. We've got a couple $100,000 in planning to look at barrier locations and design and kind of start the ball rolling on that to meet that. I think that's Hugo 2. We're going to continue to work with Walker Basin Conservancy on collaborative conservation, both in the Bodie Hills and Walker Basin in general. We're going to be looking closely at Cottonwood Creek genetics and make sure that population isn't becoming too inbred. And we're going to be revisiting all of our LCTs for genetic and demographic status in the future. We've been trying to stay on that. Our challenges that we know of so far, reestablishing a recovery population with a lacustrine component is going to be tough. There's some smaller lacustrine areas, habitats that might be able to support LCT, but it wouldn't be attached to a large stream system. So that's going to be a tough one. Non-native fish removal in general is a challenge. California struggles sometimes with roadnose, although we've got some good playbooks for that. The dewatering methods that we're using at Silver seem to be showing some nice results. And the human component in these systems is a big one. Everyone in these areas gets deeply attached to the land. It's really important for our recreational users to care, but at the same time, that caring can lead to a little bit of possessiveness, and we need to make sure we're engaging everyone, as Jason talked about in the Carson. Fortunately, the Walker seems a little more supportive in general of cutthroat trout than Alpine County, but those concerns are very real here too. With that, I'll wrap up and take any questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. What I'm going to do, you want to stop sharing and then I can see the chat. And I'll see if there's anyone online that has questions first, and then I'll run around the room.
There's nothing in the chat at the moment, and there's no hands up online.
I got at least one in the room here.
Hey, Nick, thanks. This is Jason. Just a quick question for you. You guys said you're revisiting all the populations in the Walker. Are you going to sample for genetics to inform the genetics management framework according to the way that it's being done across the range? And I talked to
I haven't been sent any protocols on that, Jason, but we do routinely collect genetic fan clips. I think our most recent round was 2021, and our genetics lab would be the point of contact for that. We've got fin clips from almost all our populations that are less than 2 years old.
Are you collecting YOY and collecting from top to bottom?
Collections are spread out, usually adults. But like I said, we'll be going to a lot of these populations this year. So if you send me a protocol, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think Gabe Singer has that.
Okay, then I'll work with Gabe.
Nick, are LCT still present in Roosevelt and Lane Lakes?
So those populations are stocked. There are still cutthroat in there. There are still goldens in there. There's no reproduction that occurs. It's just recreation, put and take fish. We put fingerlings in those lakes as they become available. And those are Independence Lake strain fish from Heenan.
Russell said those are not recovery populations.
No, we manage those strictly for recreation.
All right, I see some stuff in the chat. Are they?
That's it. That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the room, and just in the effort of getting us to a lunch break here, we have one more presentation. I want to thank everyone for bearing with us. Dave Banks will present on the Will and Ride Horse unit, and thank you, Nick. Whee! All right, so let me, dang it. Happens every time. Will White Horse. Let's go here. Sharing the screen, share. You don't have notes in here, do you?
No.
Perfect. So we'll just go to duplicate. And you arrows. Yep. Okay. You are up. I'm out of the way.
All right. I think Sean likes to put me in this position. Last year, I was the last one to present before we left for the day, and now I'm holding you up from getting to lunch. So we'll keep this quick. Or maybe he keeps the best for last. I don't know. So Willow Whitehorse is the northernmost population in the Lahontan cutthroat trout historic range. It includes some historic populations and some out of basin populations. That's what this map represents. So the blue habitats on the map are currently occupied habitats. On the bottom right are historic. If you're looking online or in the room, anything on the left side of the map and the left, those are out of basin populations. It's the Eastines. They all came from Willow Whitehorse populations. They all seem to be doing fairly well over time. We've had some recent sampling with TU and those out of basin populations, and from ODFW more recently, and they seem to be doing well. There's a better view of what we're talking about. The one off to the bottom left is Denial Creek. It's kind of standalone, but it seems to be doing well. Although it is an isolated population, it may or may not persist into the future. 2022 updates, pretty limited for here. BLM out of Burns district, they did some temperature monitoring on the Eastines. Temperatures seem to be pretty well there as far as persistence. You know, July, August gets a little tough in a few of those streams, but fish seem to be persisting there. The other thing that was pretty big, we reconvened with the Trout Creek Mountain Working Group, which is a combination of agency folks along with local ranchers in the McDermott area. We hadn't met since 2017, I believe, was the last time we met. So it was good to reconnect and interact with those folks there. Provide updates and hear some of the concerns from some of the local ranchers in the area, and we're working on addressing those, which leads to 2023. Antelope Creek is one that's there's maybe 2 springs. We see LCT persist. That was a concern that came out of the meeting in with the Trout Creek Mountain Working Group. We didn't quite make it out last fall, so we're gonna go look in that area, see if it's more than just 2 springs. We verified there were fish there in 2020, but seems like that habitat's pretty limited, may not be the greatest habitat, but trying to verify some of that stuff. And then again, we'll meet with Trout Creek Mountain Working Group. No major plans for sampling. We kind of do that on a 5-year basis. We've done that since 1989. Fish populations in the Willow Whitehorse seem to bounce between 10,000 if you have poor water years to our last estimate in 2020 was 64,000. So they seem to do pretty well and are pretty resilient. So what we struggle with, this is a little different from anything we've heard about today, is we're more in a monitoring process for these populations. They all seem to be doing well. They don't have any threats, at least within the streams where they're present. Not to say that there aren't some hybrid threats outside, but they've been there for 55 years and we haven't seen them move around. The check marks are the items listed in the UGOs. We seem to be hitting those. And so we don't have to get into it now, but there was some past discussion in other papers about a distinct population. Whenever we ask, can we move them over the mountain to McDermott Creek? Whenever we get there on talking about that, everybody says, no, we can't move them. So if we can't move them, maybe they deserve a distinct population segment status. And the other thing we struggle with is what to do with these out of basin LCT, and maybe we'll get into that a little later today. I know TU is doing some work in some of those Eastine streams. And anyway, that's some of our questions, but some of it leads us right into our discussion this afternoon. So any questions?
One thing that came out of that traffic report, Nick Wilkinson. That came out of that traffic report, Nick Wilkinson was asking for a meeting with the Creeks and Communities team, and Sherm and the rest of the team met, and we decided we're going to hold a 2 or 3 day workshop to be determined, but in that mid-August to kind of identify those needs for that ranch route, and also the disaster peak ranch to try to help with Rivers Conservancy.
Cool. Well, and that's great. So for those of you, that's over on the other side of the mountain, over in the McDermott in the Quinn system. Yeah, there's definitely lithium ramping up on the Oregon side, not only Thacker Pass. So, all right.
Laura, do we have anything online?
Nope, I don't see any hands or anything in the chat box.
Awesome. And nothing else in the room. And I agree that some of those genetic questions are posted up for this afternoon and stuff that we can start chatting about and discussing then. So the goal is to be back here ready to go at 1:30. There are food options downstairs. And then there are food options across the street if you want to go out in the blizzard. So see everyone back at 1:30.
Sean, I'm going to stop recording and then start again.
That sounds good. I'm gonna stop the share here, put it in the chat. Lunch break until 1:30 p.m. Oop. That was weird. It wasn't to everyone. It was everyone in meeting. All right.
Yep,
Wait,
I see it. Lunch break until 1:30.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm just gonna kill camera, kill Mike, and I'll see you at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just so you know, I don't know what just happened, but it kicked me off and then kicked me back in. And so I'm just
So is there a pointer?
a pointer. No, probably no. Yeah, I thought I had one in my bag, but I don't, and I don't know where I put
Let me
it.
see if I have one in my bag. You don't have one, do you?
No, I just touched the one thing I didn't remember a pointer. Okay, I'm downloading. I got everyone else's talk. I'm just getting. And did Ryan? Ryan, are you online? Kovac?
I am.
Perfect. So Ryan, I made the assumption, and I never followed up with you, that you were just gonna share your slides when you're up.
Okay, that works.
Okay, perfect. Cool, and we'll get going here in a couple minutes, everyone online, just getting Mary's stuff uploaded and.
Perfect.
All right. Let's see. Oh my Lord.
Laura, don't forget to press record again when we start.
Got it. Thank you. My wingman.
Just kidding. Yeah, I pushed record on my end, Laura, already.
Yep, I saw that and I hit it too, so we're good.
All right, Mary's is coming in here. I assumed it was the LCT Interagency 2023 one.
You are such a bright man. I like your new hairdo.
Do you need anything else on this? Want me to eject it?
Just eject it.
You should be good. You're let me. Oh yes, we're setting up a second camera in here so everyone can see. It looks cool. Yeah, it looks okay. Wish we had the ability to put it up high, but
it looks fine on Zoom.
Yeah, you think you guys are okay with that? We could,
Yeah.
we could try to put it on top of the presentation screen, but I have a feeling I'd break something, so I'm not going to do that.
I would leave it like it is now. You can play with it more tomorrow.
Yep. All right. So
But it's really fine. I see most of the room.
Perfect.
Oh, excuse me.
Behind door number 2.
Get this going.
But they won't be able to see that on the screen. You have 60 participants. You can't just have a pointer. I mean, didn't you go through 2 years of hybrid classes?
All right, Laura, you're all good on seeing that.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna get it going in here. I can figure out how to start this.
I need water.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a cup of water. I'll get you a cup of water when you get going.
Okay. I don't
All
think
right,
there's
everyone.
any water back there.
Let's try to settle back in and get going on the fun and exciting genetic stuff.
Let me just make it's okay.
So as we settle in, the rest of the day, until we're good and over it, we will be talking about LCT genetics. After which we'll have a quick wrap up and we'll head downstairs to Oyster Bar for happy hour. And so that's pretty much the rest of the afternoon. The intention of the next 3.5 hours is to start opening our minds. So we're starting to think about, what is that?
There's a reverb.
Are you still online over there? Is to start opening our minds and thinking about one, the genetic challenges that we face. Wow.
That is reverberating. Who's doing that?
Robinson. I'm trying to turn
Perfect.
Yeah, the genetic challenges that we're facing, some of which have been brought to light through this last 5-year review effort and kind of pulling all the data together, and others that are longstanding questions we've had. The intention isn't to solve all of our problems today, but to start the discussion so that we, over the next couple of years, can work through this in the development of a genetics management plan that we can wrap up into a species status assessment that helps better frame recovery of the species. And so you'll meet a couple of folks today who haven't necessarily met in the past. They're all geneticists from the Western US that are awesome and willing to come help us through some of this stuff. They will give some presentation, present some materials, and then we'll have some Q&A, present materials, Q&A. Mary Peacock is the first geneticist to talk about LCT today, and she's going to lay out the kind of evolutionary history and set the stage for the conversations today. And she's been working on the species since 1994. 94. I will get out of the way.
Actually, I go back all the way to the Pleistocene.
1 second.
Barely look a day over 40.
What?
Wow.
Barely look a day over 40.
Thank you, honey.
And then one other thing is, Laura Van Riper intended to be here, and Catlin was going to work with Laura, and they were going to co-facilitate this. Laura, her flight was one that got canceled, and so she then flew back home, and she's on Zoom helping us as best she can. Catlin will be alone facilitating this conversation during the Q&A. So one, be nice, and two, she will be your main facilitator. So I'm going to hand her the mic. If you hold this, it turns it off, which I've been doing just to save battery.
Sweet. Well, let's roll with Mary, and then I'll keep talking a little bit. Okay, so what I'm going to go over today is.
Hey, Mary, before you start, is there a way to adjust the computer a little bit so we can see your face better? We're just seeing your eyes. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Maybe I just want you to see my eyes. Okay, so Helen and Mandy Finger from Davis and myself got invited to contribute a chapter to a evolutionary and taxonomic review of all the cutthroat trout species by American Fishery Society. So this was a special symposium volume. And so I'm going to talk, and we did a really deep dive into the evolutionary history of this subspecies. And we brought together earlier data, more recent data, and we were asked in this context to come up with new, essentially evolutionarily significant units for this species. And so I'm going to talk about that evolutionary history as we pieced it together. Okay, so the arrows aren't working. Oh, which did you do? Okay. All right. So this is just the book cover. This is a really great book. It covers all of the different cutthroat trout species, subspecies, and this was a way to just try to update what our evolutionary knowledge of this entire cutthroat trout species is. So when we started to look at this, we brought together the existing genetic data. We also had to interpret it in a geological context, a hydrographic context. We used meristic data, morphological data, and ecological information to draw our conclusions. And the down here, it defines what a UIEU is, and this is uniquely identifiable evolutionary units. This is a fairly new term. It came out in a paper, well, as it says right here, in 2007, and we employed this concept for all of the subspecies as we move through this exercise. So we know that this is what historically the ESUs or DPSs or GMUs or however you want, whatever you want to call it, look like, these boxes that encompass these different river systems that are outlined in colored circles. And so I've been at this game for a long time. So since 1995, we've used genetic data to try to refine this map and understand how genetic information can inform recovery. So I'm going to just start with the conclusions from this chapter. And we came up with 6 distinct evolutionary units. One of them, the Lake Alfred Basin, is currently considered extinct. Okay, but the other 5 are very much extant. And we're talking about the entire Lahontan cutthroat trout evolutionary lineage, and that includes Paiute cutthroat trout, which has a very small range in the Carson River watershed. Okay, but when we talk about the Lahontan cutthroat trout that we're involved with in recovery, we can think about them in terms of the western, the northwestern, and the eastern, which includes the Humboldt and Reese rivers. Now I'm going to go back up here to Western Lahontan Basin, because in addition to the three major rivers that comprise this ESU, the Truckee, the Carson, and the Walker that are in these colored, they, from a genetic perspective, cluster, or at least the Carson River clusters heavily with Summit Lake. Now, this was a head-scratching moment on why this would be the case. And there was discussion about, well, maybe it's just the low levels of data or the low levels of genetic variation from the Walker River that might be accounting for this. But there is a geological and hydrological explanation for this connection. So Summit Lake, as you can see, it has been historically part of this Quinn River, or the Northwest or Northwestern Lahontan GMU. But you can see Summit Lake is right down here. And it definitely, in all the genetic analyses that I have done, is not closely related to either the populations that are in the Quinn or the Coyote Lakes Basin. So when we think about what Nevada looked like, and this is the high stand of the pluvial Lake Lahontan. So of course, here is in light gray is the entire Great Basin. In the darker shade of gray is the Lahontan hydrographic basin. And the dark, of course, is the pluvial lake. And this is an actual figure that came from this book chapter that was looking at Pleistocene lakes in the Western Great Basin. And this is modern day Pyramid Lake here. Lake Tahoe, of course, was never inundated by the lake, but connected to the lake via the Truckee River. And then we have Walker Lake here that the two arms of the Walker River drain into this lake. Okay, so this is the high stand, but this thing has ebbed and flowed over its entire lifespan. It started to dry down about 10,000 years ago, but it existed for a long, as you can see, 650,000 years, this lake was in place. And this is key to the evolution of this subspecies of trout. All right, so here in this corner is the Lahontan hydrographic basin. And now instead of just squares, we have outlined the basins that define the three defined GMUs. This phylogenetic tree, which shows phylogenetic trees just show levels of genetic similarity and therefore relatedness and therefore shared evolutionary history. This was done with microsatellite markers. You will notice that this is done on a large basin scale. So we have the Western Basin. So all of the populations that were in the Western Basin were clustered together, the genetic data we had for them. Same for the Northwest Basin, the Quinn River, and the Eastern Basin. And these values here are called bootstrap values, and they are essentially your confidence in that node or that relationship. You can see that this is a bootstrap value that is not terribly high. All right, the reason that I put all of these populations into a basin level analysis is that a population level phylogeny showed us very little resolution. We had really bad bootstrap values. And a lot of this has to do with its genetic history of increases and decreases, genetic bottlenecks. And I think Robin's going to talk about some of this stuff. But we could not see a pattern when we did it on a river by river basis. But when we combine them into these big geographic units, we could start to see more of a pattern. So these are actual SNP data that were generated by Mandy Finger's lab down at UC Davis. And this shows, with the exception of Alvred, because we don't have any samples for Alvred, but this includes the Paiute cutthroat trout and then all of the Lahontan cutthroat trout. And the take-home message from this principal components analysis is that Paiutes are way over here. All of the Lahontan cutthroat trout populations group on this first axis on this side of the zero line. Okay, so the point of this is to show that Paiute is very, very different. And then I want to point out that up here in this circle on the top, you have the Western Lahontan Basin. This includes Summit Lake, which is this green triangle here. We don't have a lot of populations left in the Northwest Lahontan Basin, which includes the Quinn River. The ones we have are in this middle circle here. And then the Eastern Lahontan Basin, which is all of the creeks that flow into the main stem or historically flowed into the main stem Humboldt River. This includes the large Quinn River or the large Reese River drainage, everything that flowed in there. But I want to point out to you that there is a lot of dispersion here. Okay, they're not a tight cluster. These are populations that drain into the Humboldt River from more in the eastern part of the state, Reese River in the up here, and these down. This is another couple of populations, Able and Indian Creek. Okay, now up here for the Reese River. The Reese River, of course, is a very large. You can see it down here. This is the Reese River here. And there are lots of creeks that historically flowed into the Reese River. It is hydrographically connected to the Humboldt, but you can imagine that this kind of pattern makes sense because we're looking at the size of this landscape and the distance between tributaries from the Reese River and the main stem Humboldt. Whereas this cluster here are more from creeks that flow directly into the Humboldt in this part of the range. All right, this is a phylogenetic tree that was put together by Mandy Finger again. And this includes the Snake River cutthroat trout lineage up here, West Slope, Bonneville, and Yellowstone. And this is all the Lahontan cutthroat trout lineage down here. PCT is Paiute cutthroat trout. And now I want to focus on this portion of this tree. We have the Quinn that comes out first. And then at this node here, you can see the Walker comes out first. And then we have this grouping of populations down here with this particular data set. Again, these are sequence data, a subset of the, a different subset of data that is different from what Andrew and his group are working on. But this was our first sequencing approach. And you can see, this isn't telling us much. We call this a polytomy. You can see that all of these come off of the same node. There's no distinguishing between all of these. But again, if you look right here, this is very low bootstrap support. But this gets cleared up a little later. But what I want to talk about now is the fact that the Walker branches off first. The Walker is not a part of this big cluster that includes the Carson and the Humboldt rivers. Okay. So this is going to be a little animation that I'm going to show. And what you're looking at right now is 22,000 years ago. You don't see Lake Tahoe on this map, on this animation, because it wasn't part of Nevada. And this was a product of work that was just focusing on Nevada. Okay, but here you see, this is Pyramid Lake. This is Winnemucca Lake. Okay, Winnemucca Lake was wetted early in the 1900s. It is now dry, and that is a result of the Derby Dam that was placed in the lower Truckee River, and all that water went off to Fallon. If you look here, this is the Carson River, and this is the Carson Sink. And this view, this is a combination of the Carson Sink and the Humboldt Sink, because this is the Humboldt River coming into this. Okay, that was an important connection. And then you see over here, you see the two large tributaries of the Walker River and then Walker Lake itself. All right, so the next slide is going to click through this animation. We're going to go from 22,000 years ago up to about 1,000 years ago. And the reason that I'm showing this is to just show you from a geologic perspective, how dynamic the size of this lake was. I also want you to notice what happens to Walker Lake at several times during this 20,000 years. Okay, I've got did it stop? No, it's going, okay. So this is to emphasize that there were at times when the Humboldt River, at least the most western part of the Humboldt River, was fully inundated by this pluvial lake. And there were times, this is 9,000 years ago, goes to almost nothing. And then it starts to re-water again as we move. We have a brief period about 3,000 years ago when things got better. But I don't know if you noticed, but at several times during this little animation, we lose Walker Lake altogether. It dries up completely. So Walker Lake now does not support a Lahontan cutthroat trout fishery because of the total dissolved solids there. But over its evolutionary history, that lake did dry up and then it got repopulated by fish that lived in the river system. So now we take Paiute cutthroat out of the principal components analysis. Again, these are data from Mandy Finger's lab. And we now can see a little bit more resolution on these different GMUs or DPSs or ESUs. And again, up here we see Summit Lake and Carson River clustering together, Walker River by itself. Remember, it was the first population that broke off of the Western DPS in that phylogenetic analysis. And then here we have the Humboldt River. Again, these two little purple dots here represent populations from the Reese River. Okay, so what are we looking at here? This again is a phylogenetic tree. It is a different sort of presentation. Here we have rainbow trout that anchors the tree. We know this is different. All right. And here again, I just want to point out that this is Summit Lake. These colors are not color coded with the tree, but the colors down here are coated with the tree. So what you're looking at down here is every single fish that was included in the analysis. The different colors represent fish that were more genetically similar to one another, part of a genetic cluster. So each color represents a distinct group of fishes. And if you look across the x-axis here, you see that Willow Whitehorse, for the most part, is all gray. Quinn is all brown. Humboldt is all red. Carson and Summit are purple. And then the Truckee River watershed, which includes the Pilot Peak broodstock, Independence Lake, which is still a native population, and the museum samples. You heard about the museum samples this morning. These were samples that were collected in Pyramid Lake, the Truckee River, and Tahoe in the early part of the 1900s. We obtained these samples from the museums that housed them. We isolated DNA from them, and we put them into this large analysis. And the reason that we did this initially was to answer the question, were the Pilot Peak fish originally from the Truckee River Basin? And you can see here in this blue that they are, and there's going to be more detail on this in a little bit, but you also see that there's a lot of, in these museum samples, a lot of little bits of color for individuals that match with other parts of the range. Think back to this large pluvial lake. It's ebbing and flowing, ebbing and flowing. Fish can move across this landscape. So you're going to see in these museum samples a genetic record of that large spatial and temporal movement of fish on this large landscape over a very long time period. Okay, so the first thing that I want to point out here is here at this node right here, 93%, that gives us quite a bit of confidence that we are accurately describing the relationships among these populations. And you can see here, these three, Carson, Poison Flat Creek, I think, Murray Creek, and then Summit comes in right there. All right, so clearly all of these different types of genetic analyses are grouping Summit with these Carson River fish. Okay, so why did we do that? Or what explains that? All right, so we include Summit Lake, as it says here, in this UIEU based upon morphological similarities, genetic analyses with multiple markers. We went back over we looked at allozyme data from the early days. We looked, my lab used microsatellites for the bulk of my career, but now we work with other geneticists who are using sequencing data, and the patterns are consistent. Okay, so morphologic similarities, genetic analyses with multiple markers, and hydrographic history in this hydrographic basin. Summit Lake is a relatively young lake. It was created by a landslide between 8 and 19,000 years ago. Here, if you look at Summit Lake today, here's Mahogany Creek, the two main tributaries, and Snow Creek that flow into this lake. So, reconstructing the hydrographic and geologic history. The main tributary to Summit Lake, Mahogany Creek, originally flowed northward into the Alvord Basin during the Pleistocene. There was a tectonic shift and a gradual uplift of the alluvial fan deposition that sent Mahogany Creek back southward and connected it with the Lahontan Basin and the pluvial lake. Okay. During the period of connection, cutthroat trout from the pluvial lake would have been able to access Mahogany Creek prior to the landslide and the formation of an isolation of Summit Lake. So from this Curry and Melhorn paper in 1990, they used geomorphic history that estimate the LCT and Summit Lake genetically diverged, so become a little bit genetically differentiated from other Western Lahontan Basin populations 3,000 to 17,000 years ago. This totally coincides with the landslide and the formation of the lake that isolated the fish that are in Summit Lake. All right. Okay. So if we look at the Truckee River watershed, and here we can see we have a okay bootstrap value, 80%, that groups the Truckee River Museum samples. And then these fish are all derived from Bettridge Creek, where pilot peaks were planted, okay, back in the day. And here on this other branch right here is 100% bootstrap value between Independence and Heenan, which makes sense because Heenan are Independence level fish. So what I want you to notice here is that there's these two branches that form the Truckee River. All right. So Independent is a little bit different from the rest of the fish that have been identified via the Truckee River Museum samples to be of Truckee River origin. Okay, so if we look closer at what this means, okay, at what this means. All right. So you have here is a Pilot Peak broodstock fish. These are wild Independence Lake fish, and here's our museum samples. All right. So our large analysis here, when you combine all of the samples across the range, this particular type of analysis groups fish together according to who they're most similar to. You can take any one of these basins and just do the analysis for just that basin, and it's going to show you more fine scale resolution. All right, and that's what we've done here. All right, so what you see here in this is that the pilot is primarily this blue color, Independence is a green color, the museum is a mix. All right, the red part of this from the museum is part of the genetic legacy of the fish that were found in the large Truckee River watershed that we have likely lost. Okay, you can see that we have blue here that corresponds to the Pilot Peak and some green that corresponds to Independence. So these two populations, the hatchery maintained pilot and the wild Independence, each hold remnants of the genetic variation that was once found in this large watershed when it was still interconnected and there were Lahontans throughout the whole thing. Okay, so we know that Independence Lake is high in the watershed. It probably didn't mix with main stem fish very often, but it had the potential and over evolutionary time likely did so. Okay, so here we have again our Truckee River Museum samples and our Pilot Peak fish, showing that we have a very close relationship between the these now hatchery maintained Pilot Peak fish with the fish from the museum, known fish from the Pyramid Lake, the Lower Truckee, and Lake Tahoe. Okay, so now if I just take the museum samples and I redo the analysis with just the museum samples, something really interesting happens. All right. So now these are all museum samples. These are from Cascade Lake. These are from Lake Tahoe. These are from from Talac. These were not the location. We didn't get any specific information from the museum. These were near Mount Talac. Okay. And then here, the black line separates these upper basin from Derby Dam, Pyramid, and Winnemucca Lake. These were fish that when Winnemucca Lake was still extant. So I want you to notice here, what I really want you to notice here is that there is a mixing. All right. Here you have fish that are in Lake Tahoe that are green, and these fish down here match up with green. This means that the fish here up in Lake Tahoe and these in Pyramid are more similar to each other than they are to other fishes in Pyramid. So what that suggests is the ancestry of these fish they have a shared ancestry that's different from the red group and different from the blue group. Okay. Again, this is on a smaller temporal and smaller spatial scale, but this was an important result because this, you guys have probably seen this a bazillion times because I always show it. This shows that you can have large lake habitat and resident fish in the lake. You have a main stem river where fish can be migratory and move up. Then you have these S1 and S2 represent these resident populations that live in headwater reaches. The work that was done by Helen Neville on her dissertation work in the Marys River Basin supported this kind of pattern in Lahontan cutthroat trout in watersheds. So Marys River is quite different from the Truckee River, but yet we see the same sort of pattern of movement among these, separation and potential movement among different bodies of water within a large watershed. This speaks to the fact that large watersheds are super important for maintaining connectivity, maintaining genetic variation, and providing one of the important aspects of recovery, which is resiliency. Okay, so another thing that I want to point out is in the Reese River, we have Mohawk and Tierney, which are the two top, the 72 is our bootstrap value. And you have Mohawk and Tierney, and then below that is Able. Okay, Able Creek is not in the Reese River. It's not even close, okay? And yet it groups with those fish. All right, if we go back to this book chapter by Reese, we can see here, all right, so the blue represents the area of the late Pleistocene lake. The pink is maximum known area of middle Pleistocene lakes. The yellow is possible additional areas of mid-Pleistocene lakes. And then the arrows represent Pleistocene overflow or inferred earlier overflow. All right. So what I want you to look at here is the little Humboldt Reese River. This is where Able Creek is going to be. All right. You can see the main stem Humboldt is here to a certain extent, all the way up to the. So at one point, the Humboldt River was inundated by the pluvial lake all the way up to the confluence with the Reese River. Okay, here's where Able is. Here's where Mohawk and Tierney is down in the Reese River subbasin. They are closer to one another than the Able Creek is to other Humboldt River populations farther east. Okay, I'm not saying this is definitive, but I'm saying this suggests that the extent of the pluvial lake, the inundation by the lake, allowed these fish to move with certain ease among various watersheds. Okay, so I'm going to come back to the Carson River and Summit Lake. The connections between the Carson River watershed, the Walker, and the Truckee River watershed in the context of the large lake ebbed and flowed. Sometimes the Walker Lake was disconnected from the large pluvial lake. In fact, as we go through the dry down from the end of the Pleistocene, Walker Lake was one of the first to become isolated from the large lake. the connections between the Carson and the large lake changed over time, in addition to the Truckee over time. So the fact that the Summit Lake fish were at one point could have had access to the large pluvial lake suggests to me that explains this relationship between Carson and Summit, that the fish that are in Summit now before the landslide could have moved into the pluvial lake, and this could account for the genetic similarity. So the results of looking at, this is a brief summary. If you want to read the book chapter, you can do it right before you go to bed, and it will put you right smack to sleep. Okay, so we come up with these 6 uniquely identifiable evolutionary units. Lake Alfred Basin, extinct. Paiute, clearly distinct. But then we got support for the western, northwestern, and eastern Humboldt and Reese River basins. And this, we have suggested that the Coyote Lakes or Willow Whitehorse rivers should be distinct. And again, this is based upon movement of water over a long geological time, that tectonic uplift, and overflows that moved between the Lahontan Basin and the Coyote Lakes Basin. All right, so that's the history. And now you guys saw this morning. This was from the status and review, and it shows these rankings over here. And then we have various classes, the abundance, the demographic number of age classes, effective population size. Effective population size is an important metric because it tells us how much genetic variation we have in those individuals that are likely to be the breeders that are going to contribute genetic variation to the next generation. Okay, genetic diversity. Here it's measured in terms of heterozygosity. How many individuals are heterozygous in a population? How many different loci are they heterozygous at? And then hybridization status. So the next couple of slides, I'm just going to show you, based upon this ranking system, a little bit of where we're at, and we'll get into this discussion again more later. All right. So if we look at, and I want you to focus right now here on the NE scores. All right. 0 is you don't have a whole lot of, your NEs are not very big. 1, then on up to 4, which is the most robust. As we click through each of these slides, whether we're talking about the Carson, the Humboldt, the various streams and subbasins within the Humboldt, you can see that almost nobody, okay, we have a couple of 2s here, there's a 2 there, and there's a 2 there. But in terms of the amount of genetic variation that is found in essentially the breeding group, or the breeding groups, are pretty dang small. Now we could have this discussion that part of this could be part of the natural dynamic of populations and tributaries going extinct and getting recolonized. But of course, this is not the whole case. We know that when you isolate a population, that's its genetic variation. All right. If you don't have anything coming in, then you're not going to augment that genetic variation. And when you're a small population, you can lose genetic variation more quickly over time than if you're a large population. All right. And this is likely to be what we are seeing here. So the reconnection of tributaries into large interconnected watersheds can be a form of genetic rescue and increase levels of genetic variation among all of the creeks within the, it's going to be limited because none of these populations have a ton, but that is the most important way to ensure that we maintain the genetics of the species, which of course is going to be super important for any sort of adaptive evolution in the future, given the environmental challenges that they face. And that's it. Helen.
Well, I would just make one, that was awesome, Mary, thank you. One important caveat on the NEs is that these were all found samples, and a lot of them, well, not all of them, but my more recent stuff, it's a very difficult thing to measure. So this points to some concern, but we now are working to try and do better sampling in the field to better capture that metric in particular, which can be really hard to measure. But overall, yeah, an indicator of small sizes.
Any questions from either in the room or online?
We have an in-room question.
Yes,
Okay.
Timber Lake Fisheries. That your map was interesting, only in the sense, and plus your discussion of Summit Lake and the isolation of Summit Lake. Because at the same time, I mean, the Truckee River did flow into the Carson Sink. The Walker flowed into the Carson Sink. And it was about 8,000 years ago, and there was that seismic event. And you could see it. You could see it using aerial imagery in the Fernley area, as well as in the Silver Springs area, Wabuska. You could see it, and also out there in Hazen, you could see what Dr. Ken Adams called the paleo channel. And taking a geomorphology class that I did with him, I learned about isotropic rebound. We learned about the ancient the sea hill high stand, and that's absent from your from your work here. And so when we talk about isolation and we talk about where water bodies once existed, the Truckee River was not connected to Payment Lake, till that seismic event turned the Truckee River north and turned the Walker River east. And also in looking at the your data, it's resemblance of. I served on the NAGPRA review committee for 4 years. I did a lot of work with the Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act, and there was a term in that law that was left undefined, which was called culturally unidentifiable. Now, a lot of Native folks, that does not exist, but the scientists wanted that definition to be created. I've seen 6 different variations of that definition, and this was about the time of Kennewick up in Washington, Spirit Cave out in Fallon, and we saw the genetic analysis that were being done. And it's resemblance of what you're showing here. And so, my question is on these physical features and what is making the connectedness between these LCT. What is it? Is it because they each have bends? Is it because they have gills? I mean, I don't know what these markers. You talk about markers. That's one thing. But when you look at, especially this reminds me of what they did with Spirit Cave. And they compared the Spirit Cave DNA analysis to world populations because the government was trying to prove that there was a different group of people here before Paiute. And so they used this report to say that Spirit Cave was not Paiute. And so, I'm looking at this information with certain question and certainly knowing that there is no definitive conclusions. You said it yourself, but it's your suggestion.
Well,
this is where things are at.
The data tell us certain things, but they don't tell us obviously all things. The genetic markers are species specific. They were developed specifically for us to answer questions about trout, about this specific subspecies of trout. And so, we isolate the DNA from tissue samples. That DNA gets isolated. We develop the markers from that DNA. And by marker system, we're not looking at all of the DNA. We're just looking at parts of the DNA. And depending upon, how much of the whole, all the DNA of an organism you look at, the more you look at, the more resolution you can have in asking particular questions. This is exactly why, your point, this is exactly why we were really interested in both the hydrology and the geology, is to try to piece together. The genetics tell us a pattern, show us a pattern, but we want to interpret that pattern. And so that's why we went and looked at the hydrology and the geology. Now, I was unaware that the Truckee had flowed into the Carson Sink. But I'm not surprised, given that that huge lake ebbed and flowed over all of that time. Things moved around a lot, I'm sure. And that just speaks to the interconnectedness of the fish that were in that large lake. That how they sorted themselves out over time as the lake started to change. That's a really interesting question. But and we're limited in our ability to piece all of that back together. But I really want to assure you that the genetic markers that we're using are appropriate to ask the questions that we're asking that come from that fish. And moving to these SNP markers gives us more access to all the DNA compared to the earlier data sets, which were just a subset of the DNA. So I think that we're inching forward to be able to answer some of those questions that you have. We're getting closer to being able to do that. But yeah, I mean, there are limitations, no two ways about it. Our tools are not, don't allow us to come to absolute definitive answers for every single one of these questions. So this represents a work in progress, ongoing. This is like a summary of what we know today. And we know with science that's a moving target. We're going to keep trying to resolve those questions. But yes, I totally appreciate your perspective.
Okay, so Sean, you pulled up this slide, I assume because of the chat, and T. Hopkins, I'm sorry, I forget your first name.
Correct, that's why I did it.
So the map is up.
Laura, Tina.
Oh, Tina, sorry. Okay, Tina, go ahead. What was your question now that the map is up?
Oh, I don't really have a question. It just so happens to, I'm on all these other conservation teams, so I thought this was very interesting. I wanted to take a picture of that.
Oh,
map.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
This is John Toll, Fish and Wildlife Service. So do the SNPs account for hybridization from the individual samples? And if not, then how do we account for that in these management recommendations and how we think about coming up with a good, clean population of LCT?
All of the markers that were used for these population level analyses were species specific markers. We have different markers for hybridization, and those markers were run in the cases where we thought there might be hybridization, because yes, you can amplify up these markers for anybody and put that fish in there. And if you don't know it's hybridized, you don't know it's hybridized. But that is why you have to have both the species specific population level markers that will help you define relationships within a species, and those that tell hybridization. And Andrew Whiteley and his lab in Montana are upping the game on the hybridization markers. There's lots, they have lots and lots of markers, and so we can absolutely resolve that question. Microsatellites were limited, but we could absolutely tell the difference between fish from different river systems. We can tell, in some cases, hybridization between fish. I mean, you don't want to call it hybridization, mating between fish from one river basin or another, that kind of thing. But yeah, so in this genomic age, we are upping our game and our ability to ask these very important, because hybridization is the big bailiwick for sure.
Creating a set of panels for us that include both, so that everything that gets run in the future now will have hybrid diagnostic markers and population in the same runs all the time.
Yes, which is super
Can you
important.
repeat that question? We can't hear it. We couldn't hear that online.
Okay, so the question was, do these markers tell us anything about hybridization? And the markers that I used for population level analysis, no, they do not. We have to use a different suite of markers to answer the hybrid question. And because this is becoming such an important question, the UC Davis folks are developing a system where they can ask the hybridization question and the population question at the same time. So we found hybridization when we looked for it in populations that we thought didn't have any hybridization. And so, yes, this has become a super important issue. Mac.
Oh, yeah, so I have more experience with the UC Davis progress today, so I was trying to think of. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm Matt Campbell from UC Davis in this capacity. So I guess to touch on like resolution and hybridization. So the technology scales quite rapidly, changes a lot with genetics. And, so like at the time, I think last week we were looking at something like tens of thousands of markers that were useful in like separating rainbow trout and lawn cutthroat trout. And we're trying to get that down to like a smaller subset that's really robust and viable. But yeah, that's like really gets a better survey, I guess, of across the genome, because you don't know it was like a handful of microsatellites where it shows you like 6 or 8 bits of the genome and what's happening there, and trying to, as opposed to like looking at hundreds of different parts of the genome. And I think that's like how you really get a better picture of hybridization and a better estimate of like proportions. Because like at some point you might be like, well, if it's 90% Lahontan cutthroat trout that's in this particular stream, maybe it's not worth killing. That's a question. For
Exactly,
day,
exactly.
I'm just saying that's the sort of like resolution that we're trying to aim to get.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, in other words.
And we'll talk more about that. You know,
Sherm Swanson, Nevada Creeks Communities Team. So given that the Endangered Species Act is really all about habitat, and that Lahontan cutthroat trout is this special trout that can handle warmer waters and specifically adapted for this Great Basin set of habitats we have, ecosystems we have, and given the genetic variation we have, the question that I'm led to is it useful for us to be moving fish around to increase the genetic diversity of local populations from the bigger population of all LCT? Or is it better for us to allow the local river systems, the numbered population units that you've talked about here, to sort of stay on their own so that they can better evolve into the habitats that unique river basin or area might offer in the future as we go through this whole process of global weir view?
Both. We need to pursue both of those things simultaneously. You know, I'm going to use an example that's not fish. So there was the Florida panther. The Florida panther had lost most of its habitat. Its sperm motility was way down. It had some fixed morphological features like a crook tail, and there was no way to breed that out of them if we just bred within the Florida panther. So they brought panthers from Texas, from another subspecies, and bred them with the Florida panther, and they reversed that decline. Okay, I'm not saying that we're at that point, but there's certainly that we certainly have to think about how do we maintain the genetic diversity. You know, if you reconnect a stream system and they have no genetic variation, that's the only way you're going to get genetic variation back into that population is either bringing other individuals into it or through the process of mutation, and mutation's really slow. So these are the questions that we really have to grapple with as we move forward. Right now, the idea is that we would move fish among basins within these DPSs or GMUs. So we move fish among streams within these larger units. But you know, yeah, those are definitely open to discussion, and I see no reason why they can't be pursued simultaneously.
and we'll talk about it more in 30 minutes.
All right, I'll keep it quick, Mary. I'll keep it hard on you. One of the interesting things
Sure, Jason.
So 900 years ago, and this is kind of tagging on the Mervin's comment, 900 years ago, the Carson or the Walker flowed into the Carson Basin, and they know that from those trees that we all see in the West Walker when we drive by.
Yeah.
You know, they couldn't exist in the Walker River. And so my question is, when you're looking at Carson genetics and Walker genetics, how do you say that Summit connects with Carson, but did you look deeper into the evidence of why there's no evidence of Walker and Carson connection?
Okay, I'm going to go back up here.
Or is that too too recent in evolutionary time.
That's probably fairly recent, but I want to bring back this, and this is from SNP data from Andy's lab. Sure you are, Mary. Yeah, you're going to show that again. I want this smaller. Okay, there we go. Okay, you see this little cluster right here? That is a major lack of resolution. You know, that is not telling us anything because they all come off that same branch point. Yeah, so there is the fact that we've lost genetic variation from these basins may never allow us to completely piece it together in that way. But absolutely, you know, I mean, given the patterns that we've seen, we've tried to say, okay, well, this is likely to be the scenario. But yes, we don't, you know, Walker doesn't have a lot of genetic variation. We know that Walker did split off from the main pluvial lake repeatedly during the ebb and flow. But you can see the Carson, Summit, Independence, Pilot, and Humboldt, you know, they're all, they're, you know, we just, it's, I think with these genomic tools, we'll be able to answer those questions as best we can. We may never have that answer because we may have lost the evolutionary signal that would tell it to give us that answer.
I have one thing to add. So this is like an alternative explanation to what Mary's brought up before, with the fact that lake changes and those really rapid changes in habitat don't give time for genetic variants that would inform these branching patterns to accumulate. And that's the reason, like the faster those divergences happen,
yeah,
less
good point.
information there is to actually inform these.
Yep.
So at some point you just have to embrace that you have no resolution.
Yeah.
In some systems.
But that's why we approached this the way we did, with all the data possible: meristic, morphological, ecological, genetic, various different types of genetic data, to try to do our best at this moment in time to inform the evolutionary history.
There's a note on here from Lisa, I think in response to Sherm's question and your response, Mary. She says, but not mixing populations that are outside particular basins, as it may water down unique adaptive or life history traits, such as unique habitat like Pyramid or Tahoe, that were large lacustrine, I don't even know how to pronounce that other word, populations. Piscivorous, I guess.
Piscivorous, yeah, but from the museum samples, it was clear there was mixing between Tahoe and Pyramid at some level, not every other day, but likely to have been over evolutionary time. So yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and we can
Yeah.
bring that back up.
Yep.
When Andrew's talking about mixed populations.
Yeah.
Any other questions from folks online? Okay. Those habitats were connected naturally, not mixing artificially, is Lisa's follow-up. I have a question as the facilitator, but it's not a facilitator question. So having those 6 uniquely identifiable evolutionary units, does that kind of feed into a case for right now, it's not listed as distinct population segments, it's listed as LCT range wide. Does those 6 units make a case for, if the opportunity arises in the future, for looking at distinct population segments?
Let's table that, and Robin is gonna
at
least introduce that idea, and we can talk about it more.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So in that vein of distinct population segments, one of the men that helped form that, one of probably the best experts in DPSs and their utility is Robin Waples, and he is going to come up and kind of set, I guess we'll call it the current template for how these genetic challenges fit into the changing habitats. And we can dive a little deeper into some of these particular thoughts that have been kind of popping up, themes, I guess. So
And Sean or Catlin, just because I'm up there, somebody's keeping track of the notes, right, that you said we'll cycle back to in the discussion?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta share, sorry. Share. Stupid thing. It's in my way of clicking on things. Right. Good. I know, I messed it up. Why isn't it going now? Why is it? I messed it up.
It went and then it's just a little slow. There you go.
Yeah, there it goes. I'm learning here. You are.
Is that happening?
It is, yeah, so space bar or.
Okay. Well, thanks, Sean, and other folks for inviting me here. I have a disclaimer, though. I'm no expert on cutthroat trout. I worked most of my time on salmon and other fish and sometimes some other species. But trout are not that different from salmon. So I'm going to talk about some big picture ideas that potentially are applicable to the stuff you have to deal with here for Lahontan cutthroat trout. And thanks a lot to Mary for a great introduction. You talked about Pleistocene stuff. I'm going to focus on what's happened since then. But a common theme is habitats are dynamic, okay? And so that's a really important issue. It's actually, first part of my talk is going to be talking about basically this idea. And a lot of it's going to be drawn from a couple of papers I did a while back with a couple of really good fishery biologists / habitat biologists at our center. That's George Pess and Tim Beachy. And they understand really well how salmon interact with their habitats and the fact that these habitats are dynamic on all sorts of spatial and temporal scales. And what that means is the adaptations salmon have also are dynamic on those time scales. So if you look at, there is pretty good evidence for ability of salmon to have rapid evolution. Since the end of the Pleistocene, for example, BC was totally under ice. So you've got a lot of salmon diversity in the last 10,000 years. And you got introduced populations in the Great Lakes, New Zealand that are doing well, way outside the natural range. But most of the attempts to transplant Pacific salmon outside the native range have been abysmal failures. So there are, you have to recognize that too. That speaks to, it's not that simple, but occasionally it really can work. Some traits have clearly evolved multiple times within several different species, run timing differences, say spring and fall spawners, anatomy and residency, that occurs in several different species. And when you look, you find, say, the rainbow trout and the steelhead in the same stream look genetically generally very similar. And they don't, the rainbow trout don't look like the rainbow trout the next stream over. They look like the steelhead in general. Okay, so it speaks to sort of repeated parallel evolution. So those are common themes in salmon evolution. And the other part I'm going to show you some specific examples, but these habitats are dynamic on multiple temporal and spatial scales. And so what that means, we think, in terms of local adaptations, you can go out right now and find abundant empirical evidence for local adaptation salmon population, sometimes at a very fine scale. But if you documented all that and then could go back with a time machine 100 or 500 years ago, in general, you would find locally adapted salmon scattered across the landscape. But it wouldn't necessarily be the case that you'd find the same groups of salmon adapted exactly the same in the same watershed, because the watersheds had changed over that time frame. So the basic idea of having a system that has locally adapted populations, that is probably stable over time. But the fine scale details, those are dynamic and those are changing over time. So that's important to consider in thinking about moving forward into the future if we want sustainability for indefinite periods in the future. So here are some examples of this. This is long time scale. This is sort of like the last 8,000 years. This is a real nice book chapter done by a couple of people quite a while ago now. But basically it was combining data from fish bones, salmon bones from Indian middens in the Columbia River Basin with some environmental indicators. And the thing you want to focus on here is this is time with present over there. And you want to look at the red line, which shows how good conditions overall were for salmon. So you can see there was a period after the end of the Pleistocene, conditions in the Columbia Basin weren't that good for salmon, kind of mediocre for 4,000 years or so. Now there was a period sort of 2,000 to 4,000 years ago when they were really good, just about perfect for salmon. And then there's a data gap in the last 1,000 years or so. They've been pretty good, but not as good as they were before in the good old days. Okay, so this is sort of millennial scale changes in general productivity and suitability for salmon in a big area. Here's quite a different temporal scale. The PDO, which you've all heard about, I'm sure. These are sort of 2 or 3 decades sort of changes in how the North Pacific ocean atmosphere system works. So it tends to be in the blue, where you see the blue cycles, they tend to be in our area, the Pacific Northwest, cooler water. It's good for salmon in our area. At the same time, those cycles are not good for salmon up in Alaska. So they're inverse correlation there. So the red ones are good for salmon in Alaska. Habitats, riparian habitats also, they have pretty much every year you can find some small disturbances, small landslides and stuff. But every once in a while, maybe every 100 years or 1 to 500 years, that's sort of what Gordy Reeves here has estimated for the streams on the Oregon coast. You get something like this, just some giant event, huge parts of a watershed have just collapsed. Somewhere down there, there's a stream that used to carry salmon on it. Okay, it's going to be hurting for some non-trivial amount of time until the river works through all of this. But in several decades or maybe a century, this stuff is the raw material for really good salmon habitat, but it takes a long time to get there. So the point is that a single stream that can be, you go now, it's idyllic. Maybe Zane Grey wrote about how great it was for salmon. And now it's not as good. Part of that could be because of us. There's, lots more people a century later, but some of that's natural turnover in the suitability of habitat for different ecological conditions. Okay. So we have the point, evolution is dynamic, and so is the sort of habitats. We also have a situation where future environmental changes are almost certainly going to be rapid, at least as rapid as what's happened in the past. So the inevitable conclusion is we cannot focus just on conserving the types we have now. We can't just go record what we have and figure that's what we're going to try to save in the future, because the future is not going to be conducive to the persistence of those exact types. So what do you do instead? The best strategy then is really trying to conserve ecological evolutionary processes. And the idea is then if you do that, the fish will figure it out for themselves. Okay, and what's the best way to do that is to focus on conserving the habitats that fish depend upon. Now, there's lots of fine tuning to that, but that's a really important, I think, central concept as much as possible. Fish have the species of cutthroat trout's been around, what, 10 million years or so, something like that, since it split off from rainbow trout. The subspecies, I'm not sure how long, but probably several million years for the subspecies. That's a long time. They've figured out how to deal with these very changeable and often very hostile habitats. They figured it out for a long time. So basically, we want to give them as best a chance as we can to figure it out for themselves. But things are really pretty extreme in some cases, so we may have to consider direct interventions in some cases. And we're going to hear about some possible examples of that later. So one of the things that's on everybody's minds now are directional change, including, of course, climate change, which is not just variable, but it's moving in a certain direction. And there are lots of other things you could mention too, but that's an easy one. If you're talking about biological populations, there are kind of four options if you're dealing with directional change. You can move somewhere else, and there's lots of records of that. But cutthroat trout in Nevada, their options for moving somewhere else are probably pretty limited, right? So if you don't want to go extinct and you're not going to move, then you're going to have to do one of the two middle ones. These are called adaptive responses. Plasticity then, phenotypic plasticity is one option. That means using the same genes you have within your lifetime, adapting your body, your physiology, your behavior, whatever, so you can cope better with the environmental conditions you meet. We often call it acclimation. For humans, who want to go to Mexico City for the Olympics half century ago, a lot of them went to high altitude to train. That's acclimation that's phenotypic plasticity of humans within a human lifetime. They're not changing genetically. They're just trying to get the same genes work better. The other way to do it is evolve, but that requires change across generations. So it's going to be slower. So you have to think about what is sort of the pace of, what are the threats or the challenges that fish are experiencing, how extreme and how rapid are the changes, and can the evolution and these coping mechanisms keep up. So here's some more empirical example. I think it was probably Tim Beachy put these data together. Stillaguamish River is a river in Puget Sound in the North Fork. These are some hydrological data that show maximum flow on the y-axis and the intervals over which those maximum flows are typically found. So what you can see, and for 3 different time periods. So for the second quarter of the 20th century, those are the black circles. You could see that this is 25 years out here. A 25-year flood event was somewhere around a little under 800 cubic meters a second. That was the 25-year flood event. You look now, it's not even current. This is just the end of the last century. That what used to be the 25-year flood event is now happening every 1 to 2 years. So if you think about a salmon, 25 years is sort of like 5 or 6 generations. So you can imagine if you get an extreme event every 5 or 6 generations, it's not unreasonable the populations figured out how to deal with that over evolutionary timescales. But now you take that same event and it's coming maybe 2 or even 3 times within a generation. That's a huge change to expect the species to be able to cope with. So these are just some ways of thinking about, you've all heard about the 100-year flood event coming every 5 years now. But this is sort of what it potentially means to a fish. Now, if we're talking about directional change, this is one way of looking at it. So here we have some trait, phenotypic trait, size or time, reproductive timing, something like that on this axis. And there'll be some optimum value for the population. Let's say that's right here. And the fitness, then the vertical axis is, you can think of as fitness. It's maximized then if you're right at the optimal phenotype. But this situation when the optimal phenotype is changing, here's the current distribution of the population. The optimal is way over here. There's nobody even in the population that's even at the optimum. That can happen with climate change. So the evolutionary response to that has to be mediated by natural selection. That's what the S here is in this equation. R is the response, the evolutionary response. So it turns out that's a product of the strength of selection. That'd be how different, how far away you are from the optimum. And H squared is heritability. Is the trait heritable from parents to offspring? So it's gonna, those two things are gonna limit how much you can move in one generation. So here you see the optimals here, you're here, selection in one generation moves you toward the optimum. But then if under climate change, now the next time period, the optimum is gonna be over here. So you got this semi-permanent lag between the population fitness and the maximum optimal fitness due to the moving target, basically. Okay, so it's sort of like the problem in the Red Queen described in Alice in Wonderland. You know, basically you have to keep running as fast as you can just to stay in the same place. So that's a challenge posed by climate change in terms of adaptive responses. This shows one possible outcome. This is the hoped for outcome under a situation like this. It's called evolutionary rescue. And this occurs when the population itself can evolve, can catch up, or at least keep the lag between its phenotypic distribution and the optimal distribution, keep it small enough that it's still viable. And so if you have an initial change, then the population's abundance or fitness is going to go down. And if it's too rapid, you may end up with extinction. What you want to avoid is being in this critical zone where you're just small enough and that extinction could just be a chance event that's unfortunate. So you want to avoid getting in here if possible. If you're going to be in here, you'd like to get out of there as fast as possible. This is an example of a population that went into this zone, but through evolution on its own, managed to get out of the trough by evolutionary rescue. And here's one that never really got in really bad shape. So that's the sort of the desired outcome, but it can often be the case that the change is too fast and you end up, the worry is that you're going to end up in a situation like this. Now, Andrew's going to talk this afternoon or a little later this afternoon about a different kind of rescue. And that's generally called genetic. Evolutionary rescue usually involves just stuff within a population. Andrew's going to talk about genetic rescue, where you would be bringing in genes from outside to try to help basically the same idea. So this is the second paper. Basically, the idea is about the second, from the second paper I mentioned earlier, which is what can we do to sort of give fish a better fighting chance to deal with it. And it's just some ideas from sort of the salmon world. They're not rocket science sort of ideas. I'm sure you've all sort of thought of them. But if we can move the current conditions more in the direction of what would be called, say, the historical template, the conditions that the species evolved under, you're probably not going to get all the way there. It may be totally impossible to get all the way there in some cases. But if you can at least move in that direction, it's likely to be beneficial for the fish. So here, you're moving from heavily channelized river systems to more like a more natural system where there's more diverse habitats and so on. Here, you're trying to attenuate some flow extremes that have occurred. Maybe it's urbanization. There's a lot of impervious surfaces that at high flow times a year, it's caused these big spikes that move into the area where it's really dangerous to the fish. Here's the historical pattern, these dotted lines. If you don't get to the historical pattern, but at least can modulate the peaks a bit so they don't bounce up into the really bad area, the really dangerous area, that can be a big benefit. And the last one just has to do with connectivity to compensate for dams. This is Puget Sound, where dams had basically blocked access of most of the early returning stream type or spring Chinook. There used to be habitats up here they could access, and almost all of them were cut off by dams. So for diversity and resilience, redundancy, viability of the whole group of populations as a whole, it can be benefited substantially by, I don't know if this is removing the dams or building fishways around or anything to help connectivity move in the right direction. So you can think of this sort of as, are there ways we can at least slow the rate at which this optimal phenotype is moving away from the current one, or even, if possible, move it back toward what was sort of like the historical template level. Okay, so this, after talking with Sean, it was clear these things were probably going to come up. And we saw they already did in Mary. So I want to talk a little bit about the ESA issues about species and listable units. So this is the language under the ESA that says what you can list. You can list anything that's a quote ESA species, and this is what they are: a taxonomic species, a formally recognized subspecies, or for vertebrates only, you can list what are called distinct population segments. And that's how things like grizzly bear, bald eagles, wolves, and so on. And now all the salmon listings in the US are based on DPSs. The problem is that ESA does not say anything more about how you figure out what a DPS is. It's no formal biological unit. So we had to, when the first potential salmon listings came up around 1990, we had to come up with a way of dealing with this. And so that's where our ESU concept came out. It was a way of figuring out what are DPSs for salmon. So that's why if you hear salmon ESUs, they are actually legally equivalent to DPSs. And about 5 years later, Fish and Wildlife Service and NIMS got together for a joint DPS policy that applies to all vertebrates. And it uses, like our ESU policy, has two criteria. The first one is very similar. It's basically reproductive isolation idea. The second is significance. And basically it's trying to get you to focus on things that are really important to the species as a whole. Okay. Not just some trivial isolation. Okay, so I mean, we could spend whole days talking about those things, but that's the basic framework. So if you're going to have DPSs, they have to be defined under that framework. So when we started recovery planning, basically our group at the center, Northwest Center, produced all the science that was used by our agency to do ESA listings for salmon on the West Coast. By the end of the decade, we had about half of what was left listed under the ESA. And we had to think, how are we going to do formal recovery planning? And then we started goal of formal ESA recovery planning is get the units to the point where they don't have to be listed under the ESA anymore. So we had to figure, well, okay, so we have lots of things like Snake River, spring, summer, Chinook salmon. There are probably 30 or 50 historical populations here. I mean, it's sort of like your cutthroat trout, La Junta, or Puget Sound, Chinook salmon, at least 30 historical populations or stocks. Everybody agree are good, independent, demographically independent units. How do you decide how many of them have to be viable? At what level of viability before you can declare victory and say they don't have to be listed anymore? There's no simple answer to that. You can't pull a textbook off the shelf and find the answer to that question. So we had to develop ways of thinking about that. Well, if you look at A and the green ones are populations, everybody pretty much agrees is viable. Well, if you get to A, it's got to be the case that can be delisted. But what about B? 8 of 10 or something like that are doing well, but 2 aren't. Normally that might be fine, but what if the 2 red X's there were historically the 2 populations that really dominated that unit? And they were always the big drivers. But that you might have to think more seriously about the answer. Similarly here, you might look at that and say, well, 8 out of 10 are really in the tank. That can't be delisted. But if somebody argues, well, maybe these 2 green ones are historically the anchors of that unit, and they will be continuing into the future without any risk. So what's the problem? So again, there's no simple answers to these. We had to develop strategies for trying to come up with frameworks for deciding these sorts of questions, but they're questions, the answers to which cannot be determined strictly by science, because they have to be, the way we try to do it, scientists sort of put a menu together. You said, okay, here would be some scenarios. If you want to be really sure of viability in the future, you might want to have 80% of your populations at this level of viability. If you're okay with less certainty, you might get by with 5. Or if you're okay with just the bare minimum that might get you 3, maybe it'd be 3. But what is acceptable level of risk? That's not a, scientists can pose that question, but society as a whole has to decide what's okay. So it gets complicated in recovery planning, but there is a big role for science in sort of describing the scenarios and what are the risks associated and degrees of certainty associated with each scenario. So to do that, we had actually 5 of our young scientists wrote this memo in 2000 called Viable Salmonid Populations. And it laid out a process for going about recovery planning and making decisions about what would represent viable and potentially delistable units. And so first was identify population structure within each DPS or ESU. And then we had to, for each of those populations, we want to assess its viability. And there are 4 factors we looked at. Abundance and productivity are pretty standard. Pretty much everybody does that for risk analysis. But 2 others were considered pretty important too: spatial structure and various kinds of diversity. These were all assessed for each population. And then we had to figure out a way to roll that all up to see how does it add up to viability of the whole conservation unit or ESU. And for Fish and Wildlife Service, they basically do this similar sort of process with what they call the 3 Rs. So it's the same sort of ideas, just different ways of. So we basically used a hierarchical approach. So for each population down here, so this example has 7 populations. You look at each of the 4 VSP criteria for each population, you end up with some overall index of population status. You guys already have a process for doing like that. Several people talked about it. You had 4 or 5 criteria, you sort of add it up and you look at a number. That's one way to do that. So you would do that, and then you would look in many of our what we DPSs or ESUs, we had substrata. They might be, say, collections or small ones of your RITs. You know, this might be individual basins or groups of basins. They might have a shared environment or shared ecological or geological history. And then eventually you have to roll that up to the level of the distinct population segment, because that's the unit that can be delisted or listed under the ESA. You can't delist a separate population. So this is, I picked the first 2 criteria, abundance and trends or productivity, are pretty standard. And we could certainly talk about the way we looked at that, but I wanted to focus more on the spatial structure and diversity, because they're particularly important for this integrating across to an entire unit. I'll just focus on a couple of the things. These are directly out of the Viable Salmonid Populations memo in 2000. So these are idealized things. Habitat patches should not be destroyed faster than they're naturally created. That's obviously a good result to have. And this is important. The second one, it felt important. Some habitat patches should be maintained that appear to be suitable but are not currently occupied. That was important because, remember, habitats can be dynamic. And so what's currently being used by salmon or not used is not necessarily what's going to occur in the future. So if you only save habitats that their salmon fish are in now, you sort of have a one-way ratchet going down. It can never expand. Diversity resilience. This is an ideally you'd like to avoid really altering those natural traits. And natural processes across ecological variation should be maintained. That's really important. There's a couple others here right in the middle about natural processes of dispersal, and human factors shouldn't substantially alter the rate of gene flow. Those, I believe, are really strong in general, good ideas to keep in mind. But when things are really tough, you might have to consider, again, some interventions. That's the genetic rescue idea you're going to hear about. Final thing I want to talk about is just another example for another species besides salmon that shows that some of these ideas can be pretty broadly applicable. So this actually has to do with green turtle status view team I was on about 10 years ago. And Jeff Seminoff from our La Jolla lab was the leader of that. And it's published, again, it's publicly available as a NOAA Tech memo. This one was interesting because green sea turtles are under NIMS jurisdiction. We're in the ocean. They're under Fish and Wildlife Service jurisdiction when the females are laying eggs on the land. So it was a joint interagency status view. So you know how complex it is dealing with just one Uber agency involved with the listing. So imagine a situation where there's 2, but it really worked well, I think. The reason we started this unit, and this is the reason I'm bringing this up, or one of the reasons, is folks in Hawaii here had looked at this situation where, wow, in the last few decades, been really improvements, lots more green turtles around the main Hawaiian Islands than there had been for a long time. So a lot of the conservation efforts around the main Hawaiian Islands clearly were having beneficial. And some of the user groups wanted to delist the Hawaiian green sea turtles because of this increase. But the whole species was listed as a species in the 1970s. So there was no way to delist the Hawaiian ones. They weren't a unit that could be listed or delisted. So the idea of the petition was first, make Hawaiian green sea turtles a distinct population segment that's separate from all the other green sea turtles, and then delist them because they don't need to be listed anymore. That's what the petitioners wanted. So what happened is it triggered this whole status feud, and this is one of the most widely distributed vertebrates in the world. You can see it's all of the temperate and tropical waters of the world are full of green sea turtles. And so it was a huge effort to do that. So first we had to go through and try to identify all the DPSs. We ended up with 11. And we used those two criteria I mentioned from the 96 policy. And then we had to assess the viability of each of those DPSs. And to do that, we looked at not only the Fish and Wildlife Service 3 Rs, but I showed them our viable salmonid populations document, and they really liked it. So they modified it to be viable turtle population criteria. And the same general themes apply to here. Again, I'm only showing you spatial structure and diversity, and I'm combining them because it doesn't really matter how you pigeonhole these different concepts, whether you, so that wouldn't be in diversity or spatial structure. That doesn't really matter. It's just the important thing is getting these concepts thought about and dealt with. So to deal with this, relevant things, they looked at regional genetic structure. They had a lot of genetic data, recent, a lot of tagging, physical movement of animals is important. Spatial distribution and nesting was important within each DPS. The season of nesting, that's the phenology is important. This is really important, kind of a tweak of what we did with salmon, but for turtles, sustainability and resilience, it's important to have a diversity of nest sites and orientation. Because one of the things, for example, one of the DPSs in the Central Pacific, a lot of the nesting was on atolls. Well, they're all, about this far above sea level, if at all. And so all of those over gigantic geographic areas are vulnerable to just a very small sea level change. Turtles have temperature dependent sex determination. So they're very sensitive to the elevation of where the eggs are laid. So that was really important, whereas islands often have much steeper beaches. So having some diversity of steep beaches, and that's really important. That's one way how the VSP criteria were tweaked for turtles. And then, of course, these were some of the life history traits for turtles that turn out to be important. You have things like age structure. How many age groups do you have? So the last slide, then, what they ended up with, like I said, 11 DPSs. Hawaii, so the people who petitioned, they got half of what they wanted, because Hawaii ended up as a DPS. They're quite distinctive, they're really isolated, but they were not considered to be at low risk of extinction, even though recent trends were definitely positive. And the main reason was, these are the main Hawaiian Islands. The size of the circles are proportional to the amount of nesting that goes there. 95% or more of the nesting occurred in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, and mostly in 2 beaches. And so again, the feeling of the team was that's just too vulnerable to catastrophic. Hurricanes can go through there and remove half the sand on an entire island overnight. And that's happened in the recent past. And sea level rise, of course, also. So it's literally a case of the team felt that there was just too much of all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, for the nesting of the sea turtles to be comfortable, and that they wanted to see a much wider geographic distribution, much more, say, in the main one. It's headed in that direction, but it's pretty slow. So that's the last part I have here, just trying to give you some examples from mostly the salmon world, but also the turtle world of different ways of thinking about the same general concepts. And this is also important, I think, if you want to think about DPSs of lahont and cutthroat trout. I think in most scenarios, there's no point in doing that. I can't see any advantage to adding another layer of bureaucracy unless you think you can get to the point where some of the DPSs might be delisted, whereas the whole unit could not. That would be the scenario. It's just like what they wanted in Hawaii. But if you do that, if you want to go that route, that's fine. But the way legally, what you have to do then is something like what we did. You would have to have a formal process to figure out what are the DPSs, the units that will fit the joint interagency published criteria to be DPSs. That would have to be proposed in the Federal Register and turned into a final list rule with review and comment. And the same thing for any risk analysis was done for those DPSs, just like was done for the turtles. And so you would have to not only argue that whatever unit you want to delist actually can be considered a DPS under the policy that's in effect, but also that you can credibly argue that it's no longer threatened and endangered. But if that is the case, then it could potentially be very beneficial for allowing you to relax restrictions if they're not really needed in some areas. But it's not a trivial undertaking. It would not be. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so real quick, because I know everybody's probably dying for a break, let's do one question and then we'll break till 3:30 and then we'll come back and we'll continue questions if that works for everybody.
Thank you. Mervyn Wright, Permanent Fisheries. So what Sean was talking about earlier, what this afternoon was supposed to involve was looking at genetics. Certainly appreciate the enthusiasm up there, but when we start talking about genetic manipulation, and it's happening right now down in Gardnerville, taking DNA and not allowing nature to select, the pairing. When man starts to control nature, man loses, nature ends up being damaged. And look what happened in Wuhan. They're still at it. They're still doing cultures over there, manipulating, DNA, trying to culture, viruses, whatever they're doing. And if that's what we're doing here, I mean, we already know that the environment has been altered. Man has interfered so bad that now we're looking at genetics as the only option for recovery. And we're going to start getting into, instead of just, allowing the fish to have access to habitat for natural spawning, we're going to take it and conduct DNA analysis and start pairing it up so that we know that we're producing a superior fish. I mean, it kind of reminds me of what was going on in Delaware with the frankenfish, come on. I mean, it seems like, funding and everything like that. I mean, who's going to pay for all the equipment that's necessary to just allow, a male and female to pair up and spawn naturally, Thank you.
I would just, in quick response, I would just say, I totally agree with you under almost all conditions. That is absolutely the preferable scenario. My guess is pretty much everybody in the room would agree with that. So the issue is, though, the question is, are there some circumstances where you would consider more direct intervention? And those would have to be, in my mind, have to be pretty extreme scenarios where you'd want to consider that sort of intervention. But and it potentially, in my view, could be justified if the alternative is pretty certain extinction, for example. Because extinction is irreversible and there isn't much worse than that. So if you have a risk that is pretty bad, but it's not as bad as extinction, then in my mind, it's worth at least considering. And I think really we should postpone more discussion of this issue till after Andrew's talk, when he's going to actually provide a lot of data, and then people will have a better way of talking about it after that.
I just wanted to add. Yeah. I just wanted to add one thing about in the wild, absolutely. Mate choice should be left up to the fish. But in terms of the hatchery down at Gardnerville, I just want to kind of push back a little bit because I think what they're doing at the hatchery is trying to maintain as much genetic variation as possible within that brood stock. And the reason for that is that then when that fish goes out on the landscape, you are essentially giving that fish a leg up so that whatever genetic combinations you've created, that will be self-sorting on the landscape. So that the fish that do better will obviously be those that are reproducing in the wild. But the whole goal of the hatchery is not to, the only goal of the hatchery brood stock program is to maintain variation in this species so that it will do better when we put it out on the landscape, or that somebody will do better when we put it out on the landscape. I don't think we're trying to engineer how the species mates or make those decisions on a natural landscape, but in a hatchery setting, that's the goal. So I think it's important to make that distinction.
One other thing, I think for most of what Robin was talking about today was the importance of restoring natural processes, right? And we'll get it. So this happens to be the genetic section where really we're using genetic tools to better understand the ecology and evolution of the fish to know how to restore those natural processes, right? Interconnect systems, let the fish move, let the fish restore its own life history variation, like you see with resident fish in Summit Lake and lacustrine fish. And so I think that's an important, we're not talking about like creating fish in a lab or anything, it's using the genetic data to better see how those processes work in nature. And then what Andrew's going to talk about later is in those situations where we have really isolated populations where we don't have an option to reconnect them, could we just simply move fish among different populations to restore some of the genetic variability? So that's what the later part's going to be. And then tomorrow is all going to be about habitat. How do we build bigger habitats, restore some of these natural systems?
Thanks, Helen. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do a 15-minute break. Everybody come back at 3:35 and we can keep going if there's further questions, and we'll keep on rolling.
That's a good one. Okay. I kind of fit in Mary's talk, I think, as it worked out.
Yeah, and I think the same 3 or 4 things in a circle.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I really think we ought to put up any more discussion of that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Otherwise, it's just.
I keep trying to.
Yeah,
Spot freaking on, Robin. Spot on. That was absolutely
Yeah. Thank you,
fabulous.
Robin.
All right, everyone, let's see if we can get settled. Get going again. I know we're getting to crunch time on mental capacity, so there is a lot of sugar in the back over here that needs to be consumed to help with all that brain needs. Oh, yes. And then FYI up front, there is the Creasing Community's PFC training and integrated riparian training schedule for the year. Come grab one and I'll send it out in the notes set as well for everyone that's virtual. All right, as we settle in, I'm gonna turn my camera back on. You can see me. Oh, we're not gonna need to see me actually, because Ryan. All right, everyone. So we've kind of, what's going on?
I didn't mean to,
Jeez Louise.
but I apologize.
Yeah. So as we settle in, we have a historical template that Mary said, and we have, you know, kind of examples of when we might take extreme actions, when we shouldn't maybe, and you know what the goal overall is, which is trying to restore natural processes in a world where that may be challenging in some cases. Our next presenter is Ryan Kovach. He's with Montana State, and he's going to talk mostly about hybridization and what him and others are doing in Montana to kind of address that in some of their native fish or native trout. And so I'm going to pass it off to you, Ryan. I'm assuming that you will share and take control.
Minimize the chat.
Sounds good.
One sec, let me get this thing. Let me get this thing microphoned on you.
Okay.
So everyone can hear you. This is always tricky. Never know how it's gonna go. All right, go ahead and talk.
Okay, can you actually see what my screen as well?
Yep.
Okay, well, I know we're kind of running behind, so I'm gonna try to go through this pretty quickly. Sean asked me to sort of describe how we are trying to deal with the issue of hybridization and sort of defining hybridization thresholds, or defining what is a cutthroat trout that we want to conserve versus those that we don't want to conserve, especially now that we've kind of entered this genomic era. I think probably most folks are, I mean, I'm sure everyone's familiar with the fact that hybridization between, you know, any given cutthroat trout and rainbow trout or other cutthroat trout is a significant problem in native trout conservation. And in fact, kind of going back as early as 1988, Fred Allendorf and Rob Leary noted that the greatest danger to the conservation of cutthroat trout is intraggressive hybridization among subspecies and with rainbow trout. And just for ease of making this fast and digestible, I'm going to focus more on rainbow trout, but obviously hybridization among cutthroat trout is also a problem. I think we often get pretty complacent when we think about hybridization because it's so widespread. It's a problem for all of our different cutthroat trout. It's a problem for your Lahontan's, our West Slope, our Yellowstones, etc. But it is helpful to keep in mind that cutthroat trout diverged from rainbow trout at, you know, somewhere around 10 million years ago. And this is a really long time ago. If you want to compare it to, say, a primate evolutionary tree, you know, that's about as distant as humans and orangutans. So, I mean, these cutthroat trout and rainbow trout are very different from one another, genetically speaking. And I think if you saw a human orangutan hybrid, I mean, that would be a bone-chilling experience. And you should probably be thinking about it in the same way when you pick up that rainbow trout, Lahontan cutthroat trout hybrid. I mean, that thing is, you know, getting back to this concept of natural, it is not natural. A Lahontan cutthroat trout hasn't sniffed a rainbow trout for 10 million years until 100 years ago. So the reason that hybridization is such a problem, and the reason it's so ubiquitous across the landscape is just a product of our hatchery system and where we've been moving fish, specifically rainbow trout, over the last century. So in the distribution of cutthroat trout alone in the Western United States, we've stocked billions of rainbow trout. We've probably actually stocked more rainbow trout into cutthroat trout habitat than there are humans on planet Earth. So, you know, this is a real problem, and it's a problem that stems from human actions. But because it's so widespread, you know, it means that when we actually try to move forward with cutthroat trout conservation, we're stuck doing something that's often extremely difficult. And that's kind of drawing the line in the sand and defining what is, in our case, in Montana, a West Slope cutthroat trout, or in your case, what is a Lahontan cutthroat trout? And of course, these definitions are, they're fraught with challenges. You can argue why one definition is better than another, et cetera, et cetera. And as you know, because of that, a lot of different definitions typically exist. So just for West Slope cutthroat trout, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, back when the species was, or subspecies was petitioned for listing, used a threshold where they said anything that had 80% or higher West Slope cutthroat genes was a West Slope cutthroat trout. That definition was kind of widely criticized in the literature. I won't spend much time talking about that particular definition in this situation. Part of the reason it was criticized was because the Fish and Wildlife Service has also used different definitions for other subspecies. Within the world of West Slope cutthroat trout, our agency operates, and that's Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I don't even know if I mentioned that in the beginning, but I'm the conservation geneticist for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Our agency uses definitions that come from this memorandum of understanding that kind of outlined how we were going to try to recover West Slope and Yellowstone cutthroat trout. And in that document, we defined our cutthroat trout using two sort of categories. We have our category that's called genetically unaltered, which at some parts of the document is 99% or greater. And in other parts of the document, we refer to these genetically unaltered populations as genetically pure. And that is that there is no non-native ancestry. So even within our document, we're actually using two different definitions. So the definitions get super muddy and they get super complex. We also define something a conservation population if it has less than 10% non-native ancestry and unique characteristics. We think it has some kind of conservation value. I don't know what's being used for Lahontan cutthroat trout specifically. I tried to figure that out and I didn't really figure it out. I do know that Nevada, I'm not even sure if Nevada knows this, are co-signatories on a document outlining how they will use this strategy for Lahontan cutthroat trout in Nevada. So I don't know if these are being used, but these are out there. This is what we've been using in the state of Montana. An alternative definition is sort of the strict academic definition that Fred Allendorf and colleagues who, our lab is essentially built on the shoulders of Fred Allendorf and Rob Leary. So this is definitely, something that we use in Montana, but this other definition basically says, hey, we should only be conserving populations that are greater than 99% ancestry from our native cutthroat trout species or subspecies of interest. So, okay, there's all these different definitions. They're sometimes competing. It's messy. We probably don't really want to think about them, but this is really absolutely the fundamental template upon which we do all of our conservation actions. So we have to make sure that we're using robust definitions, because when we go out and do things like pesticide treatments, when we found new populations in vacant habitats, when we build barriers to protect non-hybridized populations, et cetera, all of it is predicated on these genetic definitions. And so it's unfortunately for many people who don't want to think about the genetic side of things, it's an essential piece of the puzzle. And it's an essential piece of the puzzle that has changed a lot at least the information we're using has changed a lot in recent decades because of the genomics revolution. And genomics is actually the fastest growing field in biology. And this field has definitely come to fruition in the world of freshwater fish conservation. So I think there was some earlier discussion about these diagnostic markers that differentiate, say, Lahontan cutthroat trout from rainbow trout, or in this case, we're looking at a figure that shows West Slope cutthroat trout versus rainbow trout. And this is just the number of diagnostic markers we used in our lab. We've been monitoring hybridization between West Slope and rainbow since the 1979. And the number of diagnostic markers we used to differentiate rainbow trout from West Slope cutthroat trout, it increased gradually over time, but it's really shot up exponentially in the last decade. And not only do we just have like a whole shitload more data, we actually know where these markers are in the genome. And all of this ultimately means that we have the capabilities to provide a much greater precision and resolution of very small amounts of hybridization between, say, rainbow trout and West Slope cutthroat trout, or rainbow trout and Lahontan cutthroat trout. So this is great. This means that we're going to be using the best available science when we actually try to go out and conserve our native cutthroat trout subspecies, but it definitely creates some challenges. And I think the biggest challenge, well, it creates a couple challenges, but it also offers some opportunities. The biggest challenge that we've confronted, and I know that you guys are confronting this in the Lahontan world right now, is that with all this fancy genomic data, many of our putatively non-hybridized populations are in fact hybridized. So the populations we thought were 100% West Slope are not. And this includes some really key parts of our conservation portfolio. So for example, Montana formed a West Slope cutthroat trout conservation brood in the early 1980s. It was genetically monitored for decades. We thought it was non-hybridized. Lo and behold, it's 99.8% West Slope cutthroat trout. A lot of the donor populations we've used in massive restoration efforts that literally took decades, who knows how many millions of dollars of effort. You know, we come to find out they're 99.9% West Slope cutthroat trout because of these, genomic data. So I know you're in the same boat where what you thought you knew isn't exactly what you have out on the landscape. And this is a challenge that we have to confront right now. But I think there's also, the possibility that we can harness these genetic data or these genomic data to kind of help us get out of this mess and make to better understand the threat of hybridization for cutthroat trout conservation, and more specifically, to do a better job actually defining what it is we want to conserve. That is, draw those lines in the sand. So when we think about drawing lines in the sand, I think really what we're trying to get at is how much non-native ancestry is too much. Where do we draw the line and say this isn't a Lahontan cutthroat trout, or this isn't a West Slope cutthroat trout, or more appropriately, where do we not want to invest our scant conservation resources? The other big question we have is, what do we lose by only conserving non-hybrids? That is, those fish that are 100% with the best available method, non-hybridized Lahontan cutthroat trout, etc. These are still challenging questions, but I think genomics offers some opportunities to address some sort of sub-questions that get at them. And I think the two that we've focused on in the last couple of years is trying to better understand and define what is exactly genomic extinction, and then also doing a better job of describing the genetic costs in terms of genetic variation of adopting a staunch 100% definition for native trout conservation. So I'm going to quickly kind of run through that and then build up to some suggestions for Lahontan cutthroat trout. And obviously, these are basically, this is a balancing act. What we want to do is make sure that we're conserving as much of the evolutionary legacy of the species without the, non-natural, non-native genetic ancestry of these invasive species we put out on the landscape. But we also want to make sure that we're conserving as much of the evolutionary legacy of the species in terms of its genetic variation. And unfortunately, this is a challenging sort of, I don't want to say game, but this is the challenge that we have in cutthroat trout conservation. Really what it boils down to is we need to carefully think about doing our best possible job of conserving the species, but also being as wise as possible also with prioritization and how we spend our scarce resources, because we can't protect everything. We can only protect some things, and let's make sure we protect the right things and do the right things for the fish, basically. So what did I do here? Okay. So we actually, I don't know if you guys use this term a lot. Up in Montana, this term gets thrown around a lot. When folks justify conservation actions for cutthroat trout, they typically do so under the guise that if we fail to protect non-hybridized West Slope cutthroat trout from hybridization with rainbow trout, or actually Yellowstone cutthroat trout, we are flirting with genomic extinction. And that's actually used in almost all of our conservation documents. It's widely used kind of out in the literature, but surprisingly, it's something that's actually really poorly defined. It's something that's sort of defined very nebulously, even in sort of, textbooks, as the loss of a legacy or genetic lineage through swamping and the loss of gene interactions throughout the entire genome. And I mean, I think we sort of can come up with what that means coarsely in our brains, but it's hard when you actually have to apply this on the ground and say, okay, we don't want to conserve this population because we think it is already genomically extinct. Although there's fish out on the landscape, it crosses some threshold beyond which we don't want to invest our money. So to try to get around this, we've actually tried to come up with what we think is a reasonable definition so we can do a better job in the West Slope cutthroat trout world making informed decisions about prioritization. And as our first cut, and one that has actually surprisingly been working decently, we've been using a definition where if we say, hey, if we go out to a population and greater than 90% of the fish in that population are hybrids, and greater than 50% of the genome contains non-native ancestry, we think that qualifies as genomic extinction. And I could go into a lot more detail, but what I really want to emphasize that might be of value to you all is that when we've actually applied this using genomic data across a large number of different populations across space, so here the y-axis is the proportionate genome with non-native alleles, rainbow trout alleles or Yellowstone cutthroat trout alleles, and this is the proportion of individuals in the sample that are hybrids. So that black box is what I'm calling genomic extinction. What we're finding is that you're not always going to have this really great high resolution data, but a coarse rule of thumb is that when populations are hitting about 5% non-native ancestry, they're often approaching what we're calling genomic extinction. So this has been pretty helpful for us. It's kind of giving us a good coarse rule of thumb that says, hey, above 5%, we ought to be pretty careful about where we're investing our money. I think it helps to think about hybridization through this lens of genomic extinction for other reasons, because if you kind of look at this plot, and again, this box over here is sort of what I would call the scope for management action. So these are locations where there are hybrids, but it's actually only a small fraction of the population. So when you have this type of high resolution genetic data, it tells you, okay, actually we've got a subset of non-hybridized fish out there or fish with very low levels of non-native ancestry. We can go out and do good things. I mean, and these are exactly the locations where you want to target for suppression efforts or even triage efforts where you say, hey, hybridization is too much of a problem. Let's get those few remaining non-hybrids out of there and let them do some good elsewhere. We've kind of applied this same definition in different species and subspecies. This is actually our native Kootenai River rainbow trout. And we're finding the exact same thing. Populations with about 5% non-native ancestry is where it's when populations are reaching our definition of genomic extinction. So we've kind of got a floor, right? But if you flip this on the other side, what is the cost of conserving only those populations that are strictly 100% non-hybridized? And to kind of jump into this, I know really quickly, hopefully you're getting something out of it. I'm going to focus on West Slope cutthroat trout in the upper Missouri River Basin, and both West Slope cutthroat trout and native Kootenai River red band rainbow trout in the Kootenai Basin. So what we've done here is actually quantified the sort of loss of genetic variation that we observe under different conservation thresholds. So in this particular case, I'm first showing those data from that from West Slope cutthroat trout in the upper Missouri. Here are 8 populations of West Slope cutthroat trout with 99% or higher genetic variation. If we conserve all 8 of these populations and use these for all of our conservation efforts moving forward, we are probably conserving and reestablishing about 67% of the genetic variation that was found in that basin historically. So it's not great, but it's not bad. However, if we use a strict 100% threshold, we actually drop down to only 3 potential source populations for all of our conservation efforts. And I forgot to mention that this P here is just the proportion of polymorphic SNPs. It's just a measure of genetic variation. So genetic variation varies really widely among these populations. And as we apply that 100% filter, we're only left with 3 populations with varying and less genetic variation. And at the end of the day, we can only conserve or reestablish about 40% of the genetic variation that was probably historically present in this basin. So clearly there is a genetic cost in terms of genetic variation of adopting that strict 100% threshold. We can actually show this a little nicer in the Kootenai because we actually have better genomic data. But here, sorry, I don't hear feedback.
I hear it. I'll deal with it on my end.
Oh, no worries. So here's just those same thresholds, but we're dropping, okay, this is for West Slope cutthroat trout in the Kootenai River Basin. When we go to the Kootenai River Basin, we only have 1 West Slope cutthroat trout population right now that we know of in the middle Kootenai that's 100% West Slope cutthroat trout. If we only conserve that 1 population, we're only conserving 23% of the genetic variation found in West Slope at large within that river basin. If we drop our threshold to 99.99, we jump to 45%. And you can see from there, we get, you drop to 99.9 and all of a sudden we're at 66% of the genetic variation found in that river basin. So again, clearly consequences of adopting that 100% versus a very trivial amount of non-native ancestry. It's also readily evident when you look at our native red band in the same river basin. We only have 2 populations of red band in the Kootenai that are 100% native ancestry. If we only conserve those 2 populations, that's only 13% of the genetic variation found in red band throughout the basin. Just by dropping to 99.9, we can conserve 96% of the genetic variation in Kootenai red band. So we get major bangs for, being slightly more permissive of non-native ancestry in terms of conserving the evolutionary legacy of the species in any given watershed. So I think there's clearly benefits to being reasonable. I don't want to say flexible, but being reasonable in terms of when you may permit small amounts of non-native ancestry in your focal conservation problem or populations. But this does beg the question, are there any sort of realized biological consequences of these very small amounts of non-native ancestry? And what I'm showing here is sort of the genomic perspective of these trivial amounts of non-native ancestry. The y-axis is the proportion of functional genes throughout the genome, because we now have annotated genomes for rainbow trout. This is the proportional functional genes versus the proportion of rainbow trout admixture in a hybridized West Slope cutthroat trout or among hybridized West Slope cutthroat trout populations. And all I really want to point out is that these very trivial amounts of non-native ancestry, that's really just a very tiny amount of functional rainbow trout genetic material actually segregating in those populations. So it probably has very little biological consequence. And indeed, we don't have this type of data very often, but we do fortunately have one location where we can actually look at the fitness consequences of small amounts of non-native ancestry in a native West Slope cutthroat trout population. This happens to just be a small isolated population that Andrew is actually going to talk about later as the genetic rescue site. But it just so happens that this site had less than 1% rainbow trout ancestry. We didn't know that going into the rescue experiment. But we've now done a ton of work to actually essentially create a pedigree and actually look at fitness in this particular population over time. And we can actually look at whether individual growth, survival, and reproductive success, i.e. fitness, varies depending on the amount of individual rainbow trout ancestry. So this is proportion rainbow trout ancestry. So basically you can see it's kind of ranges within the population from 0 to 3%. And across the board, we don't see any obvious effect of this tiny amount of rainbow trout ancestry on growth, reproductive success, survival, or movement. So we don't really see any obvious biological consequences of these tiny amounts of non-native ancestry. So I think kind of getting back to the big question of, where do you draw these lines in the sand? At least for us in our conservation, I think we're starting to get a little bit more confident that with these genomic data and our better understanding and higher resolution understanding of hybridization, that, we don't feel, even though, we have a 10% definition in our basically our conservation plan for West Slope cutthroat trout, anything above 10%, well, anything with less than 10% non-native ancestry has conservation value. I think what we're finding is that while that might be true, certainly from a recreational fishing perspective, it's true. But from a conservation perspective where we have to prioritize, we're definitely not going to prioritize in spending any of our funds on populations with more than 5% non-native ancestry. Clearly there are, but I do want to mention that just when I say that cautiously, because there can be management opportunities for hybridized but not extinct populations. And we actually see that a lot out on the landscape, and we do things. So for example, we do sample locations where, 50% of the fish in a population are hybrids because there's been a recent invasion, but there's 50% of the population that still appears to be non-hybridized. I mean, we go into very rapid triage at that in those situations and get those fish into safe habitats, or at the very least, we at least try to remove the non-native or the hybrids that are present within the system. I think it's pretty obvious, and it's probably intuitive, that there are biological and logistical consequences to only using populations that are 1000% non-hybridized for conservation and restoration. And I say that sort of that 1000% tongue in cheek because, we've been monitoring hybridization in our state. We've collected over 100,000 West Slope cutthroat trout samples for genetic monitoring in Montana. And we still are constantly updating our understanding of the system because of the rapid development of these genetic tools. So what you think is 100% today is not going to be 100% tomorrow. So there's always just like that logistical problem within this conservation problem. But I think biologically, the biology is far more important here. And I think what the biology is telling us is that we need to be strategic, flexible, and reasonable on a regional basis, because yes, we want to completely, we want to minimize rainbow trout ancestry as much as possible. But we also need to conserve the genetic variation found in our species. And this really means that you have to adopt context-specific strategies for dealing with hybridization. For those that aren't familiar, and probably most aren't familiar with this, in the Upper Columbia River Basin, well, we have the Continental Divide in Montana, and in the Upper Columbia River Basin, we actually still have large interconnected habitats with non-hybridized West Slope cutthroat trout. They literally exist in massive rivers like the one I'm showing here. That's the South Fork of the Flathead. But when you go east of the Continental Divide, it's almost exactly the scenario you guys have in the Lahontan world, where all we have left are tiny fragments. And obviously, because of this, we really have to use different strategies when we're confronting hybridization. And I'm not the first to say this. I'm not going to read this because I'm trying to be as fast as possible. But in the final paragraph of one of Mary's old papers, she makes this exact same point. So I think some quick take homes for Lahontan, whether you want to borrow from what we've been doing in West Slope or not, is obviously entirely up to you. And it's going to be, like I just said, probably context specific. But I think it's probably reasonable to assume at this point, or at least my suggestion would be that the populations with greater than 95% Lahontan cutthroat trout ancestry may have some conservation value, but I would certainly tread carefully. You don't want to invest too much funding into populations that may not have that much conservation value because of the issue of hybridization. But again, it helps to actually get the empirical genetic data from these populations, because sometimes there are opportunities that you didn't realize were there. And it's actually surprising how often that happens for us. Despite the fact that I've sort of made the argument that there are situations where you may want to consider, where you want to be somewhat flexible about your definition of what constitutes a Lahontan cutthroat trout, or where you're going to draw your lines in the sand. I mean, I think it's probably pretty obvious to everyone that you still want to prioritize your non-hybridized populations for your conservation actions, whether that be for refound. And here, what I'm really talking about is, when you've done something like a large piscicide treatment, where you have a large piece of vacant habitat, prioritize your non-hybridized population. That's pretty obvious. But as I've also shown, it does come with some consequences. And so, my suggestion is just to strategically incorporate populations between 99 and 100% in your conservation actions as needed, based on the very real context of your management units. I mean, I don't know, Mary kind of went into some of those different management units, and I'm sure that this might play out differently in each of those management units, but, carefully think about how you want to incorporate or not incorporate different populations with different amounts of non-native ancestry based on, things like genetic variation, ancestry. I mean, if you can conserve 100% of the genetic variation found in Lahontan cutthroat trout just using 99.9% populations or better, I mean, why not do that? Don't go down to 99%. I mean, you use the best available fish. Oftentimes we have to make a lot of decisions based on population risk, where, we have a 99.8% population that it's been recently invaded by brook trout, and it's going to go extinct in the next couple of years. Well, yeah, we're going to conserve that thing, and we're going to use it in our conservation efforts, even if we otherwise may have had better alternative sources. The sort of risk factor elevates the likelihood that we would use a population like that in a conservation action. Obviously population size plays a really key role here. If you have, if you need to go to donors for large conservation projects, you may not be able to go to some of your non-hybridized populations because they're simply too small, in which case you're going to have to bring things like population size into the mix. And last, of course, there's the logistics, but I think oftentimes the logistics rises to the top, and it shouldn't. These other biological criteria should be the number one things when you're thinking about which populations you use for the conservation program or conservation strategy. I think the last and most important thing, at least from our lessons in Montana, is that you really, I know from side conversations I've had with folks working in the Lahontan world, you guys are sort of on the precipice of working on and adopting some kind of genetic management strategy for Lahontan cutthroat trout. All I can say is try to do the best to create the most explicit and science-based strategy you can for dealing with hybridization, and formalize it in your conservation recovery plans for the species. Because as long as you're using really science-based reasoning and logic, it's going to withstand, it's going to withstand the test of time. It's going to withstand the courts. The problem is when we're not using any sort of science-based strategy, and it's just willy-nilly dealing with the problem of hybridization. So just, confront it head on, make good decisions, and I think things will pan out from there in terms of, doing the right things for Lahontan cutthroat trout moving forward. And that's exactly what we've had to do in Montana. And I think we've realized that some of the ways that we had tackled this previously in 2007 have shifted, now to 2022, and we have updated our strategies accordingly. But I mean, it's always been helpful, and it's always helped us deal with the public, with actually our partners, actually getting projects out on the landscape, that we had all of this sort of laid out explicitly why we would be conserving some populations and not others based on their hybridization status. And then, really briefly, I have had the opportunity to look at sort of the genetic status of some of your populations versus this via this recently published paper. And I know I think in some conversations with folks in the Lahontan world, I think there's a little bit of despair that, okay, it turns out a lot of the populations aren't non-hybridized. And yeah, while that is true, you know, I look at your list of populations, at least the ones in this paper, which I know is not exhaustive, and there's at least 59 populations with greater than 99% Lahontan and cutthroat trout ancestry, 14 of which are probably 100%ers and 37 that are 99.9%. Honestly, you got plenty to work with, and that's not that different from our West Slope cutthroat trout east of the Continental Divide. I did also notice that there's obviously active invasions, rainbow trout hybrid, or you know, the invasion of rainbow trout hybrids at some of these locations. So, you know, it's time to get out there and deal with that. Probably not today, not tomorrow, but probably yesterday, because obviously there's only a limited number of options, but fortunately you have some. So don't despair. I think you got fish to work with. With that, I'll try to take any questions. And you know, you guys invited the folks from Montana to give you some insights on Lahontan cutthroat trout genetics 40 years ago, and you're circling back, so I'm not sure if that's a very good sign.
Okay, any questions? For Ryan? I'm pulling up the participant list here.
Sean is muted too, so.
Oh yeah, Sean, you're
Can't hear
muted
the
because the
room.
background noise was coming
Yeah.
from that end. Sorry. I don't, there's a question in the chat from Mandy. You have a universal panel of genetic sequencing to get these hybridization estimates? Question?
Yes, I mean, well, not wholly universal, but you know, as we've sort of developed the more genomic techniques for monitoring hybridization in our local populations, we have assembled a pretty large set of species diagnostic markers for rainbow trout and Yellowstone cutthroat trout. So those obviously work great in our systems in Montana, but we also have West Slope cutthroat trout diagnostics, but that wouldn't pertain to you guys in the Lahontan world. But those markers also work in your world. So if you ever have need for any of that sort of information, we certainly have a ton of data on it, actually.
Another question in the chat from Jeff. How have you balanced the risk between bottlenecking a population with removing hybrids? By that, I mean selectively removing individual fish with a known level of proportionate ancestry.
How have we balanced that with bottlenecking the population? Was that the question?
Yeah, how have you balanced the risk between bottlenecking a population with removing hybrids?
Well, I guess when I'm talking about suppression efforts, it's usually hybrids with high amounts of rainbow trout ancestry, which we view as not having any conservation value. So, you know, in that particular instance, if we remove the hybrids and there's very few non-hybridized West Slope cutthroat trout left, well, one will probably likely move them to another location, and/or we can always move isolated West Slope from a different location into that focal population where there's suppression. So there's plenty of management opportunity to address that issue.
Dawn or Catlin, any questions on your end?
Yeah, Helen's got. Hey, Ryan, that was awesome. Thank you. Super helpful to all the things we have in front of us. Just a couple comments. So one on that recent paper, just so people in the room know, you know, we had really small sample sizes for a lot of those. So the sampling in that paper was not sufficient to really address the hybridization issue, which became apparent then. But that's why I think some of the sampling that we're doing that's more comprehensive in the field is really important. And yeah, I think, you know, Brian, I'm curious. So when you guys look at you're looking at Q values of ancestry across a population as a whole? Because I do think with a lot of our more recent findings, we are finding these like distributions of genotypes, right? Like a handful of individuals that are hybridized and others that definitely aren't, but they're in these remote landscapes. And, you know, in some cases, the active management, I mean, some cases like Independence, we've been going at it, but other cases, the management's really logistically difficult. So it's kind of been sitting for a while. And, you know, I think our next action is not going to be based on the same information around individual genotypes and patterns. So it's just kind of a complex scenario that I know you guys deal with too.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you have a population where you have a handful of individuals that are hybridized and many others who are not, you're rolling that up still into a population level to get to the 5%, I guess is my question. And that's your first indicator of an issue.
If we have that situation, which we definitely do, we essentially, you mean, are you, Helen, do you mean what are we doing from the management side of it, or how are we actually summarizing the data?
Well, both, I guess. First, summarizing the data, right? Because you're getting a population level Q value, I assume, or whatever your 5% or 99% is coming from.
Yeah, so in that,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, in that example where if you had a really obvious recent invasion where you have a handful of hybrids and the remaining fish appear to be non-hybridized, you know, that's clearly not a randomly mating population from the perspective of sort of estimating allele frequency. So we oftentimes actually just split it and just, or we don't actually calculate proportion rainbow trout admixture in that population because there's actually not complete random mating and complete admixture. But I think more pragmatically from the management perspective, if we feel confident that there's fish that have high conservation value, like I said, in that situation, I mean, we go for it. And I guess that is fortunate. We're fortunate that the biologists in Montana are just gung ho about this, but they don't care if it's 6 miles in by backpack. I mean, those fish are coming out. We're going to get the disease. I mean, the disease testing ends up being the biggest hurdle, honestly.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks.
So Ryan, this is Mary. If you have a remote population and a few individuals show high hybridization, what would be, I would think that you would just leave it, because if there's just a few individuals that are hybridized over multiple generations, that level of hybridization would potentially be diluted across that entire population. So if it's really remote and there's just a few hybridized individuals, is that something that you guys consider, just leaving it and letting that admixture dilute over time?
I think if the population was like 90, if there was, let's say, 80% of the fish appear to be 99% Lahontan cutthroat trout, and 20% of the fish are 80% Lahontan cutthroat trout, I think we would definitely go with the strategy you're saying, Mary. But if we actually had a situation where 95% of the fish were non-hybridized, they appear to be 100% Lahontan cutthroat trout, and 5% of them are clearly hybrids with a significant amount of rainbow trout ancestry, we would definitely try to go get those hybrids, because we still view non-hybridized populations as having the highest conservation value. And in that case, we can do so with minimal impact on genetic variation in that population.
Jeff also has his hands up. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And this is really great discussion. The question is, I think probably somewhat similar to what I believe Mary and Helen were just asking, kind of same idea. So when you have a population with a really recent, single hybridization event that's occurred between cutthroat trout and rainbows, so in that population, like if you're actively removing, tagging, genetically testing, and removing fish, and then removing them based on what their hybridization level is or proportionate ancestry. When you look at that population as a whole, and I get what you were saying about if they're not behaving in a Mendelian manner, if you clearly have hybrids and clearly have the vast majority of the population being pure LCT. It's pretty hard over time just to get rid of every single hybrid in the system. And so, I mean, just because you can't possibly catch every single fish that's hybridized, even though you make a good faith effort to it, then kind of at what level do you sort of say, okay, we've kind of done our best, and now like at a population level where like 5% proportion of ancestry of rainbows. Is that kind of like a guideline that you guys use, or I'm just trying to, it's something we've been wrestling with and spending a lot of money on.
It's a good question. In the scenario that you're describing, well, I think that's why typically our emphasis in these situations is actually not on the suppression of the hybrids, but is actually on the true triage of moving the non-hybridized fish. So we typically, when we confront this situation where we have a mixed population with some non-hybridized fish remaining, we go in there, we identify them, and we actually take them out of that habitat. And we get them into either vacant habitat, or ideally vacant habitat, or, worst case scenario, they actually just end up being a source for, say, a genetic rescue type of experiment, or a source in a mixed source translocation like Coulter will talk about afterwards, because of the very reason that you're describing. I mean, we don't actually trust that we can actually successfully eliminate all the hybrids from the population, but we can get we can more confidently move a subset of fish that are non-hybridized. And then, you can just let it play out if you want, but we can at least conserve the genetic variation in that population by moving those few remaining non-hybridized fish either into another population or a vacant habitat. In some cases, we even go back and do a pesticide treatment, remove the hybrids, and then we can put our non-hybridized fish back into the same habitat.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ryan. That's interesting. It's, that kind of rests on, the assumption or the ability to actually find, other suitable habitat for them, which obviously becomes increasingly difficult just because of the levels and degree of stocking of rainbow trout, in the Western U.S. You don't have a ton of available waters, but it's always interesting hearing other states' approaches to the same problem. Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
Mandy also chimed in that our lab is collecting a genomic data set to begin to estimate levels of hybridization throughout the range. It should have results by summer. I don't know if you guys have the chat box up over there, so I'm giving you the play-by-play.
We do.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Doesn't look like it in here or online, so maybe we shift into the.
Yep, we're done. Nothing else online, so, okay.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, I think. So no stress. I always do that. All right. So let me pull this up. Struggling again to relearn how to use a computer every time. Sure.
Share screen down at the bottom.
Whoa, it's like my 17th time today. I got it. It's just slow.
Oh, well, it could just be slow. That happens too.
Well, I think it's more than just it's slow.
No comment.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna fix this. All right. So, I'll let you, Andrew, present yourself and introduce yourself because you're right here.
All right, thank you. So thanks for the invitation, and this has been great to learn more about LCT. Clearly, genetic rescue has come up throughout the day, so let's see if you end up throwing stuff at me. So what the goal here, the big picture, is I've been thinking about genetic rescue quite a bit. It lies at the intersection of ecology, evolution, thinking about demography, conservation. It brings all these issues to bear, and it is, as Robin said, an extreme measure. We're taking some fish out of one habitat and moving them into another. And we do that, try not to do it lightly. It's in a situation where we think a population is likely to go extinct, and here's this last ditch measure. Like I'll go a little bit broader than fish at the beginning. But the idea, and it's on one end, it's restoring connectivity. Where it starts to get a little bit harder and more challenging to think about is when you're thinking about deeper evolutionary time and translocations across that. So I guess Coulter, he's going to go tomorrow. It's already 4:20. I can do this a little bit as choose your own adventure. I've got some case studies. I'm going to start with some general information about genetic rescue, and then I'll check in with you. I'm not going to skip over this, but this idea is that genetics, evolution, deeply intertwined in these small isolated populations, creating an extinction vortex. Hopefully you've seen versions of this where vital rates decline, population size declines, genetic variation declines. So this is where we're worried about small isolated populations with increased extinction probabilities, and we might start to consider genetic rescue. So the way we've been defining genetic rescue is a decrease in population extinction probability owing to gene flow, best measured as an increase in population growth rate. And so that can be natural gene flow, or it can be us moving a few individuals into a habitat to assist that gene flow. So the idea is either naturally or we institute a small amount of gene flow, usually fewer than 10 individuals, from another wild population into an extant small inbred population. The goal is to boost individual fitness. You've been hearing a lot about fitness, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So Ryan defined that nicely. We're talking about survival, reproductive success. Ultimately, if individual fitness increases, then population should also grow. We can also increase genetic variation and future adaptive potential as an additional benefit of this type of action. But the primary risks are what we call outbreeding depression. I'll go into that a little bit more carefully in a moment, disease transmission or reaccrual of inbreeding. So if done with just say one individual, as in the case of Isle Royale wolves, where one wolf got naturally across an ice bridge to Isle Royale, that one individual gave rise to 50% of the wolves on the island very quickly, and inbreeding reaccrued very quickly. So a little bit here, inbreeding depression, that's when you have reduced individual fitness due to deleterious recessive alleles that occur in a homozygous state, largely. So extreme genetic drift in small populations and matings among related individuals in small populations will lead to inbreeding depression, which is where inbreeding, the act of inbreeding, reduces fitness. That's the depression term. Outbreeding depression is reduced fitness because the individuals that are mating are highly distinct, genetically distinct. So that's reduced individual fitness due to matings between distantly related individuals. And that can be due to things like chromosomal incompatibilities or breakdown of local adaptation. So that's what we're worried about when we start to think about LCT translocations, say, across RITs. Okay, just a little bit more terminology. If we're moving individuals into a small extant population, that's often called genetic rescue. Some people call it assisted gene flow. In the more terrestrial wildlife world, they call it population reinforcement. So if you've heard any of those terms, they're synonymous in my mind. If we're talking about moving individuals into vacant habitat, so maybe we use a pesticide to make a habitat vacant, that's the realm of reintroduction that Coulter is going to give an example of. So Mary talked about Florida panthers, Isle Royale wolves, pygmy possums in Australia, crater prairie chickens. These are these high profile case studies in genetic rescue. Here's my first fork in the road. I have prepared an example from the Swedish adders because it's so well worked. And we can go into that next, or we could skip that. But the idea, and Robin was one of the first people to write extensively about genetic rescue. He's an author on this paper from 2004. The title I love, The Alluring Simplicity. Hey, you just get a bucket of fish and move them over that barrier. And complex reality of genetic rescue. So 20 years later, we've learned quite a bit since this 2004 paper, but we still have more to learn. Right. Do we want to hear an example from snakes? Or should we go into examples from salmonids? Snakes are new and different. Okay, quickly. So this is an adder population, an inbred adder population in Sweden. There was an isolated population near, I'm going to say Lund. There were fewer than 40 individuals, very small effective population size, high variance in male reproductive success, very small litter size, high proportion of stillborn or deformed offspring, very low genetic variation, strong evidence for inbreeding depression. So deep concern about this single population, it's isolated. So they moved 10 males from each of 2 non-isolated populations in 1991. They verified that most of these males participated in breeding in 1992. So this is an extremely well-monitored population. The transplanted males remained in the population and participated in breeding for 3 years. And then they actually handled these animals so often, they went in and they removed those 8 of the 10 that survived. So they let them come, and this is unheard of in the genetic rescue world. Usually you just move individuals, let them go for the rest of their life. So here's the demographic trends. So what you're looking at is number of males. In black is the total number of males captured, and in the hashed bar is the number of male recruits. So you can see the population decline, and then they introduced new males, and then the population increased and recruitment increased. So that's one measure of increased fitness. The story gets even more interesting though, because it crashed in 2010. Why did it crash? Well, the Swedish equivalent of the Nature Conservancy built a wall between the summer and the winter habitat. It cut off the population and it tanked very quickly. They quickly realized what they had done. They removed that wall and the population rebounded again. So this is 2017. This is a follow-up paper from, I want to say 2019. Don't quote me on that. I don't have it up there. So the population underwent an 80% reduction, but then rebounded again and recruitment went up again. So probably low density here. They argue in this paper, this Madsen paper, this is a bit hard to see, but what you're looking at here is the total number of adult males in that graph over time. And what you see is the population trajectory from 1996 to 2005 during that first increase. And then from 2010 to 2017 during this second increase out here. So what they're arguing, and I guess there's multiple explanations for this, is this population had a lot more genetic variation. It retained that variation despite this more recent bottleneck, and it rebounded quickly. And they were attributing that partly to the resiliency created by the original genetic rescue. That's at least their interpretation. So we wrote a review paper in 2015, and then again, kind of in 2019, we've been kind of infatuated with genetic rescue. To summarize that quickly, evidence strongly supports that reestablishing gene flow among relatively recently connected populations, I'm using some really vague words there, will increase fitness, relatively recently connected populations. Risks, there's this gradient of risks where if there's strong genetic divergence, if there's demonstrated strong life history divergence or phenological differences, then you're starting to get into the area where you might see outbreeding depression. We said in 2015, there was a clear, kind of self-serving because we were about to do this, clear need for replicated tests of genetic rescue. And there is hope, it's still on the horizon, that we could better tailor which individuals to move through genomic analysis. But I'm going to argue we're not there yet. So thinking about the best way to, so there's, like any new exciting conservation strategy, there's people are all over the place on how willing they are to use this approach. So some folks primarily out of Australia, led by Dick Frankham, Kathy Rawls, not Australian, but have called for a paradigm shift in conservation where we should acknowledge the cost of doing nothing, and the default should be managing gene flow. Anytime there's really any genetic differentiation, move in animals or plants. That to us seems a bit extreme. We agree that there's, in many cases, a need for widespread managed gene flow, but we recommend a more tempered approach, especially in taxon known for local adaptation. There's a need for data with replicated and controlled experimental translocations. genetic rescue seems promising. Though there's a lot of promise, there are also risks. And so what I want to talk about next is 2 case studies where we're going to look, we're not quite there yet in one of them, but we want to look, we instituted replicated rescue attempts in 2 different taxa, and we've been following 2 different headwater trout, and we've been following them over time into advanced generations to see how it plays out. So empirical data in a couple of systems. Couple of notes I think we all have to keep in mind for genetic rescue is it should go hand in hand with habitat restoration. So that's tomorrow, right? We can't, this isn't a silver bullet where we just move a few fish and let it go. It has to go be accompanied with addressing the issues that made the population small in the first place. It might need to be repeatedly performed. And this is the point that already came up. It's probably always better if the fish can institute their own gene flow. And so again, this is an extreme case. So I don't know, maybe I'm slicing hairs here, but like, so for example, another paper came out about 5-10 years ago that called for widespread gene tweaking. And what they meant by that was genetically engineering genes involved in important traits and moving those into populations. And to me, that's way too heavy-handed. So we're trying to kind of hit a middle ground here where we're doing an extreme intervention, but we're still moving fish and letting them reproduce on their own. We're just getting them where they couldn't go because of, say, a dam was in place. Should I pause there or should I just keep barreling through these examples?
Sean, I'm
Barrel
looking
through.
at you to say.
Barrel through is the consensus in the room.
Okay.
So what we've done is institute 2 separate genetic rescue experiments. The first one was actually, used to be at the University of Massachusetts Amherst before I moved to Montana in 2016. And we initiated a genetic rescue experiment in Virginia with native brook trout. So I want to convince you in that case study that the habitats there, they're ephemeral, they're extremely isolated. It's actually a lot like Lahontan and cutthroat trout. And then in 2017, we instituted, at least it's a cutthroat trout species, we instituted another set of replicated genetic rescue attempts with West Slope in Montana. But I figured since this is an LCT meeting, I would start with the cutthroat example. So just a little bit of placing these studies in context. If you think about the continuum in genetic divergence between the transplants and the recipient or the resident population, roughly, if we think about isolation for decades, where we're reconnecting recent fragmentation to hundreds of thousands of years between major genetic management units. On the left, we've got a low likelihood of outbreeding depression. On the right, higher likelihood of outbreeding depression. So I would say, and I'm using EB because that's what in Montana, they call them Eastern brook trout in their data sheets. The brook trout study is within one formerly connected metapopulation before, say, 1970, we're reconnecting gene flow that would have been there not that long ago. With West Slope, we're talking about Huck 8 basins, translocations within those, but still relatively high genetic divergence. And then if we were to move, say, brook trout between northeastern US and the southern US, those are major genetic differences. There's probably chromosomal differences there that we haven't learned about yet. Or West Slope, like Ryan was talking about, west and east of the divide, that starts to be where we might expect higher likelihood of outbreeding depression, and we haven't done those experiments yet. We thought about doing that for West Slope and we nixed it. We're like, we're not willing to take that risk. We thought about trying to do a hatchery component where we just looked at early life survival and we just couldn't pull that off. So the experimental data, just keep in mind, we're over on the left here still. And if a lot of questions that come up later are, can we be doing this, between these different groups that you all have described so well, it's still somewhat unknown territory. Okay, so West Slope. Ryan talked about this. Few non-hybridized populations exist east of the continental divide, this dashed line here. Often, as Ryan mentioned, in the eastern portion of the range, which is a lot more like LCT range, pesticide projects are common. Putting up barriers to protect populations from invasion by brook trout and rainbow trout are common. So in some cases, we're actually managing for isolation. So we're creating one problem while we solve another one. Here's a look at genetic variation in West Slope cutthroat trout. So this is a frequency histogram of heterozygosity, population level heterozygosity values. West of the divide, some isolated low variation populations, but the majority have much more genetic variation, whereas east of the divide, it's pegged over mostly on the left, where very low genetic variation populations exist. The 4 dots there are the 4 genetic rescue sites. So we have a gradient from very low genetic variation to higher genetic variation east of the divide. Ryan was the first author on this paper that came out in 2021, where we used some of the amazing amount of data available for West Slope cutthroat trout in Montana. These are all non-hybridized populations of West Slope cutthroat trout examined on a SNP chip. So not a ton of SNP data here, on the order of 35 loci. But what we did is just the punchline here was that we described extant genetic variation and genetic differentiation, and we came up with a list of candidate sites for genetic rescue. And those were sites that have extremely low genetic variation. In this case, we decided to use populations that were naturally isolated and were highly genetically divergent from other populations. Those are the stars on this map. So 3 of those were the ones that we experimentally did a rescue transplant. One of the sites we used wasn't actually a candidate on here. So it's kind of what happens if you move individuals into a relatively large population. Is that worthwhile? The answer to that is probably not needed. So how low is genetic variation on east of the divide? This is meant to give you an idea. This is reduced representation genomic data from about 300,000 SNPs, about 300,000 markers located across the genome. And what you're looking at is one representative individual from 3 different populations. And then we scan across the genome on the chromosomes. And on the y-axis is heterozygosity. So that tells you how genetically variable the sites are across the chromosomes, across the genome. And so this is a west of the divide connected population, healthy, robust genetic variation across the genome. This is a west of the divide isolated population, where we start to see some regions of the whole chromosomes have reduced variation, but overall in the genome, lots of variation.
What does the colors mean, Andrew?
Just meant to just tell you you're going from one chromosome to the next.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. And then here is one of our most appropriate populations. And we mistakenly use the word flatline because it's such a flat line. But then managers were like, well, wait a second, is it useless then? Is there no value here? And we don't mean that, but you're just trying to describe, like, if you look at over here, there's no, like, those blips are probably sequencing error. It's whole chromosomes with no genetic variation. So these are the ones where we're saying this population, Staubach, had brook trout removed manually, took them about 10 to 15 years to get them out. The population, because they were handling every brook trout, they think it was down to 20 West Slope. Extreme bottleneck in about a mile habitat. And this is the one that becomes the hero of the story, where genetic rescue had the most effect. We've documented in one of these populations through this work. So Donovan Bell just finished his PhD with me. We've documented inbreeding depression. So this is rare in headwater trout populations to actually show that inbreeding depression is occurring. And the way you can do that is you look at fitness versus individual inbreeding coefficients. So individuals that are more inbred are out on the right side of this graph, and they have lower lifetime reproductive success, measure of fitness. The mean in this population was about 0.32. So interestingly, this population dips below replacement at that level of inbreeding. So the idea is if you institute a bit of gene flow into a population like this, you can reduce that overall inbreeding coefficient and hopefully restore population growth rate above and make that go above 2. So here's what we did. We worked extensively with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. They were an instrumental partner in making this happen. We decided in this case to move 6 to 8 fish per stream. And we didn't peg that based on overall abundance. We're using a genetic principle there that we want to institute a small amount of gene flow, the 1 migrant per generation rule. So you're like saying, okay, what's the difference between 1 migrant and 6 to 8? The idea here is that 1 migrant per generation would equal maybe 5 migrants on average if you move them once over 5 generations. It's mathematically the same. And we want to just institute a little bit of gene flow. It's this fine line between a little bit, but not too much. But then when you actually go to do it, you're like, am I really going to move 4 individuals, 5 individuals? What if none of them reproduce? So you balk a little bit and you move 6, 8, or 10. What we did though is we did a reciprocal transplant here. Nope, won't go away. We did a reciprocal transplant here where we moved 8 individuals. So we took 8 from one, moved them to the other, and vice versa. Nice thing here is you're moving 8 individuals from the population to control for demography. In this case, this is a real world, this is what happens in Staubach Creek here. For disease testing, we followed the 50 Fish and Wildlife Service protocol, but we didn't want to take West Slope from these populations. So we went downstream looking for brook trout. We went all the way down to a tributary affected by this reservoir to find brook trout, and then we find some whirling disease evidence. Is it in Staubach Creek? Probably not, but we made the safe call where we had confirmed no disease in South Fork Quartz Creek and moved 6 individuals from Quartz to Staubach and 6 from Quartz to Hall. So reciprocal in one case, one source into 2 different in another. These are Huck 8 level watersheds. So we wanted to keep them within these watersheds for outbreeding depression concerns. So we didn't want to consider cross basin at that scale. That said, genetic divergence here is really high. It's like 0.7. So these are very genetically drift prone populations. We moved 3 males, 3 females, or 4 males, 4 females. We tested for disease prior to translocations. And then we extensively monitored. These are all in about, except for the North Fork Little Belt, which was bigger than we realized before going into it. Coulter loved shocking North Fork Little Belt. So they're all about, the 3 more southern ones are about a mile of habitat where we could go to a barrier, sample all the way to the end of fish. And then we genotyped all individuals through 2021 with multiple existing SNP panels so that we could reconstruct pedigrees so we knew who mated with whom and how many offspring they had to look at fitness. So thoughts on design, we electrofish in spring. So if you are thinking about doing this for LCT, we went in the spring as soon as the snow was out. We're shocking at high water. It was hard to get enough fish to move because our detection probabilities at that time of year were so low. And then we determined sex phenotypically. We put fish in live cars in the stream. We genetically tested them to make sure to test for hybridization. And then we went back later and moved them with aerated backpacks in ATVs. And we did have this aspect of our experimental design where we removed individuals from the population to control for demography. I think we're going to get to a point where if we do decide to do genetic rescue, we necessarily need to do that step. This is while we're still trying to rigorously experimentally test these things. Okay, so it always takes longer than I think it's going to. So here are the ranges of NEs of these populations. Oops.
You can grab the whole thing and just move it aside.
Want to grab. That's okay. This is about 100. These are the effective population sizes we estimated. This is contemporary NE. You can see it's quite low in Hall Creek and Staubach Creek, below 20. It's 45, and this is like, I want to say about 120. That's our big population. It's actually probably a functioning meta population that we just didn't realize it was as big as it was because there's multiple forks that had fish and we didn't realize it beforehand. There's the gradient of genetic variation in these populations. So based on these NEs, here are predicted losses of genetic variation. I threw this in here, it's not that critical. Basically, we asked the question, population genetically, how, over a 100-year time interval, 80-year time interval, how much genetic variation would these populations lose given our estimates of effective population size? Not critical slide there. But let's get to the meat of it. Did the transplants reproduce? So we weren't even sure. You shock a cutthroat trout full of eggs, move her a bunch of miles on a warm day. Is she going to be up for reproducing right away, she or he? And so here's what happened. So reproduction did occur in all 4 streams. This is the number of transplants that reproduced out of the number moved. So 3 out of 8, 7 out of 8, 3 out of 6, 4 out of 6. This is the number of offspring, outcross offspring produced. So with one transplant parent initially. We've looked through the F1 generation all the way to adulthood of those F1s. So this isn't just like juveniles produced, but it is only one generation out. So it's, take this with a grain of salt. We're still going to follow these populations for another 4 or 5 years. You can see this gradient where Little Belt, the big population, hardly 3 out of 8 produced 3 offspring total. So not much happened there. Big population, lots of genetic variation. Helps us realize, okay, that one we didn't need to do genetic rescue in. I'm not even really going to really talk about that one much for the rest of the talk. Gold Run, Hall, and Staubach, you can see an increasing number where we have more and more. This is, I think, 226. People online know when I'm telling you lies because they can actually see. I'm gonna blame you on this, Sean, because it says.
Go into the picture, because Sean was like the second one over. No, like when you go to click on talking, click on this one over from minimize. And then try to move it. He was able to move it when it was in that view.
No, I give up. Go for it.
I don't know how he minimized it, to be honest with you, and I don't think I can
Hey,
from here.
I just don't know how to use PC mice. Thank you. Okay. 236. You know what I said? So tons of reproductive output in this one stream, less so in these 2. And so we can look at really interesting spatial patterns. So here's Gold Run. We move fish into here. Males and females are color coded, or circles and diamonds, and they're color coded by individuals. So this is where 7 of the individuals reproduced, and they had pretty even reproductive success. Here's where 3 produced, and they were spatially distributed. There's kind of a middle bit of not great habitat in this stream. In this stream, the good habitat's up here. This is more cow affected, but you can see one of them boogied down here and had a really high reproductive success down below this barrier where there used to be a bunch of brook trout. So really cool ecology and demography that can be uncovered. Did genetic variation increase? Here is Gold Run. The gray is the resident heterozygosity values, individual heterozygosities. And then the green are what I'm calling hybrids here. Remember, it's West Slope by West Slope hybrid, the good kind of hybrid. Here is genetic variation over time. If you just look at residents, here's if you include the transplants. So a modest 5% increase in genetic variation in this larger effective size population. In Hall Creek, you can see the hybrids had much higher genetic variation than the residents. And we saw a 38% increase in genetic variation in that population. And then in Staubach, we saw a faster life history. We saw F1s. So these are hybrids. We actually saw some F2s produced in this time period. And we saw a massive increase in genetic variation. So tons of effect there. Did migrant ancestry increase? So here we're keeping track of whether an individual has ancestry from one of those transplants or not. And we're keeping track of that over time. So in Little Belt, this is the one where not much migrant ancestry, either not many individuals were produced at all, or they were produced and it died right away. Gold Run, we saw 4% migrant ancestry by 2021. Hall, 7%, and about 16% in Staubach. So some really.
Is that the number of fish that have migrant ancestry, or the number, total percent of all the alleles that?
Total percent of all the alleles that came from transplants. And I think that's what, so in the Florida Panther study, Phil Hedrick did some really nice work in the early 2000s saying you want to shoot for about 20% migrant ancestry. And I think that's the same definition he used, but correct me if I'm wrong. And so the idea there is about 20%, you're hopefully not swamping local adaptation, but you're increasing genetic variation. So we'll see what happens to this over time. Did fitness increase? So here I want to take you through this. So this is looking at still F1 individuals. So remember, this is before we expect outbreeding depression to kick in the F2, if it is going to kick in. So F1, we're seeing lots of hybrid vigor, and we're following individuals through their lifetime. So it's at least adult to adult fitness. But looking at kind of components of fitness, what you see on the left is family size. So this is, we first catch the fish at age 1, and then we reconstruct family sizes, full SIB family sizes. And we're using that as a surrogate for early survival. So age 0 survival, age survival up to age 1. And what you see in Gold Run, not much effect. So we've got residence in circles and F1 outcross in diamond. In Hall Creek, it's highly variable because our sample sizes are relatively low there. It's a very small population, but we see an increase in early survival. And then in Staubach, we get that really large, significant increase in early survival. And then Donovan did some really nice modeling to look at a more comprehensive estimate of fitness, which is survival to maturity here on the right. And again, you can see an increase in F1s relative to residence in Hall and an increase in Staubach. And so what that is it's evidence that inbreeding depression was at play. Heterosis or hybrid vigor is allowing, at least initially, these F1s to have higher survival, higher fitness. Now, I mentioned the gold standard for genetic rescue is if abundance increases. Here, it's a little bit tricky. I stand by that definition in general for genetic rescue, but in highly stochastic headwater trout populations, maybe it's too high a standard, open for debate. We didn't see much of a pattern yet that abundance increased. So this is abundance of adults over time for Staubach. That was the population that was down to 20. So Donovan Bell, the PhD student, refuses to accept that this is an increase in population size, but I think he's being a little bit too conservative. I mean, that population was in the gutter, and now it's becoming stable at about between 150 and 200 individuals. But the other ones are much more all over the place. In Hall, we see really crazy recruitment dynamics, big years, and then years with very little recruitment. So these highly stochastic populations, an open question is it increase in genetic variation and increase in fitness? But maybe habitat is limiting and we don't see an increase in abundance yet, but that doesn't mean it wasn't successful.
You said they're only like a mile of habitat, right? So
Very-
habitat clearly could be limiting.
Yeah.
Which gets to Sherm's question earlier about, we don't want to be doing this in isolation without, I mean, in practice.
Yeah.
Studied frequently.
And a deal with the devil was made here. Well, I take that back. I'm not even gonna say what I was about to say. So here's a big broad picture so far through the F1. What you're looking at on the y-axis is offspring per transplant. and then pre-translocation heterozygosity. So we can see that we're starting to, it's only 4 populations. It's not enough replication, right? We'd love to have this in 20, 30 populations, but the lowest genetic variation population was the one where it's the most successful, and less so in Hall, but still in the high genetic variation populations, less of an effect. And then this was the same thing, offspring per transplant as a function of effective population size. So where population size is below 50 is where we saw more success of the transplant individuals. So I think it helps us start to narrow in on, if we're going to do this, where should we do it? And that's kind of the obvious, right? The most genetically depauperate, small isolated populations. Okay. So we're going to keep monitoring these populations. I'm going to keep saying that this is never going to be a panacea, and that it's not a silver bullet. So lots of folks involved in this research. What I could do, it's 5 o'clock. I could just jump to the money side in our brook trout study, which is, so I'll try to explain. So with brook trout, I'll show you the map, but I'm going to jump right to like the looking through the F4, what we see. So tons of small populations of brook trout in the eastern US. Here is this formerly connected metapopulation near Harrisonburg, Virginia. So we're talking Appalachian Mountains, native brook trout, flood control dams went in the late 1960s. And so the historical habitat is purple. They're relegated to these isolated patches, and there's this big downstream patch. And what we did, so we published a paper in 2013 showing strong genetic divergence, low genetic variation in these isolated patches that vary by size. Population sizes were small, around 100 or so. And then we moved 10 individuals. In this case, we did 10 from this one single source into each of these replicated, and we left a control. We took 10 out at the same time, which was hard to do, but we did it. We took their otoliths. And we followed this population. We did this in fall of 2011. We moved the fish right before reproduction so that we could phenotypically sex them. Again, they reproduce like crazy, but brook trout are a little bit too tough, right? So really similar experimental design. I think I want to skip over those details, but I'm happy to go into them. What I do want to, for those of you saying, wait a second, East Coast brook trout, I'm not even listening to you anymore. These habitats are extremely ephemeral. So dry run, the population I'm going to show you the best data we have for to date, dries down to 5 or 6 pools every summer. And that's where the groundwater is. And they're hunkered down, they're not fighting, they wait out, it floods in February, they start feeding like crazy out in the connected habitat at that point, and then they hunker down. So small, fragmented, extreme populations. So I'm going to skip to the real, so that this one particular site, Dry Run, we've got data from 6,000 brook trout collected from 2010 to 2018. Mean generation interval is 2 or even less. In these populations, I was really worried in one of those earlier talks, at low density, brook trout males will readily mature at age 0. And we saw that quite a bit here. This is all your nightmare, right? A bunch of young of your brook trout. We were looking for those. We took fin clips. Yeah, they're fat and happy. They grow a lot in the spring in these populations. We developed a GT-seq panel with what are called microhaplotypes specifically for this study. What that does, without going into laboring the details, is it allows us to extract as much genetic variation as we can from a limited set of markers to do things like individual identification and pedigree building. So jump into 2 slides. This is the first one, and I'll show you one more. This is the pulse of gene flow going through this population from 2012 to 2018. Green is resident by resident. Orange is resident by transplant. we saw one full SIV family produced that was transplanted by transplant. So they went to a new place and they're like, hey, let's mate together here too. But here we see a ton of outcrossing. And then by 2013, we see what I'm calling back crosses here. Technically, these are F1 by F1 or F1 by resident or F1 by transplant. That's the gray. And so we see some residents produced, some resident by transplants produced afterwards. But by here, it's mostly back cross individuals in this population. And this is the F3, if not, some of these were F4 individuals, rapid generation interval. It's hard for me not to show these slides. So genetic variation
That's why
increased.
I'm here as a reminder.
Genetic variation increased, migrant ancestry increased, and here's what really matters. I go right to, I want to take a little bit of time on this one slide. Okay, so this is a model where we are looking at fitness as a function of migrant ancestry. So migrant ancestry ranges from 0, resident by resident, to 1, transplant by transplant. Here, this is a combined fitness metric. So this is lifetime reproductive success multiplied by the probability that an individual contributes. So what's the probability an individual contributes an offspring? If they contribute an offspring, how many offspring do they contribute? Are all bundled up into this one metric. And so what we see is a model that kind of fits these different effects, where the dots, this is the fitness of resident by resident crosses in this one population over this 7-year period. Transplant by transplant, there weren't many produced, so we can kind of ignore that because it's just really small sample size, huge error bars. What we see are that F1s, RTs, have higher fitness than the resident. So that's that hybrid vigor or heterosis signal. You combine these two genomes, you're masking deleterious alleles, and those individuals contribute, they survive and contribute more offspring. What's really cool here is when we fit this continuous relationship between migrant ancestry and fitness, we see a negative relationship where less than 0.5 migrant ancestry, individuals with less than 0.5 migrant ancestry have higher fitness than the resident by resident. But out here, they have as low or lower fitness. So maybe, and this is just one case study, we have to genotype individuals from 2 other studies so far. Like we're doing that as we speak. But maybe we get what we want. We get selection acting against high ancestry, but we get selection buoying up that low ancestry. So if we're worried about swamping out local adaptations, in this case, one interpretation is selection's weeding that out for us on the far end, but we're getting an increase in genetic variation on that low end.
That is so cool. That is cool. That is really a cool result.
And it's just the one population. Another caveat is what happened here is the populations, we moved fish and we got really lucky in one sense, in that region wide, there was a huge year class. And so we got a ton of young of year produced right away and the population increased, not just because of genetic rescue, but like this population increased more than our control, but the control increased too. But that's ideal if we want, in terms of microevolutionary forces, if we want selection to be able to sort the wheat from the chaff, to steal a Robin Waples phrase, misused. You'd hope for that, right? Like if the population hadn't increased dramatically, then maybe random forces would have been more at play and we might not have seen this result. Okay, before I get the hook. This is the summary. Just summarizing what I said. And interesting, so far, what we've done so far, we're really excited about continuing these studies and publishing them soon. One question, lots of questions come up. I've got slides we could talk about tomorrow if we want, which are like why we did what we did and how we could have done things differently, if that would be helpful. But clearly, I think I should stop talking for now.
Are there any really quick clarifying questions before we talk? I'm going to turn it over to Cody. He's going to talk a little bit about the plan for tomorrow and get some of your feedback about how you want to proceed. All right, Cody, I don't see anything on my end.
Wait a second.
Yeah, we got one question for Mary here.
Okay.
Statement. Is this on? This is, so the natural selection component here is not something that I like seeing those data. It's like really showing it, which suggests that in some of these systems, especially the Truckee River and Pyramid and the Contemporary versus the Pilot Peak, you know, even if there's a mating between Contemporary and Pilot Peak, it seems to me they're gonna sort that out, you know, from this kind of result, which is really exciting.
Time for happy hour. Nick, you have a question?
Okay, Cody, be quick.
Yep, I will. All righty, so we got to adjust the schedule a little bit. Coulter is gonna kick things off tomorrow morning with his presentation on it. And then where I want to get a little feedback from folks on it is we've invested a lot of time today on having the background for genetics conversations and stuff. Originally, we were looking at about 2.5 hours for a facilitated open genetics discussion and stuff. Obviously, we did not even come close to that being able to fit today's schedule. Looking at tomorrow's schedule, though, we could fit in about a 90-minute facilitated genetics discussion, you know, with the group here and try to manage that through the folks joining on the Zoom and then in person here on it. That would mean, though, we'd probably have to take a lunch break on it, and we'd be shooting for wrapping up the meeting as a whole in that 2:30, 3 o'clock timeframe. So looking for a little feedback from people that are traveling tomorrow, where their priorities are, knowing that this is not going to be the end of the genetics discussions. There's going to be plenty of those, you know, in the months to come and stuff on it. John?
Can we maybe do like a hands up for people that could stay to 2:30?
And that would be,
Sure.
we would have the genetics conversation in the morning.
Yep, we would have Coulter
We
would
just
kick
bump
things-
everything.
Yep, Coulter would start with his presentation, then we'd go into a 90-minute facilitated genetics conversation and just move everything back, wrapping up with some of the habitat stuff and still fitting in facilitated habitat discussion too.
So you've got like all the folks on Andy and Jason and all those people presenting in the morning. Are they able?
Sean
There's
told me that they were flexible when I was texting with him in the background, but I'm
just a
just
couple
going
that we
based
have
on
to-
that.
So.
So who can be here at till 2:30?
So the room is majority of people are willing to stay on it.
Okay.
Unless there's major opposition from folks joining virtually, that's the plan we'll move forward with tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't see anything from the folks joining virtually. Remember, it's being recorded, and so if folks virtually have to jump off, they can always rewatch it if they're super interested.
And then regarding the staff workshop, we'll handle that tomorrow afternoon. If folks really want to stay and work on that for a couple hours in that like 3 to 5 timeframe, since we're in person, we can. And then we'll have another opportunity. Maybe we'll pull something with the 10 team leads and a couple of the key CC members together with a virtual option sometime in the next week or two. That work? Cool. Have a good evening, guys. Oyster Bar for the happy hour. I think for the next hour and a half, we got it. So see ya.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Have a great time. Have a drink for me.
Yeah, Nate.
I gotta pack
Happy
them all
Thursday.
stuff. Bye.